No,
owns that
exactly, but
budget.
she's only answering as best she can based on what these, well, it's also the other two town managers too.
Correct. It's a 3 town manager budget that's presented.
Will you send these dates out to the budget finance?
Will I? Sure.
The other question is, any of the side, I'm trying to find it, the provider, not the provider, maybe, no, who's the extras? But, like, the Rathers, the baseball, all that.
Raymond Recreation.
I mean, it says they have a deadline until what? Deadline for outside agency requests is January 13th.
Correct.
Can we remind whoever has submitted applications
In the past.
in the past?
Sure.
Can we just send them a reminder?
And if they don't do it, then so be it, but this way we just kind of,
Yeah, like last year, wasn't it Snowmobile, the
Raymond
Rattlers?
Rattlers.
They came in like right at the last minute
Yeah.
because they didn't know about it. So we could
Who's
just
the
remind them.
contractor, Teresa?
it was Larry Wood before, I don't think it's Larry Wood
Larry's not
anymore.
in-
Larry, like, how about Zach Davis?
Is it Zach? I can ask Keith Thomas, he would know,
It's one of them,
yeah.
so.
We're already receiving outside agency requests, and I'm just maintaining them in the file.
Yeah,
I know that there was another one from Russ Hutchinson, and what happened was, it was this with,
Crescent Lake Watershed,
yeah, okay.
as well as Raymond Historical Society. I think they missed the deadline last year.
so that would be David Allen?
No, Amy,
Well, they didn't miss the deadline last year. What happened was they submitted the request, then the moving the building came
Right,
in.
came in.
After it had already come, so.
Right, okay, yeah.
They missed the timeline for the
that
building.
was for the extra building, yeah, but they usually get so much anyways, all right. Yeah, just to give a heads up.
Yeah, remind anyone who was in the budget in the past.
Right.
Okay, so I guess we're all okay with these dates. Notified Budget Finance Committee. How many people are in Budget Finance now?
7.
7? Okay. All right, anything else?
I have one question to ask. We had our kickoff meeting with the new budget software company today. Kathy and I attended that. And one of the things that we'll need to know is like how many years of historical data that you'd like to see included in this software. If you want, 4, 5, 8, 10.
I'll tell you where your problem's gonna come, if you start going back more than like 4 years.
4 or 5 years, yeah.
Is that accounts have changed so much, so many times, and so what we're
Right.
consolidating to something else, and to try and split those out and break those down is gonna be probably an insurmountable task.
Yeah.
So if I think, 4 years would be probably the
I
top.
think 4 years is max.
Okay.
I would say 3 years. would be
That's
plenty.
what, I was thinking 3 years, but
That's what I'm thinking too.
if you get to 4, you get to 4, but 3 is
Yeah.
probably plenty.
I mean, you can kind of see as you start to look through there and see where things shifted and see what makes sense, because you can get into the point of trying to compare something that you can't compare.
Right,
if you
as
go out
changes
far
have been
enough.
made. I know I made a couple when I became finance director, and there was other changes, I think, along the way.
Everyone did, and we've had 3.
Yeah.
So that's the point, 3 years.
But if
Okay.
everything were to stay static, how long would you want to see? I think that's another
I mean, 3 years.
3
you know,
years
3
gives
years
you
is.
plenty of history.
You always have that data. I'm sure there's a summary
Right.
sheet where you could have that data. It's just whether you'd have it in the active,
I could pull my notebooks from
document.
years ago.
Okay.
You still have
Yeah.
them?
Yeah, I got my old budget finance.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
You must have a big
That must-
basement.
I was just gonna say
Put it
that.
this way, I have my budget finance one from when I started, and the fire department budget was like $12,000.
Yeah. And we're gonna turn back the clock. Yeah.
So that's how far mine go back.
Yeah. All right. Okay,
Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Town manager's report.
Okay, I'm going to start with a comprehensive plan update, And on that point, Kevin and Sue have put up a new email sign-up form on the website so you can get comp plan updates as they occur. So that's an interesting thing. I think we have over 100 people from the elections that signed up for updates already. And on that point, we had 928 people in the exit poll for the comp plan participate, which is amazing. And no surprise, natural resource protection was the top priority. There are many other priorities, but that was the top one. The RFP for professional services went out yesterday. A pretty arduous process, but we finally got there. So that's out to consultants, and we should be getting some proposals back shortly. I want to remind people about the Raymond Community Assistance Fund. If you're in need, or you know of someone in need who doesn't necessarily qualify for general assistance but is struggling, we have funds. We want to help. These are privately donated funds that we receive on an ongoing basis. So I don't want anyone out there to be without basic necessities and struggling at this difficult time. Please contact us. Contact Jenny Silverblade in GA or me, and you can reach us through the town office number, and my cell phone's on the website anytime. So basically, we want to help people who are in need. We have a new deputy fire chief, Paul Ginther, who is currently a Jacksonville, Florida station captain, which means he's in charge of his station. He's coming from a very similar location to Raymond, Jacksonville. They have 67 fire stations and 1,800 firefighters, so it's very similar to Raymond. But yeah. So, but anyway, what's interesting is I had an opportunity to spend an hour with him myself, a couple hours with him and Bruce. Then there was a meet and greet on Sunday. He's a very down-to-earth guy, and he asked a lot of good questions. He made his way up through the ranks from a call firefighter, and then to the position he holds now. He's retiring from Jacksonville. He's still got many years left that he could serve our town. Although he's from Jacksonville, his family's all from Maine, so that's a nice thing. And he's unlike the average person who wants to leave Maine and go to Florida. He wants to come back the other way for some reason. And so that's who he is and what he's doing. He had been looking for some jobs in the Northeast, but I think him coming here and meeting with us was really instrumental in him choosing us over some of his other opportunities. And I'm really pleased that we were able to attract him here. And what's his start date, Bruce, you think?
When we chatted the other day, he was talking about mid-January.
Mid-January, okay.
Yeah, at the earliest, but there's a lot of things that have to come together for that.
He sold his house, and he's making his way through the required, testing and so forth, and everything's A-okay.
Wow.
That's great.
Okay,
Absolutely.
let's see. I guess the only other thing, I talked about it last time, but drive safely. It's going to snow on Friday. We're going to have a big snowstorm. First one of the year. We always have a lot of issues, but we're ready, and if you can stay home, stay home. That would be the best thing I would say if we get significant snow. Stay off the roads. That's it.
All righty.
Yeah.
Can I just throw something out there real quick?
Oh, I
Raymond-
got the dates too. Yeah.
Oh, Raymond
Sorry.
Radlers.
Yeah.
Keith Thomas said that he is going to find the person who volunteered to be president, and he'll give him the heads up. He said he was out sick that night. So yeah, so he says thank you for the heads up. So I told him January 13th. It's got to be in by.
Yeah.
So I'll find out. He'll find out who it is and let me know. And
Okay,
then I'll
our-
text you, sorry.
What's that?
You're all set.
Our next meeting dates are January 10th, 23, February 14th. Isn't
Yeah, do we
Great.
really
Is that-
want
is
to?
that
I
now?
really don't want to hang out with you guys February 14th. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, the last time it fell on Valentine's Day.
did.
You decided to change the week.
I think Sam
Let's
has
let's do the January meeting, and then we'll worry about it.
Okay.
Okay,
And remember, 5:30.
5:30.
And remember, 2023.
It says that.
I know. I know. We got it this year.
Yay.
Yeah, let's, we'll take a look at the whole budget situation and see if we need to meet on the second week.
So, oh shoot.
What?
I was gonna make a motion to adjourn. We still have to go into executive session yet.
Good try.
I make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 405 6D for discussion of labor contract and proposal. I was so excited.
Moved and seconded. Bill, we're going into executive session.
All in favor?
All in favor.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
All in favor? We are adjourned.
Welcome to the Wednesday, December 14th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. We do have a workshop scheduled for this evening. I've asked Sandy to actually modify that to a meeting only so that we can get the report of the site walk in. So I'm not going to read since we have no applications before us, I'm not going to read our whole intro, but we will need to take attendance so that we make an official meeting so we can vote. So if you'd start us off, Mike.
Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich. Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury.
There we go. We have a full board. We have no minutes for right now, so we're going right into the site walk just to get, I didn't want 2 months to go by before we could get the site walk into the record. So I've just tried to summarize this a little bit. I would appreciate it if anybody thinks anything is wrong or would like to add some stuff to it. It's just kind of quick and brief. The planning board conducted a site walk at 402 Webb Mills Road on 3 December 2022. The purpose of the site walk was to obtain background information concerning an application submitted by Ms. Nicole Starrett for the development of the property. The property is in the rural residential district, and the applicant obtained conditional use authorization from the ZBA on January 8th, 2021. Ms. Nicole Starrett conducted the site walk, stating that the firm she hired to develop the application, Maine Land, was not available. Consequently, important information that is usually present at site walks was not available, specifically things like property line markings, topographical map, proposed clearing, buffer maintenance, etc. Ms. Starrett stated, further informed the board that Maine Land would not be starting the application process until sometime in mid-January 2023. Consequently, the board may consider returning at some point for a more productive site walk. Great. Additions? Anybody?
None, sounds accurate to me.
Sounds okay?
Accurate, yep.
Good. Alex? Jim?
Do we want to give them any insight as to items we want to see on the application going forward, or is this just basically all the observations from the site walk?
Just basically the observations from the site walk.
Fair enough.
Do you have anything that we missed?
I just would say I want to see the wetland and any stream delineation.
Yep. We'll add that on after the buffer maintenance wetland.
From our observation, it appeared that some filling had occurred, but at this point, I don't know how we'd be able to accumulate what had been done.
Is the driveway angle, which we never really looked at, is that,
Yeah, that's a Wayne concern. I think Wayne can chime in on that, but he has a concern where it goes by the corner of that house that there may be not enough adequate width or turning radius to get a emergency vehicle down there.
Wayne's right below you. So Wayne, would you?
Yes, Jim summed that up for you very well. That would be our concerns. And also just want to verify the grade going down into that lower level parking lot.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Kevin, you okay?
may I be
Yeah, I'm
allowed
good.
to address the board on this issue?
No. Kevin, you okay?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. Could I just get a motion then to accept the
So,
sidewalk?
so we're gonna wait until we have an application before we sort of discuss?
Yes, we have no application to discuss.
Okay. Because like many, I have many concerns, but,
But from the sidewalk?
no, well, yeah, from the sidewalk. but-
Okay, well, those you should mention then.
Okay, then, I guess, looking at the findings of fact from the zoning board of appeals, findings of fact number 6, the applicant has proposed after-the-fact approval for an existing contractor use in order to continue to operate their family business, start snow and landscape services. So when we were on the sidewalk, I saw a bunch of firewood, and from number 6, I'm sort of thinking that the approval for a conditional use would not include them expanding their contractor use to selling firewood on that site, off that site.
Okay,
And so I guess
so the firewood usage is a concern.
that's a question going forward.
I thought she said they were not selling the
The
firewood.
one, she said there was a.
Right, but
yeah,
I'm
but
wondering
it's
if they
part
would
of
ever
the-
be able to.
Right. Anyone
Is
else?
that something we want to ask the code officer now, or do we wait till we have an application?
Wait, do we have an application?
Yeah, it's an application.
Right now, they don't even
All
have
right.
standing.
Could I get a motion to accept then, sidewalk?
Motion to accept sidewalk report?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, any discussion? All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, sidewalk's done. Sandy, I can probably clean this up a little bit, captured a couple things and drop it off with you for the minutes.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay, next up is our workshop for the proposed ordinance. It's all up to you.
All right. So I'm assuming you guys got the list in the packet. There's probably maybe one or two things I need to add to this, but I'm trying to figure out how to try and combine some of these to try and keep it like 10 or less, just because I don't want to overwhelm. I mean, it will be, we're not doing town meeting this year. It's going to be referendum style again. So we've been doing pretty well the last couple of years with not losing voters, just having them not vote. Most people are still voting on the land use items, which was my fear going to that type of voting style. People wouldn't know what they're voting on and they would just not answer. But we did pretty good. So, but we definitely don't want to do too many. So I think some of these can still be combined. So I'm working on that. But so if we want to go through each one, the first one is mandatory. It's not an optional one. This is a correction that DEP is making us do. This actually might change. Our attorney's been working with actually the AG's office because it was the attorney who suggested this change and DEP rejected it. So he wanted to know why. And we think we know why now. So right now I'm proposing it as an amendment. But really all it does is it removes the variance option that we put in for single families in the shoreland zone. We put that in last year. And DEP is saying that we can't have that in there because it's less strict than Chapter 1000. Even though it doesn't affect a setback to the water, it's just for a road or side setback, which DEP typically doesn't care about. So that's kind of the unusual thing here. So anyways, that would come out. The second one is a continuation of that DEP order. This is changes to actually, again, two things that we changed last year, although one of them is the solar energy system definition. They had a minor tweak to that. Within the shoreland zone, they have a specific definition that we have to use for solar energy systems. So up until the last 2 years, within the shoreland zoning ordinance, a town had the ability to kind of wordsmith definitions as long as it didn't change the intent of what Chapter 1000 says. In the last couple of years, DEP's changed their mind and is now, we want you to adopt this specific wording. So according to the attorney, they're seeing a lot of this from the state, basically mandating that towns adopt language that's exactly to Chapter 1000, the shoreline zoning guidelines. So that's what you see here, the solar energy system definition, the structure definition, and I think that's it for that one.
Is that basically to keep it consistent amongst the towns?
Yes. Yeah. And, you know, one of the things that I really don't like, and I've been trying to work away from, is definitions that don't match between land use and shoreline. So last year we went through and actually the last 2 years we've gone through and corrected definitions so they all match. And so now we'll have solar energy system different in land use and shoreland, but I don't think it really is a big deal. And we can't really amend the land use to match the shoreland because then it would completely go against the point of the solar energy system ordinance, because it's solar power to meet the needs of allowed residential uses. So that's it for those two.
Alex, I think if you want to consolidate, to me, I think you can consolidate those first two items because they're clerical changes from what you do.
Yeah, I think so. That would be fine. I mean, they have to be approved. I don't know what happens if they got voted down because the DEP order, I think the DEP order would still be in effect. Basically, what they're saying is our ordinance doesn't matter. We're telling you this is what your ordinance is. But that order says that the next opportunity to amend, you have to amend. So we could put those two together. I think it'll be fine. And probably even one of the others later on. Number 3, 23-03 was one of the, I don't know what that noise is.
What is that?
It keeps doing it.
Hey, Graham and Eric, we're hearing like almost kind of like a feedback noise, but I think it might be Wayne. Wayne, can you possibly mute for a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
We'll see if that fixes it. I think it will, but we'll find out. So the codified ordinance, actually, last night was a special town meeting for the codified ordinance, and I think we had 10 or 11 people in the room, and everyone voted in favor of it. So that did pass. So we'll have that up and running hopefully in the next few weeks. But during that codification process, they found an error in the open space section of the land use ordinance. And that language points to, on the second page of the 23.3, no common driveway shall provide access to more than 3 lots except as provided in 300-13.3, which previously it was Article 13, Section C6, I believe, and that didn't exist. C6 didn't exist in the ordinance. So, Jim, this was one of the ones that I was wondering if you had any idea what it's supposed to be. I think you had looked originally and you weren't sure. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, Jim.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what it's referencing because my guess is that since this open space was done, we've added backlot driveways. And I was trying to see if there was a correlation between the two, but there isn't.
But never more than 3 lots.
No more than 3 lots, never.
Never.
I don't know where the 3 lots came from. That's just, I know we have some old subdivisions where that might have been the case, but I think we've tried to clean that up in recent years.
Check 1, 2.
Hey, 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 hey.
Everything is sound.
To work. So I told Nikki to she made this huge diorama
Good evening. Welcome to the Wyndham Raymond School District Board of Directors. Today is Wednesday, February 15th, 2023. The time is 6:30, and we are in the Raymond Modular. May I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Kate Brooks.
Here.
Jessica Bridges.
Here.
Jenny Butler.
Here.
Jody Carroll.
Here.
Caitlin Downs.
Here.
Pete Hensler. Char Jewell.
Here.
Kate Levier. Christina Small.
Here.
Al Potter. Here.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Howe, any adjustments to the agenda?
No, we do not have any adjustments tonight.
Next on the agenda is public input. I have a few remarks, if you don't mind. Board meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying out the official business of RSU 14 and are not public forums. We welcome citizens to express their interests, concerns, and suggestions related to matters of the school district. Public participation is not an opportunity for interactive dialogue with the administration or board members. We will listen carefully and consider all comments. While we welcome and value the input from all members of the community, it is important that statements made during public comment are not vulgar, abusive, or threatening in nature. If that occurs, I will pause public comment. I would like to remind everyone that during public comment, it is not acceptable to discuss personnel matters or complaints regarding any RSU 14 employee. Those should be addressed through policy KEB, public complaints about school personnel. If that occurs, I will pause public comment. Each person will be permitted 3 minutes to address the board. This time limit will be strictly adhered to. At the 3-minute mark, the timer will go off and your time at the podium will conclude. I encourage everyone to be mindful that there will likely be students watching these proceedings or even attending the meeting. Please present your thoughts and opinions in a respectful manner and refrain from spontaneous comments. We are all role models for our youth, and I hope we can proceed in a courteous manner. Before you come to the podium, once you get to the podium, would you please state your name and the town that you reside in? And so we begin. Who would like to begin first?
All right, let's see if I can get this to reach me. Kristen Day from Wyndham. Hi, everybody. Arguments to remove genderqueer from the high school library. According to IJJ, the materials should be reviewed as a whole, not on passages or portions pulled out of context. Yes, the whole content is what a student checking out the book sees, so every part of the content should be appropriate for a minor, and this is not. 2, it contains pornography. Though IJJ doesn't exclude pornography, though why? It used to be a given that porn would not be available to kids at school. We had National Geographic, but that's about it. In my challenge, I cited many examples in context that are pornography by definition. That include sexually explicit writing and images whose primary purpose is to cause sexual arousal, that contain lurid or sensational material, vivid description or explicit details that are meant to provoke or shock, and materials that are arousing or intended to arouse strong curiosity, interest, or reaction, especially by exaggerated or lurid details. Check, check, and check. 3, the FCC would censor or rate the language and images in genderqueer for the public. Can't be on TV, can't be printed in the paper, breaks community guidelines for social media, but our school librarian gives it a thumbs up for minors in school without parental consent or any record that they checked it out. Number 4, parental consent should be required for minors checking out the book. The author is a grown adult writing about their personal sex experiences and gender identity journey for a target audience of teens. If a staff member at school can't share their personal sex experience to a student in the library, why can this adult whisper it in the student's ear in the same room? Loopholes. 5, just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's our kids and ethics matter. Arguments for keeping the book that are not valid. 1, this book can save lives. 2, it's just providing books with a wide range of interests for students. 3, professional reviews support it. Professional reviews also don't support it. 4, it's a memoir, and content is expected to represent the author's experience. Okay, the memoir shouldn't be in school. Call it what you want. 5, this is book banning. It's not. Just go get it somewhere else. 6, removing this book is anti-LGBTQIA+. No, it's anti-porn content in school and anti-sexualization of minors in school. If the book was an adult heterosexual author talking about porn culture, using sex toys, and literally having sex in the book, that's also not okay for a school library. 7, it's just one book, what's the big deal? It's school, and this sets a new low standard, and it can go lower. We should all be holding this line. 8, reason for keeping the book that isn't valid. We didn't know, the librarian did it, and now it's just hard to remove. The district added a book known nationwide to be controversial without meaningful review process, any oversight, and without
Thank you
informed
very
consent
much.
to parents, the community,
Thank you, Ms. Day.
or board members. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
And Clark Wyndham. My tone's a little bit different on this letter because we're going to hear a lot of this important stuff tonight, and I'm grossed out by it, and I can hardly talk about it. So I took a little bit of a different approach. So let's just say it's May 1st in RSU 14, May 1st, 2025, okay? RSU 14 reports the highest SAT scores in the state. Since this is a warm and fuzzy event, the Wyndham one-sided Eagle News decided to give it some media attention. In a recent interview, the Liberal Eagle, because we've asked them to quote things before and they haven't. In a recent interview, the Liberal Eagle asked the school board, how did you achieve such great results? The board replied, it was a combined effort between the school board, administration, teachers, faculty, and staff. We decided it was time to depart from the social, sexual, equitable, and critical race-based theory propaganda experiment being pushed on us by the DOE, also known as Department of Erosion. We came to the conclusion that books talking about blowjobs and encouraging untrained staff to talk to minors about their sexuality behind the backs of parents was not for us anymore. Applaud the school board. Good stuff. We decided to get back to teaching academics, which is what our staff is trained and educated and certified to do. We made it our mission to teach academics in the most upbeat and encouraging yet challenging ways possible, and it worked. One aspect of our successful plan was we introduced a new curriculum in our business class focusing on self-motivation and the power of positive thinking. They read books such as Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. And for the younger folks, the students, we offered an endless array of self-confidence books and inspirational exercises offered by Tony Robbins. Almost instantaneously, students were more upbeat and enthusiastic. They were no longer trying to figure out if they were a they, a them, a that, a cat, a boy, a girl, or something in between, or something in transition. Instead, students were thinking about what they could become. They began to focus on their future and collaborated with teachers on subjects that inspired them to achieve their dreams. After seeing the results, it was clear the only transitioning schools should be involved in are those that aspire students to a higher level of achievement and self-confidence through inspiration. We recommend this to other school districts. Making the decision to change course on February 15th, 2023, which is today, okay? Making that decision to change course on February 15th, 2023 was the best thing we ever did for our students, and we are proud to see our K-12 Wyndham Eagles soaring higher than ever. We hope that's where this goes.
Anyone else?
Speak. I'm just Cindy from Wyndham.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name.
Cindy.
Cindy
Harris.
Thank you.
From Wyndham. I'm here to support the first two speakers 100%. Gender identity is no business of the school. Who you're attracted to, who you want to have sex with is no business of a public school. Stick to the curriculum. I started coming to these school board meetings because in the fall when my daughter's junior year started, she came home and said, maybe I'll just turn gay or lesbian because they seem to have more rights than I do. That's where I drew the line. It does not need to be in a public school.
Who else would like to speak? Thank you. Yes. Oops.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Knox Zajac. I'm 11 years old and I go to Wyndham Middle School. I'm a 6th grader. I was in the library and This book was on a stand. I'd like to read you a page. My back over my hips as I ask if we should take our clothes off. And he's saying yes before I finish my sentence. He's pulling off my t-shirt, laughing when I can't undo his shirt buttons. He's undoing my belt. I'm reaching into his bedside drawer for a condom. We're kissing. Again, we're rolling over. Obviously, you can see where this is going. I don't know if it's because we're feeling especially emotional or just tired, or these past couple of weeks have been too much. But this reminds me so much of the first time we had sex. We were both fucking terrified, and the whole thing was kind of terrible because we didn't know what we were doing. But it was good too, so good, because we were a mess of emotions, and we were scared and excited, and everything felt new. So this sort of feels like that. Nick touches me like he's scared that any minute. Now, this book was at my middle school, and it was on a stand. When I rented it out to show my dad it, the librarian asked if I wanted more and if I wanted a graphic novel version.
Oh, boy. So I'm that kid's father.
Okay, good. I was asking for you.
Yeah, I'll take another 3 minutes. So that's my son.
Okay.
11 years old, and went to his library and found that by the entry door of our library, this is the smut that he is finding, all right? I don't care whether it's gay, straight, bisexual, whatever the terms are for all this stuff, doesn't need to be at our school. Doesn't need to be at my 11-year-old's library. And then as far as genderqueer, I've got a son in the high school as well. And this is bullshit. We know it, all right? We do not need to be having literature that's showing boys how to suck dick, all right? I'm very, very frustrated about it, okay? And you may think that schools know the best for our children. You know who know the best for our children? The parents. And if you remember this, I was here last year talking about masks, and I even offered you proper usage for a mask, and you said I was bullying. And you know what I would like to say to everybody right now? Where are we a year later, and what has changed why you don't wear your masks right now? So what has changed in the medical field that is showing you that you don't have to wear masks now? So like I said, listen to the parents. I can tell you right now, I don't work anymore, and I will be more than happy to focus my time and effort to the security of my child and children in this school, all right? I will be a thorn in your sides. So I just want you to be aware of what you've woken, okay? I'm sure that a lot of you guys are fine and great people and have nothing but the best intentions for our children. But by the fact that this has to take 4 months for a school to get this book out of the library is ridiculous. The parents are here right now and they're speaking, and you need to listen and do something about it quickly. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll go.
Sure.
This is my first time at one of these.
I know. If you just let us know your name, please, and where you live.
My name is Matthew. I live in Wyndham. I know you all are entering into an executive session after this to speak to legal counsel about the issue. You'll probably cover all this. Supreme Court precedent in Pico versus Island Tree School District found in 1982 that a school board violated students' First Amendment rights by restricting access to specific social ideas and political perspectives when the school board voted to remove a list of books from the school library. Justice Brennan specifically designated the library as especially suited to the recognition of First Amendment rights as a place of voluntary inquiry. That means that the students can walk in and choose for themselves. It is not designated by curriculum. It is not designated by anyone. It's a matter of their own personal freedom and choice to determine what they want to read and learn about. voluntary and free being the point. According to the current policy IJJ, a parent already has the freedom to restrict access to materials for their own children. What is being sought is the power for this group to restrict access to all students and bypassing every other parent and student's right to the freedom to decide for themselves. It is important to understand in all this that there is a specific group of people and ideas being targeted here. It's not a secret. Transgender and non-binary kids and those who love them are the target. According to the Trevor Project, in 2021, more than 50% of trans and non-binary youth seriously considered suicide, and 1 in 5 actually attempted suicide. Acceptance by a variety of adults reduced the risk of suicide by between 32 and 43% among trans and non-binary youth. That means having a teacher or a parent or a peer who accepted them reduced the risk of suicide by 32 to 43%. Imagine knowing with your own children that there is a greater than 50% chance that they are currently contemplating suicide, and a greater than 1 in 5 chance that they will actually attempt suicide. And just keep that knowledge in your heart for a moment and think about what it feels like. Now imagine that the way that you can drastically reduce that risk is by following the advice of every medical and psychological organization and just affirming, accepting, and loving them like any parent should their own kids. That's all that it takes. Now think, what type of message does it send to these children, to these students, to their families, when a school board will take the advice which targets them explicitly and remove representation of that group from their entire school life? What does it say that anything associated with their inner life must be behind a black curtain and is special access only? Does it send a message of affirmation? Does it send a message of support? Would you feel supported if your own life were hidden behind a black curtain?
Thank you, sir. Who else would like to speak? Okay.
I'm Deanie Davis, resident of Wyndham. I just want to make it clear, me, and I think I speak for everybody in support of how I feel. We love no one less because of who you identify with, of any of that. We're not targeting anybody. This has nothing to do with that. Nobody, I think you all agree, nobody feels that way. I have friends, I have family that are all of these things. I have transgender family. I have transgender friends. This has nothing to do with them. This has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the transparency and the parent involvement in our schools. Imagine knowing your child committed suicide because they didn't know that that was going on with them, because it was behind library doors and not brought up to the parents because of the transparency issue. Imagine knowing that.
Anyone else like to speak? Do I see any? Sure.
I think my name's Beth Hall. I've lived in Wyndham my entire life. I think everyone needs to pay attention to everyone's feelings. But this issue, the kids can find whatever they want, wherever they want, but my tax dollars don't need to be buying these kinds of books for our school. It's not acceptable to have these kinds of books in our schools. I can't imagine what this little boy went through when he first read this book. And kudos to him for bringing it to his father. That's who he should be bringing it to. What a mature young man. But he was able to deal with it and get his thoughts and feelings out over it. I can't imagine the children that are reading these things and are so scared that they don't even know who to go to. I think Wyndham and Raymond, it would just be so wonderful if we could be the model district for letting other towns know exactly how we feel about this rubbish. And we are not targeting any specific group. Most of the children are not going to be mature enough to handle this stuff. They don't even need to be exposed to it. Not on our tax dollars. And this is taking away from their curriculum, and it's just not necessary. And I think Wyndham needs to be the model, so other towns will have the courage to do what we are going to do, and what we should be doing. And some of them aren't, and I think we need to be the ones to lead the path. And I encourage every one of you to really think hard about that.
Anyone else?
Maria Clark, I'm from Wyndham. I attended a meeting last week in the school library, the high school library. Before the meeting started, I was sitting at a table waiting for the others to come in. And I looked over my shoulder and I saw a display of books. And I think the title of the poster above it was "Love is in the Air for Some." February, Love is in the Air. So I walked up to it and I looked, and out of the 20 books that were on the display, a third, 6 of them, just about a third of them, were books that dealt with gay relationships, gay love, gay sex. I was just bowled over. I couldn't believe it. There's got to be a way to encourage kids other than putting these books front and center. I mean, this young man found that book in the junior high. I'd like to know what's in the elementary school myself. There's a group called Out Maine. I don't know if you've heard of it, up on the coast. It provides chest binders, among other things, to female students and works closely with the Department of Education to get donations to buy books like Genderqueer to be placed in libraries all around the state of Maine. We're talking about a school library. We're talking about kids that are minors that can get these books. We're not talking about banning them. We just want them removed and placed in a place where, if a child needs them, can get access through a counselor. But there again, up on the coast, a social worker counselor was helping to transition a young lady, and the parents were not aware of it. So, between a rock and a hard place. I feel that the book needs to be removed from the library, Genderqueer. The other books, I didn't take them and look through them. If they're anything like what Knox found, I'm sure that they probably are. There again, I wouldn't want my grandson or grandsons looking at those. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I speak again on a different subject?
No, I'm sorry.
It's a different subject?
No, I'm sorry. Anyone else?
Can I ask a formality? This is on the agenda later, right? So we have another opportunity to speak when it's brought up.
This is the only public participation for this meeting. Does anyone else want their 3 minutes of time? I will say this, that our next meeting is March 1st. And again, it's our regular meeting, at which time we will have another public comment session. And you're welcome to join us then. I'm going to close public input and move on to superintendent's report.
Sure. So before the board heads into executive session, just want to make the public aware of, and I think everyone is aware of the fact that the district has received 3 citizens' challenges to the book Genderqueer, and that following policy IJJ, that there is a process that the district will follow and go through a review process. That process, which is outlined within the policy, not only ensures that books and students and curriculum items are treated fairly and looked at fairly, it also ensures that the RSU, as we go through a process with any teaching material or any book, that we are making sure that we are respecting the rights of not only our students, but our families and the staff that attend our schools. And so, while that process may seem long to individuals, it's important that we go through this process to make sure that everybody throughout this is treated fairly, and that the district gives the appropriate in-depth looks to this. So the review committee is up and running. They've received the book. They've received copies of the complaint. It's important to note, because I've got some questions from this, the policy is very, very clear that the work of the review committee is the work of the committee. No one else is attending the meetings of the committee, and that includes myself. The committee by policy has access to legal counsel for any questions that they may have about student rights or staff rights, to be able to ask those questions. When they are done, the committee will go ahead and they will issue a report. That report will be sent to the complainants, and then they'll have the opportunity to either accept the recommendation of the committee, or at that point they can also appeal it to the RSU 14 school committee. And if that's the case, then a separate meeting would be scheduled and set aside opportunity for the committee to present the work that they did, opportunity for the complainants to talk about why they disagree, and then the board will have the opportunity to read the book and form their own opinion based upon what they've heard. So I do realize that for some folks it feels like it is a long process, but that process has a purpose. And we want to make sure that we do this correctly, because as I think I said when we were in an open meeting in my conference room, yes, community is watching, but also our students are watching how we handle this situation, and to make sure that we do it respectfully. So we want to make sure that we take care of that. On another topic, I just wanted to give the public and the board an update, because I did misspeak when we were in the superintendent's conference room about our latest water reports. And I'm going to change the subject here. Initially, when I had shared with the board that, if you remember back in December, we had, specifically here for Jordan Small, we had a test come back that showed that the source water was high in lead. Secondary testing that took place with that demonstrated the fact that it was actually low in lead, and that the first report that we received was actually done from an incorrect spot. It was a dead-end pipe that's been dead for years, and so sediment had built up. Initially, I'd shared with the board that I'd be sending a letter out. I was quickly corrected by Mr. Hansen, because he wanted to wait until we actually had 2 clear tests to make sure that that in fact was the case, and that we didn't again have a test that wasn't making sense. The second clear test came back this week, so we do have a letter going out tomorrow to the Jordan Small community that there's actually next to 0 lead that's appearing in the Jordan Small water system. So some great news there. Just a double confirmation that that was not doing what it was supposed to be doing. The other letter that's going out tomorrow is that our second test for PFAS for Raymond Elementary School came back. If you remember, the first one was at 946 parts per trillion. The cutoff threshold is 20 parts per trillion. And if you remember, at that time, we then went strictly to bottled water for all of our cooking and for all of our drinking at Raymond Elementary School. The most recent test has actually come back even a little bit higher than our initial PFAS testing. So we will continue on with bottled water. We are still waiting on the water engineer who is in the process of designing the carbon system for the Raymond Elementary water system. We're still hoping to have that in before the end of the year, and that, we've been told, will actually remove the PFAS and may be able to get us out of bottled water in that particular building. But the community will be getting a couple different notices, one being just an update on the PFAS levels with the lab, and then also a mandatory drinking water notice that's issued by the DEP, basically saying that drinking the water at RES is not recommended, and they'll be helping us work through a process in which we can work on remediating that. Not any surprise to the community. I know people are already aware of what's going on there. I had hoped that numbers could be a little bit lower. Bill and I were also meeting today. We're going to try to connect with a couple local hydrologists who have been recommended to us to find out what possibly the source of the PFAS that's hitting the Raymond Elementary School well is coming from. One thing that's hard with that well, it's a 780-foot deep well, and so groundwater from all sorts of different places could possibly be hitting that spot. So we'll continue to work on that. And then I do have a couple updates about construction, but I think I'll wait till committee reports and I can
Perfect.
share them then.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 7. May I have a motion, please?
I move to approve going into executive session with the board and the district's attorney to discuss legal counsel pursuant to 1 MRSA subsection 4056E.
Second. All those in favor? We are going to move over to Jordan Small Middle School for executive session, and we'll return when we've concluded our session. We are back out of executive session. We're going to move into item 8. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Howell.
Sure. So just thank you, everyone, for your patience as the board was in an executive session, working with legal counsel. As we've had a chance to talk tonight about policy IJJ, one of the requests from the board was for Pete Femley from Drummond Woodsum to take a look at our policy IJJ, just to make sure that it is current and that it's representing best practice. And so I asked if Pete would just come and share a few words with the public about our policy. Oh, sorry.
You were here. I didn't notice that you weren't here. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
So I've asked Pete just to come up, talk a little bit about our policy, and also just to talk a little bit about our process, because as people are aware, for those who are here for public comment, there were some comments made about the book Gender Queer, which is currently undergoing a challenge here within the district, and just talking a little bit about the process that we use. So Pete, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Howell. Pete Felmy from Drummond Woodsum, and just wanted to let you know that I have reviewed the policy IJJ at the request of the superintendent. It is a common policy in Maine schools. It is a thoughtful policy that lays out a sensible process for materials to be challenged by members of the public. As I indicated, it's consistent with similar policies in other schools. It does reflect a best practice in that once a challenge is made, it'll start at a low level, working with either the building administrator or a librarian in this case. If that doesn't resolve the issue, it'll go before a review committee of educators, folks that know the learning results, know criteria for materials. They'll apply the criteria that is set forth in the poly, which makes sense. They will issue a written ruling that'll be communicated to the superintendent. It'll be communicated to the person challenging the material. And if the individual who's challenged the material is not satisfied with that outcome, they have an opportunity to appeal it to you. And then there's a two-step process for you to consider that material. There'll be 2 meetings, one at which the material, the individual who's presented the challenge would have an opportunity to address the board and explain the basis for their challenge. Member review committee would have an opportunity to explain what they looked at, what the criteria that they applied, and what their determination was. You'd have an opportunity to hear from the superintendent with a recommendation, if the superintendent chose to provide that, and you then break. You do a lot of listening at that first meeting. There'd be an opportunity for you between meeting number 1 and meeting number 2 to read the material. Think about the reviews that you've heard from the review committee, the challenge, the comments and the arguments presented by the individual or individuals that have made the challenge. Weigh all that, and then at meeting number 2, you'd hear more public input, and then you deliberate and decide what it is that you want to do. So that's the policy the procedure that policy IJJ lays out. Again, it's a sensible process. It does take some time in order to have that process sort of wind its way to a conclusion, and yet it is thoughtful in that it ensures that you're looking at the material thoughtfully, carefully, and judging it from all angles.
Pete, does our policy, and I think I know the answer, allow for the removal of the book prior to the decision, prior to the committee reporting out, or repeal?
It does not. It says there is, the material will stay pending the determination made. No changes in access to or removal of the materials will be made until the procedure is completed.
Thank you.
And that ensures that you're looking at the value of the material, the potential harm of the material, and considering all factors before making that important decision.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Repeat. So just to be clear, you reviewed our current policy and you find it acceptable, correct?
I do.
Okay. All right. I think we're all set. Thank you very much. We're going to move into our article number 9, Board roundtable. Anyone have anything they would like to share?
I do. The Wyndham High School ski team is at States right now, and they're up at Saddleback. At the end of last week, they participated in the SMAA championships and a little bit of results. Scott McLean usually would go ahead and talk about this because his daughter was also on the team, and she finished 15th in GS. And we had another gal, Grace Pentnet. I'm not sure how to pronounce Heyman. Thank you. See, good thing you're around. She placed 16th in the GS, and the girls team placed 4th out of 6. The boys GS, Nolan Dries placed 5th. Tuckerman Roy in 6th, and Preston Stretch in 10th, which gave us, there's 4 that count, the boys team 2nd of 6th at the SMAAs. The girls slalom did well, and the boys slalom did well. The girls team finished 5th, and the boys team finished 3rd. So wish them well. There was over 50 athletes in each group. Wish them well at States, and we'll find out how they do.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else? Shar?
This morning, some of us had the opportunity to meet with some students at the high school. It was a cross-section of all 4 grades. It was kids from the different groups in the high school, from student council to Spanish Honor Society and some other groups, social justice. And we all broke up into different groups. And the group that I had, I was happy to be able to participate this morning, but I walked out of there grateful that I took the time to do it. They are a very articulate group of kids. Some of them sound much more mature than their age would lead you to believe. But they had really good constructive ideas and feedback about what they experience in our schools. And the overriding theme was about showing dignity and respect between peers and also to staff and administrators, that the effect of social media and different media content such as TV shows and the negative effect that it can have on students and how they interact with each other and with adults in their lives. And I certainly can understand how that can happen. And we talked about, okay, so you've identified the problem, so what are your ideas to fix it? And they talked about having more frequent conversations about showing people respect and dignity, not just for special meetings and things like that, but like every day in their class. And they specifically called out Phil Rossetti, who's a rock star, and we all know it. And at the beginning of the year, he does a little speech on respect. And they said, we want to hear him more often. We need to hear him more often. We need to be reminded that not only do we need to respect each other, but if someone does show disrespect, that we should feel comfortable calling it out, and sometimes we don't. And so from being a parent of a high school student and also a board member, that was concerning, but I think that the feedback we're getting from these meetings is invaluable, and really, really think it's a great idea, and we should continue with it ongoing, and maybe even, spread out to the middle schools, who knows. But it was a great meeting, and very, very glad that I did it.
Anybody else? I know I attended that as well, and Caitlin attended as well. And Chris? What?
Oh, sorry.
You're pointing. And Christine. And we always love to hear student voice. We don't have a whole lot of opportunities collectively to do that, and this is just a great venue to hear from various groups. One of the things in my group that really struck me is the amount of involvement our students have in our communities. and they are extremely involved in all facets. It was just awe-inspiring to hear their level of commitment aside from their academics, and we're fostering good citizens, and I love to see that. Anybody else have any?
I just had one small thing I'd share. I had the opportunity, it sounds like I missed something terrific this morning, but this past week to share time at the Wyndham Middle School for their community meetings. They do them at the end of every quarter, separate them into grades, all the 6th grade, 7s, 8s, subsequent. So I caught the end of 8th grade. The whole point of them is to celebrate teachers, for the administration to call out the teachers, wins, what they appreciate about them. There's music. It's just a really fun feel. They're wearing really casual clothes and really great vibe. And then for teachers to call out students. And they do that around the cafeteria. And then after that, they draw names out of a hat. So if the teacher called out a student, they would randomly call out the student's name. If they didn't want to do the activity, like moving a ping pong ball with a spoon in a dish from one dish to the next kind of activities, students versus administration, cornhole, etc. Then what they would do is whoever nominated them, they could nominate the teacher that called them out to do the activity for them.
Oh, fun.
So that was really fun. And, they start the whole block with talking about expectations. They were reviewing a lesson around toileting expectations. How do you conduct yourself in the restroom as and they did a survey in the fall. They surveyed all the students, what they thought, for respect and conduct, etc. And then they took the results, put them together for a lesson in the morning, and then reviewed it before they started their fun activities. So that was really cool, sort of that reciprocal call out, and the students loved it. The energy in the room was really great, even for 8th grade. I mean, the 8th graders are, this kind of thing, but they were into it and calling out for administration to lose. And one of the activities was, pin the beak on the bald eagle, and they've got this massive picture on the wall, and they spin the teachers around like 20 times, and the students, they used a mask for a blindfold, because it's not a mask anymore, it's a blindfold now, and they love that. So Mr. Hill ends up over there, and, the student ends up 3 feet from the eagle, and of course, they set it up. So it's to win an activity evening of choice. And so I really love that. It was something that they've been doing for a while, and I was able to catch the end of that. So it was nice to share time with them, to feel those groups together all at the same time. So I thought that was worth sharing for sure. They do it quarterly, so if you have a chance to get in there to see one of those,
Sounds
I would
great.
really recommend it. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Did I miss anybody else? No? Okay, we're going to move into item 10, committee reports, finance. Pete's not here. I wonder if he might.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I'd like to just do a combined finance facilities meeting, because we've had a couple of combined meetings over the last month and a half or so. And what finance and facilities have been talking about is, as many people are aware, RSU is involved in a cooperative project right now with Portland Water District and the town of Wyndham for development at the Manchester site. And we did a public meeting probably last spring where we unveiled that the town would be redoing the baseball fields and softball fields up on that site, and Portland Water District would be working on their membrane system, which, at some point in the future we'll have a chance to do a meeting to discuss that. But as part of this, one of the things that we've been looking at, and that Bill's been working with Dwight Anderson from Stantec, who's our civil engineer, we have some needed improvements that need to happen at Manchester. I think all of you are aware, as part of the project, the connector out to 115 from Manchester, which existed as a cow path back in the 50s, has now since overgrown. That will now be a connector out. And in addition, though, is Manchester's parking lot, when Arlington School was torn down in 1999, was never finished. And so for those of you who've been to Manchester School, about a third of it's paved, a third of it's half-broken pavement, and the rest of it is dirt. And nothing's been done there. So looking as part of that project to finally finish out the parking lot, and then in addition, For those of you who have ever been up there at parent drop-off and bus drop-off, there's a lot of moving pieces, and so trying to clean up traffic with a bus drop-off and also a parent drop-off loop so that parents can come in, be not tagged to the buses, and move along. So we had a chance to do that. We are working on the final costs for that. It has not been bid out. In addition, there's an extensive permitting process just because of the scope of what's happening with the 3 entities using it. So Finance Facilities had a chance to talk about that. We will have a future board presentation because one thing that we're looking to do is to take the expense that's going to be for the RSU portion to finish the parking lot and the drop-off loop, to look at existing fund balance to pay for that versus sending it out to bond. So again, that'll be a future meeting. But Bill and Dwight and I had the chance Monday night it was for my first Wyndham Planning Board meeting. I'd never been to one. Where we had the opportunity to present a request to have wider driveways on the initial Manchester entrance point, and then additionally on the point that goes out to 115, and also to share with the planning board some of the pieces of our project. So I thought the meeting went well. Dwight Anderson, who represents us with Stantec, did an outstanding job explaining the project, explaining some of the constraints that need to take place, and also some great conversation about we're expanding what our footprint is on that site onto property that the RSU owns, but we also want to be really good neighbors. So we did also have a chance to talk through how do we support our neighbors, so whether it be plantings and buffering or fences or other things, because baseball fields, which used to be close, might be a little bit closer, and just to make sure that we're being respectful neighbors. So we had a great meeting with the planning board and some great questions that were asked, and I know we've got a follow-up meeting in the future for them, but all centered around that Manchester project. The other update I'll share, which is actually on the facilities side for the construction committee met on February 2nd. The project continues to move forward as far as some of the design phases. One thing that we noticed in the last iteration is that kind of a center spine, which had a cafeteria, is now starting to get a little bit smaller. We're starting to get exactly what the footprint. We got a first artist rendition of what the building might look like. The committee gave some very direct feedback.
Sorry.
About just overall color impressions and things like that, which our architects are used to that. That's part of what they do. And they had some fabulous feedback. And so on that, we don't have a meeting scheduled yet. In addition, we had a chance to look at just overall layout of 61 Wyndham Center Road, and still people want to make sure that that parking and that drop-off plan makes sense, that when people are either coming off a River Road or off our Wyndham Center Road, that traffic is going to flow and that we don't end up with a nightmare for all the traffic that's going to be taking place there. We did have a chance to meet with the state construction team on February 9th. It was that following Thursday up in Augusta, and it was the architects, our civil engineer, our structural engineer, our HVAC engineer, as well as some of the traffic folks, just starting to lay out some things. So some great news that I have is that we're getting preliminary thumbs up for the entire building to be air source heat pumps, which will allow the entire building to be climate controlled, which means that it'll be cool in the summertime and it will be warm in the wintertime. When Wyndham High School was built, which is our next newest building, only part of the building's air conditioned. If you go in the gym or if you go in the Ox Gym, those spaces aren't climate controlled. So the entire building would be climate controlled. In addition to that, we got a preliminary thumbs up on some additional square footage. And when the state does their formula, and I know we've shared the spreadsheet before, but it's a set of negotiations for how many square feet the state will take a look at. Once that's locked in, there's a factor. It's either 0.4 or 0.5, so you get 1.4 or 1.5 for mechanicals, toilets, janitorial closets, hallways, all those other pieces. So we got a very preliminary thumbs up. It's not locked in to be at 0.5 versus 0.4, which means additional square footage. Right now, it looks like the state-approved space is somewhere close to 200,000 square feet. Is state-approved, state taking, and then the additional portion, which the committee is still looking at, which is an auditorium, and what some of the cost factors might be with that. So a lot of pieces coming together, but we're finally getting to that point where the space programming document, which is the one I have here, is almost locked in. And at a future meeting for the building committee, they've actually, Lance, who is our architect from LaValle Brendinger, now has it mapped out on the big plans, I guess is the best way to put it, which colors and which components would be funded through the state project and which would be local expense. And I found it to be a very helpful visual for now the idea for the community. This is what you are having contributed to the community, and this is the part that if you want to go and have an auditorium at this particular building, this is what's going to be a local only cost. And looks like April now to May is when the initial costs will start coming in for what the project might be. The building committee is going to need to make some decisions. Are there components of the project they want to move forward? Are there pieces that at this point they don't feel like the community can afford? But a lot of work and a lot of things going very quickly now as we start to head towards still a November referendum. And that's it.
That's a lot.
Facilities finance, a lot going on.
Very good, thank you. Policy has not met, so I'll turn it over to curriculum.
Curriculum met February 6th. I wasn't there, but they went over ELA and minutes are to be typed. So we'll have that next meeting. And March 6th, we meet to go over social studies. Yes, okay.
Okay, very good. Technology?
So technology is through their bad breakup. Everybody's gotten back together and really done a lot of work to get concise, good teams together. So Christine's on the curriculum team and making teams of people who are going to have a view and eye to look at all the aspects. So hardware, software, curriculum, and tech, as an example, is a few of the groups. And really the goal of those will be to allow those groups to meet and to continue to look at projects that are currently in front of the district. So I sat in just on curriculum and, really productive conversation as an example of the type of thing they're talking about is integrators, how they're being used, where they could be used, what type of work still needs to be done, and how, for example, research and citing is done, and at what age group, and what technology needs to be done, who needs to take responsibility for that. So really great conversations, ones that I couldn't contribute to, but I was happy to observe. And so I think I would report out that technology has gone through a restructuring and that they're in a good spot right now in the way it's designed to move forward for projects that we've got in front of us, like the communication app coming this year and other things that are daily needs for the district, like hardware and software, tech support, and hardware replacement schedules, that kind of thing.
It's big.
It is big, and so it's a good start, and then we meet the first Monday of every month. So
Perfect.
We'll meet again next month.
All right. Adult Ed?
Adult Ed met on Thursday, February 9th. I was not there, but I got a great set of notes that I will forward to the board members. So here is some information. With a staff update, they now have a veteran multi-language learner teacher named Sandy Warren, who has been nominated for an award through the Department of Education. The budget is being looked at, and even after some increased state subsidy, there may be a need to increase the local portion. More to come on that. Regarding enrollment updates, Jessica Trimmer is the College and Career Access Coordinator. She is incorporating additional programs to help students with pre-college and math courses. She has applied for grants to help students further their education. Two of these are World and Work Inventory Assessment and IC 3G6, which is an entry-level IT computer program, computer training program. And in marketing, there have been increased social media postings, which have really boosted the enrollments at Adult Ed and given them a very good positive presence in the community. As some of the most liked ones are the relatively recent students who earned their high school diplomas. Okay, and Adult ed graduation is scheduled for June 15th at 6:30 in the high school auditorium, and it's scheduled for 6:30 instead of 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and it may be moved to 6 o'clock in the future. So there we go.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to turn it to you for vocational. If there's
And
anything.
I've actually missed the last vocational meeting because I was in Augusta for construction meetings, but I did have a chance to meet with Todd Fields, who is the vocational director at Westbrook, on Friday morning because I had another meeting over in Westbrook. So first of all, he said that I didn't miss much for this meeting because this would have been the meeting where they would have set the local contribution to the vocational center as we work in a budget. But now, since funding goes directly to the vocational center, there's really no budget decisions that are then sent back to communities. So that part of the budget. But he did say that kids were in the midst now of touring and also for interviewing for the different programs there. They're looking to boost their enrollments again for this upcoming year. Numbers were up a little bit this year. They're hoping to go a little bit more because there still is some additional capacity. And they're still looking to make sure that they have a full slate of instructors over there, much like we struggle to hire in some positions. When you're hiring somebody for some very, very specific, job-specific roles in a vocational center can be difficult as well. But we'll get those enrollments numbers to you, but things going over well in both vocational centers.
Perfect. Thanks. Last but not least,
Yeah,
Al Potter.
two quick things. The quiz show team this Saturday, I wasn't there, but they were invited to a invitational tournament and they scored first place overall. So they came home with a trophy. Greta was first place individually overall, and Francesca was third place individually overall. So some
Excellent.
really strong standings there. The quiz show, the first episode should air somewhere around the week before April vacation. It's not definite yet.
Is this like a tease again? Yes.
Well, I mean, we don't know. So it's like, that's what we're thinking it's going to be airing. I'll let you know when it's, when it's official. The senior class is hosting a fundraiser at Chipotle this week. So if you need somewhere to eat on Saturday night, I highly recommend Chipotle. Make sure you bring the flyer. I posted it on the Wyndham community board, so you can have the flyer there. Get some Chipotle. And
Will a digital flyer work?
yes. Yep. Digital flyer works. You can also order online. The code's on the flyer too. So both work.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Al. We're going to move into item 11, presentation of the 2023-2024, I can't even believe we're talking about this, district school calendar. And I'd like to welcome Christine Hessler, who is the Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, to walk us through it.
Good evening, Al. This has nothing to do with you. Last year I got to tell you when your graduation day was going to be, but you won't be here. It's all right. You can think of us fondly when you're at Princeton. How's that? Good evening. Thank you for having me. For those in the community that are new or members of the board that are new, I'm just going to describe quickly our process for the calendar. Our school calendar is worked on with all the other districts that we send to the vocational center at Paths in Westbrook. So in January, I meet with the other leaders of those districts, and we sit down and we bring our calendars forward, and we decide when we start school, end school, certain days that we have similar. It's really important for people to know listening that we need to follow the Maine revised statute Title 20A, Part 3, which means in short that we cannot exceed 5 dissimilar days with the other schools. So years ago when this first started, we had some major changes to the RSU 14 calendar. In the past couple of years, we've pretty much have gotten into a roll. One of the things that can be difficult is every district has a different number of student days, and they have a different number of staff days. And so those are some considerations we have to take into place. So for the board, you have the full calendar in front of you. You also have a I call it my cheat sheet, which outlines each month and what's going on during that month. For example, we start in August and we have two in teacher and service days. We have an opening day and we have a start of student days, which would be August 29th. Please know on here we also have new staff orientations before that piece of school. Labor Day this year is September 4th. And you can look at each month, and it will tell you how many staff days and how many student days. For example, in October, our staff attends 21 days because one of the days students are home, but we do have a staff in-service day, so teachers are working that day. We also have one day, the day off before Thanksgiving. That's our teacher comp day for conferences. We have another in-service day in March. We'll have one next month. April has our other comp day. And then right now, graduation, according to Mr. Karen, is slated for Sunday, June 9th. Please note on our calendar, pre-K and K will do the same rolling opening that we did this year that was highly successful. Families were able to bring in their students, meet their teacher, see their classroom. The staggered start really had the transition with busing and everything went very, very well. Dr. Rhodes and Beth Peavy will be sending out information to welcoming our new learners in either pre-K or K, when the day they attend, what day they come half a day, when we start fully again. So that's going to stay the same. Another day that can sometimes be confusing on the calendar is, you will notice in November, Election Day is Tuesday, November 7th. Jordan Small Middle School and Wyndham High School will be closed those days due to voting, public voting. And that's a safety rule that we've put in place. We talked about graduation. So the last day of school before any snow days will be Friday, June 7th. And I'll remind the public, there seems to be a misnomer that you get 5 snow days. For every day we are not in session for hurricane, snow, ice, whatever, we need to add on to the end of our school calendar. So right now, if we put all our days in for how many for students, how many in staff, this is where we end up for now. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the calendar or its process. We were able to pretty much mirror what we did this year. I did meet with both our unions to share the calendar and get any of their input, but they were very happy with the way the schedules fall and pieces like that.
So just for everybody's information, what other schools do we need to coordinate with?
I'm sorry, Shar, it's Westbrook, Bonnie Eagle, Scarborough, and Gorham.
Gorham tends to be the sticky one.
Right.
Yes.
I remember that from last year, but I
Yes.
know there's people
Yep.
that aren't aware. There are, I noticed, 4 early release days for certain grades, 6 through 12 and Jordan Small.
Yeah, that's our middle school, high schools.
Right. Why are we having early release days?
So it gives us an opportunity to have extra professional development where our elementary schools are out early every Wednesday. So
Okay.
this gives them an opportunity. They craft out usually in the summer before what's happening on those days to do that work, 'cause they don't have as much time as the elementary does.
Okay,
So.
I getcha. And then just last comment, I have to invoke Scott McLean here with his comment about starting school before Labor Day. I still agree with him, so I'll
It was my first question out of the gate when I met.
Yeah.
Number 1.
And then my only other comment about the schedule is, the week of Thanksgiving, where we're now out 3 days, Monday and Tuesday, in my opinion, really aren't that productive, at least the feedback that I get from my student. So I'm just wondering if maybe consideration should be given in the future to taking the whole week off and then adding days on at the end of the calendar or something, because they're not really that productive. Just my 2 cents.
I just have a comment about teacher days. And a little sleuthing, there's a couple of districts that have an additional day more than we do. And I know we always talk about PD for our staff, and I understand that it is a financial consideration. Just wondered whether administration, staff have ever considered an additional professional development.
If you remember correctly from the most recent contract negotiations that we had, the 2 days for the start of school, that has been extremely beneficial to have those. And honestly, I think it's made the start of school feel a little less hectic. We've got a couple days that kind of ran additional day of school teacher day, yes, it would be a budgetary piece. And I don't want to misquote what the number would be, but it's a significant, it would be almost the cost of a teacher to have that day. So the salary for the year. So it's an expensive thing. I'm very happy that we picked up the 2 additional ones.
For sure.
That part.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? Yep.
I just have one thing, and it's just a point of feedback, not from my experience, but perfectly can understand having 3 kids in elementary school, how difficult the transitions are for those kids coming in, especially with pre-K now. But the feedback that I got last fall was not favorable for splitting by alphabet. Some of my peers had kids, if they were twins, it was fine, but they're in different classes, right? Siblings are in different classes, for example. But the child care aspect of having 1 child or 2 children that start on one day, and then having a week delay for, it used to be when mine started 4 years ago that they would start the day after or 2 days after in kindergarten, but to have a week delay, that feedback was not positive. Okay. So I can understand administratively, but from the actual practical real feel, it's a week later.
I can pass that along to both of them.
Yeah. And then I guess my other question would just be, because I'm new and having observed it with Mr. McLean's comments in the past, what would have to happen for the calendar to start after Labor Day? What would have to happen for that to be true?
We would have to have all the districts starting after Labor Day in order to meet the 5. We cannot have more than 5 dissimilar days.
And they're just not willing to do it. Is that?
Nope.
Do you have any sense of what the thought process is in not doing that?
They want a softer opening. They want a couple days with students to get settled. It also hinges on Westbrook Vocational Center when they open.
Okay.
So I've brought it forward every year, and I think only 1 year in my 11 years here, we started after Labor Day due to where the date fell. That was the only year I think I made Scott happy.
No, it's good information. And
but I have to. There's 4 of them there, and
sure,
we have to.
Just in the interest of having the information out there for people watching new, and thanks for going through that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think another thing that would just be another fiscal consideration is that we would have to budget for Juneteenth as a paid holiday, and that hasn't been budgeted for in the past. So for teaching staff, it wouldn't necessarily come into play because they're for a set number of days, but there are paid holidays for support staff and the hourly staff, and that would be a financial consideration if the school year were to be extended a little bit farther. And that would probably be in the neighborhood of $40,000 to $50,000 for the additional day. So just something to consider.
Okay.
I know my husband's district is running into that because they start after Labor Day, and now they're up against Juneteenth, and they're trying to figure that piece out. So,
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And we'll be voting on this calendar at our next meeting. Correct? We vote on the calendar.
Yes.
Okay. Item number 12. May I have a motion, please?
I move to authorize the superintendent to enter into the financing agreement for the lease purchase of the awarded bid for one new B1027 Ryder burnisher in the amount of $26,028.40 at 5.23% interest, amortized over 3 years at an annual cost of $9,121.99 should it be in the best interest of the district pursuant to 20-A MRSA subsection 4001-3 in the format presented.
Second.
Any public comment? Board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Oh,
did you? Did I?
I was just going to ask what it is.
Oh.
Sure, it's a
I
great...
assume that I know what it is, but...
It's a great question. I had to learn what one was as well. There is 4.5, almost 5 acres of floor at Wyndham High School. This is a machine that actually will take wax that's already been pre-done, and it will clean it, almost reheat it and relay it down so that it reduces the number of times that you have to wax the floors in the building. It actually becomes a cost savings, and it removes all of the grit and other dust that actually ruins the wax floor. So it reduces the number of times the custodians are going to have to wax. We have one now, and it needs so much in repairs that it's reached the point that it needs to be
So it's
replaced.
kind of like a Zamboni for.
It's exactly
Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah.
for wax.
Right.
For wax.
It's like a Zamboni.
Any other comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Item 13, report of the secretary. A motion, please.
I move to approve the minutes of the January 25th, 2023 meeting.
Second.
Public comment or discussion? I have to look over because I'm always missing you, Cheryl.
I'm sorry.
All those in favor? And the next one?
I move to approve the minutes of the February 8th, 2023 meeting.
Second. Public comment or discussion? Yes.
No, sorry, I
Oh,
got
oh.
ahead of myself.
Any board discussion? No. All those in favor? And finally,
I move to adjourn the regular meeting.
Second.
all those in favor? Thank you. Good evening. This concludes our meeting.
I was trying out the second Jenny.
I know,
thought
I
of
know.
it after I
Good evening and welcome to the Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting for December 7th. We do have a quorum tonight, and first order of business is to review and approve the minutes of the November 2nd meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? The only correction that I could see was that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris Hansen was not present?
Correct.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Thank you. All right, so with that correction, all those in favor of approving the meeting? All right, unanimous? The second item on the agenda is old business, and that would be first to look at revisiting the part 2 of the bus tour. And I guess I would ask Sue where we would be with that.
I talked to Joe Crocker, who talked to his contact in Wyndham, and they could do December 16th, which is a week from Friday. I don't know if that's too close to Christmas or will fit into anyone's schedule, but that is something they could do.
Committee have any thoughts on that?
This would be the Raymond Cape portion of the...
Yeah, I believe.
The tour series?
The commercial section in Raymond Cape, I think is what was like.
Sue, do you have a mic?
Yes, I do. And it is on.
All right, thank you.
Any other thoughts on the 16th? Could I just get a kind of a straw poll here? How many people would be interested in going on that tour, and if the 16th would work for them?
Do we have an idea when it might get wrapped up by? At least by 1 or something?
They don't seem to have any time constraints, so we would pretty much probably choose whether it was morning or afternoon.
Okay. I'd be more of a morning. As long as I could wrap it up a little bit before 1, I'd be very interested in doing the tour.
Is that generally a morning tour work for
That'd be my
the majority of us? Okay. Then why don't we set that as the date for December 16th? I believe was it 9 o'clock?
I think it was 9 that we did before. That seemed to work for folks without making it 9 a.m.
9 a.m.?
Good. Yep.
And we would meet where?
Tasseltop still?
Tasseltop?
Good place to park. And we'd be in the commercial area.
Sure, we could do that.
Or is it somewhere else?
We could meet there, we could park here, whatever you like.
I'm on a call, I'm on a Zoom meeting.
So, sure, Tasseltop.
Tasseltop. Very good.
So I'll confirm that with them and then send an email.
I guess that'll work.
Excellent. Thank you.
That day.
And the next item under old business would be update on St. Joseph's intern. I place this on the agenda only because if we have no action currently, and I don't know that we have plans just yet to utilize the intern, I just ask for basically a consent from the committee that we remove this from the agenda until there's some action. Unanimous consent?
Yes.
All right. So we will not have to carry that over until there's some action, and I would assume that you will know that, Sue, and you can inform us.
Yes.
Great.
Either I will or don't.
Okay, very good. Next on the agenda for old business would be Kayla, talk a little bit about the results of the Election Day survey. I know that we all got emails from that. I was kind of bowled over by the response, but if you could please just enlighten us as to overall what you found.
Sure, I'd love to do a recap. I thought, first of all, I was really impressed when I was there for my couple of hours, how much interaction there was. We were holding up lines. I mean, people were, really interested in it. And I was really impressed by that because normally when, people just want to get in, they want to get out, but they wanted to see what we were doing. So I thought that was really cool. We get a total of 2,943 votes. And we could assume that everybody put in 3 votes like we asked. And that would be a total of 981 people participating. To me, it felt like there was 981 in that 2 hours that I was there personally. It just felt like a lot of people. And Frank, you were really, really good at grabbing them and getting their attention. I was, like I said, just tickled with how many people were there. So the big winner, and I guess probably we're not surprised by this, is natural resources with 755 votes. Next would be infrastructure for 590 votes. And then we have economy at 506, land use at 376, municipal services with 365, and housing for 351. Well, I think that is also fairly in line with our sort of top 3, and at least it's all of our kind of top priorities and concerns. Yeah.
Excellent. Other comments from committee members that were involved in the Election Day survey?
Echo all that. It was a great time. Saw a lot of old faces, new faces, and yeah, a high participation rate. It was effective. It was great.
Kayla, how many, do you know how many emails we captured?
Yes, 76 emails. And I think the next thing is to figure out what we do with those.
Right.
You know, what, and I guess I can ask maybe.
Well, you could ask Melissa to help you, or to do some sort of an update, or maybe provide information periodically. She does the communications for the town.
Or what we did with the recycling committee is Kevin set up on the website a way for people to give us their emails for the recycling committee. And then when they collected them at an election, they would input them, or we could ask them.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about what we, once we have them, what we do with them.
Oh, yeah.
I think once we have them, we should send something out.
Yeah, I'm talking about the collection. I think that's what you were.
Yeah, we should keep collecting them, but if we don't do anything with them, I think that would be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I can ask Kevin, and would the committee want me to put something on the website so people could start signing up for future communications from the comprehensive plan committee?
In fact, your first update could be, do you know we did this, and here are the results.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so I can do that, and then if you could get that list to us, we could get them entered in.
Okay, sounds good.
So that
And if
would,
you have any thoughts, contact us, that kind of thing.
that would go to folks who sent their emails in addition to being posted on the website, or
Right, like we could continue to gather more email addresses, but they would all be compiled. So if we wanted to send out an email, they would all go out to everybody who was on the email list.
My thoughts were basically not being one that's overly extroverted and doesn't usually get out and talk to a lot of people. It was just a thrill for me to participate in this and actually get to talk to the citizens and see their interests. And one of the things I realized is that Frank McDermott knows everybody in this town. So I learned from the master there, and he quickly put me at ease as far as approaching people. And it was just a real learning experience for myself, and I found it very gratifying. And I think we're well on our way to establishing some brand, if you will, of who we are and what we're up to, and some real positive vibes coming from the citizens. I think this is a great start.
I think it sets the stage. So when we're sending them this huge survey, I think we're more likely to get participation because we've sort of already primed them. We've already got them thinking. So when we're asking them to, what I assume is fill out a very comprehensive survey, they're more likely, I think, to participate. I think we'll get 981 at least.
Great job for the subcommittee as far as planning this and putting it all together, and with the help of the municipal staff in carrying it off. It really was a success. All right, moving on. Next on the agenda would be formalizing communications. This is continued from our last meeting. First off, I guess I would ask Sue, I'm not sure exactly where we stand on the Raymond Maine emails that we discussed at last meeting.
They all exist. I sent them all out to you and then had to send out notes, don't use those, because Kevin reset all of the passwords. I need to send you each an individual email with just your passwords so that you all don't have each other's. Okay. And that I didn't recognize. I was just trying to get them out. So that hopefully I can get done tomorrow, depending on what happens, how much time it takes to update the RFP tomorrow.
Great.
But I'm hoping that before Christmas, I put out to you if nothing else.
We're very good, and we did have conversation at the last meeting in November regarding the use of those, and I believe what the committee left was the option to either continue to use our own emails or to use the town emails. I, for one, plan on using the town email, and I think that, based on the discussion we had as far as freedom of information and the issues that can be involved if there is a request. It would seem to be the most expedient way to handle that. So I'd encourage everyone on the committee to use those. But once again, we're going to leave that option to the committee as far as how you want to use the email. Okay, great.
The other piece of that, if I may,
Yes.
is that Kevin did set up an email address, comp.plan@raymondmaine.org, that's currently going to me for lack of anywhere else to put it. And there was talk at the last meeting about setting up one for our tomorrow at raymondmaine.org, possibly for the committee. And in thinking about it, I think the comp.plan could be one that was posted on the website if people had general questions about it, and then I could forward them on to committee chairs. But the R Tomorrow might be a good one to put on things that the committee is actually sending out and looking for information back on. Because we potentially could change who that was going to. If a subcommittee was sending something out, maybe it goes to those members instead of the chairs or something. So that was just a thought as I was looking at the different email options.
What does the committee, what's your preference there?
Does the email have, the ability to kind of auto forward to another email address so that, or are we having to go into a certain browser to access that email separately?
Well, in this case, the general question would come to me and I would just forward it on to Peter and Kay at this point.
I'm just wanting to make sure that if I'm not missing, or are we
wouldn't have to
gonna
go somewhere else to sign into it. It would come to your email address.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I see now what you're asking.
Okay.
I think we should definitely send out emails and the survey blast from Our Tomorrow, if that's going to be the the brand we go with. I like keeping them separate, but I don't want to overcomplicate things.
But I didn't want to have you have general questions. What is the comp plan? In with something that you're asking for specific kind of feedback for. So I thought if we, and I wouldn't actually put that email address on the website. It would be click here for general questions or something to that effect. Because right now we really don't give them much of a way to contact us. Yeah, it's fairly early in the process, and I thought that would at least give someone that was interested a way to contact someone and not just go into a black hole.
If someone did reply to Our Tomorrow, would someone get the reply, or what would happen to it?
Oh, well, that could go directly to an individual. It could go directly to the whole committee. It could go directly to the chairs, whatever makes sense. And I would almost think to the chairs. But
Yeah.
unless you had a specific thing that a task force was doing,
Sure.
then we could ask Kevin to change that.
I think as long as they're all funneling to our town emails per se, then that doesn't seem too complicated to me where it's coming from or what the email address is. I just want to make sure that we're keeping things consistent enough so that citizens aren't super confused.
Yeah.
Right? So I think like we'd have to make, if we're going to use two email addresses, I think we need to somehow make it clear that comprehensive plan and Our Tomorrow, if we're really settling on that, means the same thing. Because I see that being a point of confusion.
And that's why I wouldn't post that email. It would just be a...
It would just be a... Okay, all right.
Makes sense. Okay, so...
Branding's important. I have a marketing background.
Yes, it is. Okay, so I just asked for unanimous consent based on that discussion as far as the Our Tomorrow email, and that it will funnel to the town emails, and everybody in agreement with that?
Okay.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Yes.
Is Our Tomorrow, are we spelling out R or is it the letter R? I can't recall.
I think
I thought it was the letter.
I think it's the letter,
Okay.
but we can still discuss that. Okay. I mean, it's not, I think, set until we've like officially thrown it out there.
All right.
Thanks.
Great. All right. And the next item under old business is formalizing communications. And this was Brad's request as far as responding to CPC emails. Brad? I think you're muted. Yeah, still can't hear you.
Let's see if I can ask him to unmute. Oh.
There you go.
There we go. Now you're here.
Okay, yeah, I was in Zoom. Sorry. Just wondered if we could have a policy about what goes out to everybody on the committee, and who makes that decision if it's not in writing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just putting something in writing, but I don't have time to get copies of every partial email that goes out. When it's going to go, you know, I submitted a request to you Peter, and Michaela to go to Dawn, and then that was, everybody in the group was copied on it, which is okay, but then they have to get copied again on it when Dawn responds, and it's just like, you know, why can't we, if we need to get these to everybody, can't we just do the final email?
Committee thoughts on this? Okay, what I've researched this, Brad, and so as a point of clarification, this committee derives its authority from the select board. We were appointed by the select board. This committee exists, and we serve at the pleasure of the select board. Therefore, there really isn't any need for a vote in how we proceed with communications. We are actually required to follow the process that the select board and actually every other committee and board in the town of Raymond follows. And that is that all communications are shared among all members. And so to be quite...
Peter, I haven't seen anything in writing, that's why I'm asking. Can you just shoot that out to us and then we'll know? And I'm fine, if that's what it needs to be.
Well, I guess I'd ask the committee, is it needed that you have this in writing?
I'd like to have it in writing. If everybody else doesn't, that's okay, but I'd like to have a
I'm not sure it's in writing. It's a protocol that's followed, and the committee that's besides the Board of Selectmen that is most involved is the Budget Committee. And to me, this is similar. I mean, we're not talking about finances, but we're talking about different issues and you know, concepts and the future of the community. And so I understand, I guess, the idea of being, you know, private communications to the chair, to the staff, and then coming back with the answers. But I think for the committee to be fully informed, it would be advantageous to have some of that information. If people don't want to look at it, they don't have to look at it, but they would know what's being asked, what the answers are, and have a feeling for the process as it moves forward. Now, with the Budget Committee, I mean, we used to have people who would shoot questions at us directly and frequently, and it was burdensome for the staff. And so the chair would sometimes winnow the questions, you know, so people are asking the same question, and that would happen a lot. And so we found it to be an efficient way to deal with it, to have them come through the chair, or the co-chairs in this case, and then to me, and I would answer if I could, or get the answers from the staff, then send it back through that channel, and then it would go out to everybody, so everybody's is equally informed and has the same information and knowledge. But I don't think it's not something that's been codified. I don't believe. Sue?
I'm looking and I don't
Yeah,
think so.
but it's the protocol that we've followed for many years now with the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen.
Sure.
So how does that interact with the task force, for example?
Excuse me?
How does that interact with the task force? You know, I've been on a couple of task forces where we had 4 people. Does that mean, should I interpret that every email we send within that task force, the whole CPC needs to be copied on?
Well, I guess my sense would be this one, Brad, that more transparency is never a bad thing. To kind of echo what Don said, as far as time constraints and issues involving responding to and reading emails, the committee, although I wouldn't advise it, certainly should read the emails. But the co-chairs and the town manager are compelled to read every email. And therefore, having a situation where we can share those emails back and those answers back and keeping the committee informed on what questions are being asked and how they're being asked, I believe is important. I would tell you also that even though it may not be codified in policy, my statement still stands in my research that any committee or board that is created by a higher board or entity is compelled to follow their process. So as an example, at our first meeting, I believe there was a question about, and we took a vote on whether we were going to use Robert's rules. I have since then learned that there was no need for that vote, because similarly, Robert's rules are used by every committee and board in the town of Raymond. And we were created by the select board, and therefore we are compelled to follow their process. I guess I'd ask for any other feedback from this committee as to whether that needs to be codified when the rest of the boards and committees in the town don't feel the need to codify that. I just asked for some more feedback.
I don't feel the need to codify it. We're using the same practice as the other boards. Let's stay in line with the other boards. That'd be my vote, Brad.
I think it is best practices for us to share communications. We are, counting on each other for ideas, for questions, for input, and I think it's important that we all sort of know where we're at too, and with our understanding of different parts. Because a lot of this is not going to be just about election surveys and picking logos. I mean, we're going to have probably more in-depth questions, and you may have, someone may have a question that someone's already answered, and if we're not sharing that, it's duplicate work for everybody involved. Yeah. So I think that it is just best practices. It doesn't need to be voted on or put in writing.
I think as we start to utilize the town emails a bit more too, some of this will get flushed out naturally because we have the ability to, it's not this, it's essentially not the same inbox as everything else that we see. So we can carve out some time, and so it's not necessarily in our face all the time. We can make it separate from the rest of our lives. So I think some of the problems that we're thinking about here will not necessarily be a problem as this continues on, just by the virtue of how we're setting it up.
Well, if there were some way that the emails could be prioritized by whatever, it would make it a lot easier of, oh yeah, this is one I should read, as opposed to, wait a second, I just read this one from somebody else. But, there are bigger wars to fight than this one, so I will go along. So what I'm hearing is every email that we send to somebody else on a task force or committee, we should copy the whole committee and Don and Sue, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. What we said was that if you're asking a question, of the staff or the town manager, it goes through the chair, co-chair, to us. We answer it, then it comes back down to the entire committee. Now, if you're, I don't know. I mean, I suppose you're going to have, when you have task force meetings, I would think you'd gather or together, or maybe you do it via Zoom. So I'm not sure how much communication there would be, out of that venue. But as long as you're not a quorum, the task force is not a quorum of the comprehensive plan committee, I believe, I'll check with our town clerk right now, but I believe we're okay on that. If you wanted to correspond between one another.
A subcommittee or a task force will communicate with the entire committee when they report out what they found.
Right, but I think he's talking about the emails between them.
Yeah, so while they're working on that, they're working amongst themselves. That's the kind of the point of the task force, is to involve fewer people, and then they bring it back to the whole committee and give them the feedback then, and give them the opportunity to chime in if they need to. But
that's how I understood Brad's question was, if we have a task force, let's say there's 4 of us, we're just going amongst ourselves, and then we're allowed to have that communication without emailing everybody, because the whole purpose of the task force is
Correct.
Just,
It's just when you ask,
question,
when you
Brad?
ask broader questions, or, questions related to policy or procedure, or, seeking a direction from the town staff. It's just the town's policy to copy everyone. And that's it.
And I think that the operative word here, and maybe when we discussed this last, not everyone on the committee was satisfied with Sue and my explanation as to what governs the communications of a task force, and why a task force does not fall under the open meeting law of the state of Maine. And it's primarily, and one of the reasons that I made it clear, and I intend to with any meeting that I chair, to state up front that there is a quorum available. And as Dawn had mentioned, that's the operative word, quorum. Therefore, a task force of less than a quorum for this committee, which is less than 6, are not bound by the rules of the open meeting laws of the state of Maine, because task force or subcommittees have no authority to make decisions. What they do is discuss amongst themselves, formulate a plan, bring it back to the full committee for a vote in a public meeting. And therefore, for a task force to all of a sudden say everybody on the committee who wants to join us can, is really asking for an illegal meeting, because a meeting needs to be noticed in advance. A public meeting needs to be noticed in advance and needs to have an agenda, a time, and a date set. So just as
you need to keep a record.
And there has to be minutes.
We have an electronic policy, but we also generally keep written minutes as well.
So hopefully that clarifies the question of task force or subcommittees and what their communications are in a setting outside of a full public meeting with a quorum. And does that seem to be clear for everyone?
I think that's clear. Can I just walk through a potential example just to make sure we're all on the same page? So I think a lot of, the back and forth in the inbox would be, for example, trying to schedule a task force meeting, right? Does this time work? Does this date work? You could get 10 emails just trying to figure that out. That could all stay within the task force. When the task force then maybe has a few questions that we would like to approach town staff with, we will send an email to the entire comprehensive plan, us,
No.
You send it to the chair and co-chair. I think
Okay.
what we're trying
So I
to
guess
say
that's-
is, at what the point at which it's shared with everyone, the whole email, right? The questions and the answers is when we get the answers.
Okay.
And then we're talking about, we would then respond,
To the
Peter
whole
and
group.
I would then respond with the answers
Okay.
plus questions to the entire committee.
everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not trying to overburden everybody. We're just,
Got it. So it's task force on the way in, but then on the way out, everyone has the answers and the full record. Okay. Cool.
So I just want to make sure I understand that, because that's different from what I understood earlier. If we have a question of town staff, we send that to Kayla and Peter, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then one of you will send it to whoever, well, Don is who are generally copied on that. You are or are not the rest of the committee when you send it to staff?
After...
I thought you said we have to, but I heard Kayla say, I thought it was no, only the answer.
The process would be, if a task force or subcommittee has a question for the town staff, they would direct that question to the co-chairs. The co-chairs would get in touch with Dawn. What Dawn would do, the co-chairs would get in touch with Dawn with the questions from the subcommittee or the task force. Dawn would then reach out, if necessary, to other town staff if he did not have the answer, and he would respond back to the co-chairs. The co-chairs would then respond back to the entire committee.
Right, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be a subcommittee or a task force. It could be, and most typically, is an individual with a question. And it works the same way.
Correct.
The answer comes back to the whole group.
Correct.
That's the policy.
Correct.
Policy.
Let's go with it.
No, I'm cool with that, but I've just been seeing emails go out from the co-chairs that copy the whole group, where they're, I put a question to Dawn, goes to the co-chairs, and the co-chairs copy the whole group, and that's what I was saying is just way too much for me. So.
Yeah, and Brett.
The answer is when the answer's back, that gets shared with everybody.
That's correct.
Okay.
Good.
We're all clear? Good.
Good to go.
All righty. Under new business.
One more thing.
Logo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's right. Kayla.
Last time I skipped something completely because I was so excited about talking about the elections I read.
Kayla's gonna talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan logo,
Yeah.
which I believe we all have in the packet and hopefully have had a chance to look at.
So Sue had mentioned just a creation of a logo to put on the website. So I just threw something together. I'd be curious, what you like for colors, if you like it, if you hate it. I'm okay with that. I did get some feedback, and that was that Raymond tomorrow was confusing. The big R was confusing. So I would welcome, and I can handle criticism well. So if you don't like it, or you like the concept or idea of it, but you'd like to change it, we can do that. Or we can just scrap it all together and just call ourselves a comp plan.
And that criticism did not come from within the committee.
No, it did not.
So-
I will
so
clarify
it was not
that. It was not a committee
communication.
communication.
Oh.
But I personally did receive feedback from it. So those are things that we should think about. And also why I sort of mentioned we want to keep things not confusing. So for us, in my opinion, our tomorrow is not confusing. We've been talking about it. We know what we're talking about. But it is possible that others are going to be like, what is this? So I think we should, talk about that and consider that. And I was also thinking, even if we like this general concept, if I just moved the 2 over, that might solve some of the confusion anyway. So these are easy peasy cheesy things to do.
Moving the 2 sounds good to me.
Moving the 2
Yeah.
sounds good. Other than that, you like it?
I like the one in the upper right-hand corners.
That was my
You like the
original.
arrow?
The arrow with the circle, I thought was pretty sharp.
Okay.
I like the brighter colors. They seem to stand out a little bit more to me than the grays and blues.
Brad.
Yeah, I always like to look at something like this, and by the way, Kayla, thank you very much. It's a lot of time to put into these things and thoughts and going back and forth, so thank you. I kind of like to look at them, how are we going to use this logo? Is it on our letterhead when letters go out? Are we going to get coffee mugs produced and put the logo on them? Are we going to have a banner for our meetings? Any thoughts in the group of where we would use it? And the reason I'm asking that question is some colors are a lot more difficult to replicate, or they don't look, if you look at my favorite of the colors is the one in the bottom right corner. On the other hand, there's not a lot of contrast there if you're on, in a big room or something. And so I wonder if we ought to, kind of plead this through. Where are we going to use the logo, and then, maybe black and white or the blue, black and white like we have in the upper left-hand corner is what we ought to look at. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm just throwing that out to help us in the decision-making process.
I would think you'd use it in probably all the instances you outlined. I didn't think about a banner. We have one for the town. That's something you could certainly do to hang behind you. And certainly you could put it on the website and then on any kind of stationery, electronic or otherwise, you might use, and any sort of website presence. And we have agreement between you and me on colors. I like Raymond colors, which are the colors in the bottom right, but the contrast is a problem on that one. Those are the colors I suggested to you. But the contrast problem is a problem, so I would have to work on that. But I don't know. I'm kind of hung up on the blue and green thing, and that's what I wanted on our new recreation bus. But our rec director turns out to have a different sense of blue and green than I do. So anyhow.
Yes, just I guess a little bit background so we all understand. I tried to make the R match our Raymond Town logo, as you can see, at the best I kind of could. I wanted it to be a little sweepy and big. as far as where we would put it, well, everywhere. We would put it on the website. You'd be clicking on it to get to our page. If we put out the survey, that would be on the survey. It would be on our communication. I mean, it could be wherever we wanted to put it.
I think the more, once you get something you like and if it communicates the message you want to send, you'd put it everywhere you can.
It's a mostly printed copy, I guess is what I'm hearing, right?
And
As
t-shirts.
opposed to the banner.
I would think that you might have posters around town. That we've done that before.
Yeah.
You'd have the website. You'd have your communications. You could. I mean, I don't know. They're probably. You could put banners on the Little League fence or something. No, I like the banner idea. That's something I didn't really think about. So the more you can get it out there, the better. People say, "What's that?" And then maybe they'll look into it.
I think another thing that we should decide is if we really are going to stick and go with art tomorrow. That's the other big decision, right? It's just the logo. And I guess from others' perspectives, that may be quite confusing. So I just maybe we should give it a few minutes of thought on whether art tomorrow makes sense on the mass scale or really just to this room.
I got this same citizen called me, so I said, talk to Caleb. The idea was you can do better. So I don't know.
The suggestion was just keep a comprehensive plan and just scrap the art tomorrow altogether. But I kind of really like the art tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
I think we've seen from other comprehensive plans in other communities that there's got to be some type of marketing element to these new comprehensive plans, particularly if we're trying to fill state requirements, community involvement, and branding is a big part of that. So I would say that I like Art Tomorrow. I think that if we need to clarify, we can figure out a way to do that, but I think it's important to have some brand around what we're doing.
Right. I just thought of another one, by the way, and that's the Roadrunner. We should put it in the Roadrunner somehow every month.
A little update.
So
maybe,
a little update with the logo. Yeah.
I think if we make a video, sorry John, we can put and at the end, Art Tomorrow.
Kayla worked for us. We also did, and Bill's out back, I talked to him briefly before the meeting, we did videos about, different activities of the town. You could do a video about the comprehensive plan process. You used to be, I guess, the person who would interview the employees. You did a great job with that. I mean, could be her, could be somebody else, but I thought those were really effective and we got a lot of positive feedback about them.
Frank has a comment, I believe.
Frank.
I would love the art tomorrow, and I think it could go beyond this committee in Raymond down the road. I think we can get people to kind of coalesce around that as a recognition of where Raymond is going.
Well, I'm going to go against the grain and say I prefer Raymond tomorrow.
I'm with you. I think I need the 2 to be on the starboard side of the R.
Yeah, I like that the R is so prominent and that it can be read as R tomorrow, but I like seeing Raymond on there too.
So I think we already decided the 2 needs to be moved over.
Yeah.
But are you saying that you rather have us call our brand be Raymond tomorrow instead of R tomorrow?
I think in shorthand, we amongst ourselves and those who choose to call it R tomorrow. If you're with it, you're going to say R tomorrow. But the formal term is Raymond tomorrow.
Why don't you
I think it will be more universally understood and
recognized.
recognized.
Test this on your
if
children
you put
and your
the
mother and see what does that mean if you haven't shown them it already. See if they come up with it.
You want to know something funny?
They don't know.
Mommy, help me.
Oh, Mommy helped you. Okay. Well, not Mommy then. Try somebody else.
I think these are the things that we need to sort of hash out before we throw I think if I just move the 2 over, which to be honest with you, now that I look at it, I'm not even quite sure why it's over there. But I think the big decision is it Raymond tomorrow or the art tomorrow?
Is the committee ready to basically make that decision tonight so that we at least decide on what the title of the logo would be?
Well, I think, the logo could still have Raymond in there. I don't, even if it is our tomorrow, if it's capital. So I don't know that we need to necessarily decide that. I think that could be independent of the logo. Because I do think Raymond should be part of the logo, but I think that the prominent R, you know, people then would understand what the R stands for.
That makes sense. We can, I mean, the logo is still going to say Raymond tomorrow.
Yep.
But, right, we can sort of say we're R tomorrow.
I think the next step would then be implications for
Email.
email. Is it R tomorrow or is it Raymond tomorrow? Because I think that's the more critical question, less the logo.
And I think that's actually what I thought we were talking about too. I think I always intended for it to be Raymond tomorrow on the logo, but using our tomorrow in our vernacular is how we present it to folks. And Raymond tomorrow, our tomorrow, and I think that can be part of the conversation. And that's how we rally people around what we're doing.
We could also have like a subtitle, like Raymond tomorrow or our tomorrow, the comprehensive plan. So then people understand what it is.
I think the email address as R tomorrow sounds fine to me. I mean, that's, you know, the shorter the better, I think, when it comes to email.
Or tomorrow@raymond.org.
Is that what the...
It would have, yeah, it would be Raymond Maine
raymondmaine.org.
Yeah.
So R tomorrow, not Raymond.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good example. I mean, for email, it would be the short version.
Yep.
But if you were in like a legal battle or something, you know, you'd say Raymond tomorrow.
Commonly referred to as R tomorrow.
I mean, I think we're still branding ourselves using Raymond tomorrow and R tomorrow interchangeably. So I would agree with that. So I will move the two over, and I guess the next choice is just settling on the color.
This green to me looks a little bit more like a teal. Is that what it's intended to be, or do other people see it as more of a true green?
It doesn't print out well.
Yeah, it doesn't print out well, but the teal and the blue is more in line with the logo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a green.
It's on our stationery, it's on our town seal, it's on our vehicles.
It's on the, those colors are also the electric vehicle
Yeah,
colors.
they are. Who picked those?
Maybe we need a picture of the salmon then, the landlocked salmon, as part of the logo somehow.
Could be a fish instead of an arrow.
It really doesn't have to be those colors. I'm just pointing out that those are the colors that we use on
I mean, they certainly are the prettiest, but I don't know if they're the most,
Right.
they don't necessarily stand out
You
as
need more
much.
contrast, yeah.
I mean, personally, I guess the orange and the blue and black stand out very well. I personally like the arrow and the curved comprehensive plan the best. That's me personally.
Me too.
You know, I like black a lot. I wear a lot of black, so I kind of like the gray and the blue, but I understand that's not poppy.
Well, I think we could definitely have like a black and white version of the logo. I think that's pretty common. You usually have like you know, the color background with everything white versus the colored logo on a white background. I mean, we could just have the color version, but you know, we're gonna have black and white minutes. You know, we want to make sure it looks good and you know, kind of that kind of format. There's no reason we can't use the same graphic, just black and white and maybe like a gray tone, grayscale.
Right. Yeah, because the orange and the blues would sort of kind of do the grayscale on their own. If we did that with the tealish color, it's all going to kind of meld into one.
Yeah, you need the contrast.
Yeah. I think it sounds like we have a direction. Okay.
Any other thoughts?
I like the yellow. I think it looks like a sunrise. And it definitely pops the most. But I think it looks good with that blue too.
What if you went with a lighter version of the blue?
Lighter version of
The one on the lower right.
like this one?
You know, made them more different from one
more of a
another.
contrast.
Oh, I can do that.
Because I'm getting your point on the yellow, the contrast. right?
Yeah,
But that's probably, you're not going
it
to get
catches
that
your
kind of
eye.
contrast though, because that's
Yeah.
pretty sharp.
On the blue, if, I don't know if we could do it in Word, but if you could just put a white border around the Raymond Tomorrow, it would pop on that background. Just on the, not like a square, but just like an outline of the letters. It would like make the words pop out from that circle.
Do we want me to go back to the drawing table? And now that we've had some feedback, some time to talk about it, and just sort of recreate a couple more, do we like do you just like you like the circle though, right? So,
I think
or
the
you just like the
circle's good.
yellow?
I like the yellow. I mean, I'd be fine.
With the arrow?
Yeah, potentially.
Oh,
Can you give us some colors with the arrow? See if a yellow in the arrow works.
Yeah.
And maybe a couple options. I personally I'm with you. I like the arrow with the round text. I think is pretty sharp.
Okay. So I can play around a little bit more with that based on feedback tonight. We can talk about it next month.
Sure, it'd be possible, Kayla, to maybe get them out prior to the meeting so individuals have an opportunity to kind of look at them and come to the meeting prepared to make a decision?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, if we can include that in the agenda for next meeting. Great.
Do you mean outside of the e-packet?
Excuse me?
You mean send them out outside of the e-packet?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. As soon as Kayla has them available, if it's close to when the EPACS is coming out, that's fine too.
And if I may, there's one other thing in your e-packet, you may have wondered why it's there.
Yes.
That's just before the logo. Kevin did find that it would take about 2 seconds to make a QR code.
Yes.
And if you scan that QR code, it takes you right to the comprehensive plan
Excellent.
presentation.
Excellent.
So if you do want to put that on any kind of mailings and things, he can make it for whatever and to make them go to a survey or go to a email or go to something.
Excellent. Works. Very good. And thanks for that, Sue. All right, moving on to new business. We got 2 agenda items here for Dawn. I guess we could combine them, Dawn. I know that Sue got out to us
Well, it's really pretty simple, and so here's how it is.
Okay.
You have to make your request in time for it to get in the budget, so that's the calendar. We provided the town budget schedule, so you can see that. I can work with the date that that you have in there, and it corresponds nicely with the end of January kind of deal with the finance director, and I'll be working on the budget. So that's all fine, but the problem will be that if you were to do the consultant selection cost blind, which I think is a great way to do it, it doesn't work for that. So the proposal that I would have would be to have some person who was a confidential person and wouldn't be involved in the interviews, and I'm suggesting our town clerk, and she's agreed to do that, once we get the proposals in, there would be 2 envelopes. One's the proposal that goes off to the committee for the process with all delivered municipal speed. The clerk opens the other one, which is the cost proposals, doesn't tell me or anybody else, who sent what, and gives us a range to work with, and then we could, along with the 10,000 we already have, put together a reasonable budget proposal. Now let's say by the time we get to the end, it isn't enough. We've got that placeholder in the budget, so then we just go back to the Board of Selectmen and say, we need more, or if it's too much, we can reduce it. But I have to have some sort of a number, and the idea is, and I know there's some interest in just picking a number and putting in there, but I don't know what that number would be. Once we get the proposals back, we will know. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's how I do it.
I'm in agreement with that process. What does the committee think?
And Sue's really good at that. She won't spill the beans.
Well, I can be wrong.
But I am curious. I don't know what's going to happen. I have a sense. My sense is that the cost is going to be pretty consistent with what it might have been back in '04. I'm seeing reval bids come in like in the early 2000s. I think people want the work. So we'll see.
And if I may, to kind of build on a bit of what Dawn said, the budget figures aren't really, they're set in jello in January. They aren't set in stone until the selectmen actually vote on the warrant articles and approve them. So during the joint meetings in February and March with the department heads, that's when a lot of the tweaking of the budget numbers can happen. And so in January, you would have a fairly, a range. By the time the joint meetings came along, you would have a much better idea of how much you're going to be spending and needing. So you could probably get a more accurate number into this budget season. You just won't have it everywhere. But you'd have a good
Feel.
a good feel for it, and
Yeah.
you'll have a.
And it's also possible that we get, before the budget has to go to a vote, and we do make changes right up to the last minute, that we'll have the, scope of service, and I don't know if we'll end up changing it after we meet with our finalist consultant. We probably will, we usually do. And so then we could, talk to them about the payment, on the price certain bid, and unless, of course, we adjust that as well, because we reserve that ability should we change the scope of service or decide to be Raymond, which is, sometimes we do. I'm not really suggesting that, but sometimes we do negotiate, pricing if it looks like it's not the pricing that we had expected. And so, so that's, as long as we get the final number before it has to go, to the town meeting, that's what really matters. And so you also asked me about the accessing the funds, and so that's also simple. Once the funds are approved by the Board of Selectmen Budget Finance Committee, they go to the town meeting. That's the legislative body of the town. You get your town meeting warrant approval. Now comes the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1. Poof, you have the money. So then you draw on your money, typically with invoices from your consultant or other things that you might need to purchase or obtain for your efforts. And so the consultant invoices would come to the town, the finance director, typically, the department head involved or the town manager, with things like legal bills and whatnot, I would look those over and approve them. So probably somebody from the committee would be in a position to review the consultant submittals, make sure that they're accurate and that they're, in the, bona fide for payment. So that's how that would work. And then we would issue a check to that consultant. Now, if it was something that you wanted, you would just send that request to us. Once your budget's approved, that's all you. Nobody's going to, tell you how to do that. But if you do it in a way that, is not consistent with your approvals, then they'll talk to you. If you overexpend, or we won't let that happen, but because we'll tell you about that. But it's really just invoicing and paying, and you'll have that amount of money. And the other part I left out is the phasing. Once we get to the, the final consultant, we can put, an amount of money in this budget, and then plan on an amount of money in the next budget, and that'll be another thing that we can adjust, put in a placeholder that we think's right, and then adjust it just before the town meeting. And so maybe this year we don't need so much money because we have the 10 to go with it, and then next year more money. So maybe it's over a 2-year process that we break down the consultant costs, and then whatever else you need. You got to figure out whatever else you need. If you want banners, you want whatever you want, you're going to have to give me a number on that.
Brad.
He's not muted. Now he is.
I'm double muted.
You're muted, Brad.
Somehow. It's got an odd signal.
Yeah, he's got it muted in the bottom, see?
Yeah, but it's an odd symbol. It isn't his, it's
He
his
lost his
phone.
internet.
I think his phone, either his phone's muted or you think he's lost his connection.
Yeah.
You could try turning your video off, Brad, so that you're just on audio.
I do hear something.
Yeah, I thought it might be through my headset, but it's not. I can vaguely hear him.
I don't hear him.
I don't hear him either.
Have him try it again.
Can you try again, Brad?
Yeah,
There you go.
Sue, I don't know if you can hear me,
I
but
can now.
the last time you sent me a message that said, ask Brad to unmute, and I clicked on that, and then you could hear me. Do you have that option again?
Well, I don't need it. We can hear you.
Okay. But if that happens again, just it should show that I'm muted, and if you send me that message, Sue, I can click on it, and then I'll be back again. So Don, I just wanted to ask, we've got 10,000 out there now. If we needed, if we wanted to buy a banner hypothetically for $500, what is that process within the committee to access those funds? Do we wait till another committee meeting and then formally vote on it and then order the banner then and then you release the funds?
You could decide tonight you want a banner. You decide tonight you want a banner vote, delegate that to somebody on the staff or somebody on the committee, your choice. Order your banner, it comes in, we pay for it. So, but I think you need to, for your expenditures, I would say you need a vote of the committee. But you could do that tonight.
Okay.
You could do that tonight.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting a banner necessarily, particularly not tonight.
Well, something else, if it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. It does have to be approved at a committee meeting, and we have to wait until the next committee meeting before we can get approval. Is that correct? You can't send out an email vote, correct?
No, you wouldn't do an email vote, but the question would be whether, and I don't know, I'll ask our clerk on this one, whether something like that for a committee of this type would, need to be a noticed agenda item. I'm thinking no.
Well, if it was to go out and get a new planner, then yes.
Yeah, something substantial. But if you're doing de minimis, expenditures, I would think somebody could make a motion for that expenditure.
Yeah.
You have a
If
second discussion and approval.
If buy extra pom-poms, then I think we should probably just wing that one.
I'm still finding pom-poms.
But if you're gonna recommend, a substantial, or actually, that's a good point too. You're not really recommending. You're deciding.
Correct.
When you pick a planner, you're deciding.
Correct.
You don't need the selectmen to recommend it. You're going to present it to them, what you're doing. And they will, by the way, before it goes to the final town meeting vote, it'll go to the planning board at least and the selectmen. They will have a say and they'll give you feedback on the plan, but not on picking the planner. That's you.
But it doesn't have to go to the selectmen for their approval, correct?
No.
No, not the planner, not the expenditures of the committee. Just the plan.
Okay, I guess you got that incorrect earlier, because the feedback I got from somebody was that the feedback I got was that it needed to, I can find the email, but that we needed to go to the select board. So you're saying we do not need to go to the select board?
You do need to go to the selectmen board for the final plan. You don't need to go to them for expenditures within your appropriated funds.
Once appropriated.
Once appropriated.
But
you do have to go to them to get them appropriated.
To get them appropriated. I think
so that's maybe where the confusion is coming.
Yeah.
So you have to ask the Board of Selectmen, I put it in the budget. I'm asking the Board of Selectmen on behalf of you for the amount of money that you tell me you need and want, and then they'll deliberate with the Budget Committee on that and hopefully approve it, or they may talk with you about amending it, but more likely approve it, and then it will go on through the process. Then it's the appropriation is approved by the town, the legislative body, the town meeting. Then it's in your account, if you will, in the town's chart of accounts. Then you expend from it. But you don't need their approval and recommendation for individual expenditures of your appropriated funds once they're in your account, if that makes sense.
Or any personnel you hire.
Or any personnel you hire. That's an expense, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm hearing is we do not need to go to the selectmen. We can make the choice of planners, is that correct?
Right. And you can spend the money as you like towards your charge from your appropriated funds without the selectmen.
Okay, so that being the case, we're going to get into the RFP shortly, but we're going to have to adjust that timeline because we did include an extensive timeline that was delayed by going to the selectmen.
I think it's fine the way it is, Brad. I think there's enough flexibility. What we're hearing tonight is enough flexibility in the 2-month period between January and March to get our decision made and our recommendation together for the selectmen. We think Planner A is the right one, and here's the pricing would go with that. And during our deliberations of interviewing planners, which will be taking place in February largely, right?
Basically, the interviews would take place throughout all of February.
And by the end of February, we'll have a fix on who we want, and that's plenty of time to get a request into the select board that that's the one we want. And we'd look to the select board to decide on that in March.
Well, the selectmen don't decide on the planner.
I mean, they would approve the appropriation request.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Review it and make a recommendation to the townspeople, yeah.
Request. So the timeline that Sean put together was spot on, and we're good to go on the draft. On the final draft, I think that we have.
My concerns about timelines are you have to meet the budget timeline. And if you were looking for a consultant, I mean, you wouldn't want to put a timeline in not knowing, what and I guess we do sort of kind of know that it's a couple of year process, but I wouldn't want to put in a too aggressive timeline that might not be something that a particular consultant could do. And as a practical matter, what's going to happen is you're going to hire your consultant, then you're going to sit down together and develop the timeline.
Right.
That's what's going to happen.
That's what's going to happen.
So you don't want to push somebody out of the running in the beginning, but yet it is good to have a timeline, and so. So some loose timelines, maybe a little longer than what you really need would be better than shorter. And then if you want to shorten it up, you can do that.
So as a point of clarification, just for myself, is this. What we're discussing is the appropriation basically has to come through the select board through budget finance. The selection of the contract planner is our selection decision alone. However, let's say we decide on contract planner A. However, the appropriation is far in excess of what budget finance and selectmen are willing to approve. Then in fact, what they are doing is they're telling you, well, we're not telling you who to select, but we're telling you we can't pay for this.
They can do that, yes.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm hopeful that I've never seen that happen, but they can do that.
Sure. But that would lend to some of this confusion in the conversation that we have. But it's clear to all of us, our selection of the contract planner is our choice.
But we still have to hit this selection date regardless.
Based on releasing the RFP and the timeline and the like, yes. Yeah.
And the thing I would do, it's just good form, would be when you do major milestones, you would want to, perhaps the co-chairs would want to, send something to me and I'd make the selectmen aware, or we can write it, staff can write it, but I think it has, more meaning if somebody like, Peter, Kayla writes a little, here's where we're at in the process. I think, the selectmen, like to keep track of what's going on. I know they watch the meetings, and yeah.
May I ask a question, actually? It's kind of related to that. When we decide as a group who we want as our planner, this is a public meeting. Like we said, okay, we vote on A, for example.
You can interview the planner. That was a question I think that was asked in one of the communications that came in, that you didn't get. But you can interview the planner in, out of the public domain. You don't have to do the interview in public. You can do it in public if you want to, but I don't think that would be the typical way to do it. You could have the whole committee do it. You could have a subcommittee do it. But you typically do it in a private interview. And then when you select somebody, you come out and take a vote, and you'd actually talk about it, in that what amounts to an executive session. You'd come out and have a public discussion, then a public vote.
That's my question. So you're having a public vote on
the final selection
on A, but that's all kind of aired. So wouldn't they kind of know planner A? So let's just say we were voting on planner A or planner B. Because that meeting is kind of public, couldn't they watch in and?
You're talking about the planners?
Yeah, when we're coming down to the plan, we're voting on the actual planner. Does that make sense? What I'm asking is kind of like, if we, as a committee or as a group here, we're voting on if we want planner A or planner B. that needs to be in one of.
I would think that before you get to the meeting, you'll know which one you want. You won't be voting between two. You'll have already discussed it and have a direction. Then you'll come out and have a public discussion about why you are hiring Planner A or Planner B, not one or the other, but one. And then you'll vote on that one.
I would agree that would be the process.
And the folks that did the interviewing would be the ones that would be making the recommendation.
Right.
Yeah, and if you had a subcommittee, they would be making a recommendation. We did the interviews, here's what we came up with, this is our recommendation, you have a discussion, that's the one. But you could have a situation where you decide all of you want to meet the consultants, and then you'd have to do it the other way.
Yeah. Okay.
What about the proposals that come in? Well, I'll save it till we get to the RFP.
Okay, so Frank, Brad, as far as the process that Dawn outlined, as far as the sealed bids being separate from the other, you're in agreement with that as a process?
Sealed bids?
Sealed bids basically going to the clerk of the town.
Sounds good.
I'm in agreement.
And the rest of us are in agreement with that process.
And what will happen in the end, I mean, you will know at some point, you'll do your interviews, you'll pick your person, then you can open your envelopes and see what the pricing was for everybody, and that may or may not influence your decision. But I think it's important to pick somebody on the quality of their proposal and the work you might get, not on the price. And there's a real tendency, if somebody has a cheap price, to say that's the one. But it's when you hire professional services, whether it's a lawyer or an architect or something like that, it's also the service you get. And so that's just, I was schooled on this many years ago by an architect in Brunswick when I was a young man, and at first it seemed kind of, maybe not the thing, but it really is, I think, the way to do it.
All right, so we're in agreement as far as that process.
Good.
Thank you, Don.
How will those sealed bids be opened, and who will be there, and how will that information?
Well, I think what I said was that we would have the clerk, open the bids when they come in so that we could build the budget, and then she'd keep that confidential, and then, she could put them back in envelopes and reseal them, and then you could open them after you've done your interviews.
Interesting. So you're suggesting that we do not have any idea what their proposed bid is until after the interviews?
Correct.
That's correct.
So you'd be selecting cost blind. You wouldn't be selecting based on, somebody will do it for $20,000, somebody wants $60,000. I think there's a tendency to go with most people, maybe not all people, but most people might say, we're getting the same thing for less money, let's do that.
Sure, I believe in looking, and we'll discuss it more in the review of the RFP, but it's right in there that basically that part of the decision criteria is the lowest bidder that satisfies all of the selection criteria.
So that's step one, to determine if they satisfy.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with that, Don, and the reason I say that is you heard the Zoom interview we had with, what's his name up, the Maine State Planning Office, Bill, is it?
Tom.
And how Kennebunkport paid $500,000 for their planner. And, what if that firm puts in a proposal and we say, wow, this is great.
Well, no, you don't have to accept it. I don't think you're following me. What happens is that's all behind closed doors. You do your interviews in private. You select your top person or firm, and then, you've had your interviews. The people go away. You have a discussion amongst yourselves. If it's a subcommittee, then it's a report to the full committee. If it's the full committee, then you do that in what amounts to an executive session, deliberate about who you wanted and why, take a vote, open the envelope. You find out it's the Kennebunkport firm and it's $300,000, and then probably you're going to revisit that and say that's not going to work for us. They're going to be washed out because of their cost. It's not that you're compelled to hire the firm that you think is the best. It's that you don't let the cost of the service influence your decision.
Right, but we have the option to say, oh, no, thank you.
And you can also reject them all. You don't have any obligation to do anything you don't want to do.
So the decision's not made cost blind.
Right.
The final decision's not made
It's
cost blind.
two-step.
The evaluation is done cost blind.
Right. And that's the distinction, and I think that it makes sense, actually.
Sure.
And didn't you say there was some discussion with regard to the range? Would we know the range in advance, or
Sue will.
Sue will? So
Sue will,
is it
and you will
possible-
too, because I'm going to plug it in the budget. I'm going. You can know the range, sure,
Right,
but you
so
won't
if
know the
we-
individuals.
If we get a proposal for 300,000, we can say, you know, that's outside of the range of what we're looking for.
Yeah,
So
and
we
I
can
would tell that
support
if you got one for 300,000, I would say that's outside the range. We got to.
Would you like to come
We
back?
I think it wouldn't be my decision; it would be your decision. But my recommendation would be that's not getting built into the budget.
Right.
Is there room for negotiation at all if there's somebody
yeah.
that we really like and their
pricey.
price
Yeah,
point's
we
too
could say,
high?
sorry.
We can
Well,
work with them.
That's the negotiation piece. You know, you got a bid and you're asking them for a price certain. But when we did the community-wide survey, we had Pat Murphy of Pan Atlantic who did a great job, and he had the low bid. And the selectman said to me, "Go back and make it less." So I did, and he was happy. I mean, it took a little. You know, I knocked a few thousand off, and that's kind of the Raymond way sometimes. But you can do that too, or you can accept the bid as it is, or you can adjust it based on the services. You know, you can do anything you want that way.
But if you had two candidates that were very, very similar, then you open the bid packet and realize this one is 40,000 more than this one, that may make your decision.
That may change it.
Yeah.
That we like the one better, but not that much better.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put my 2 cents in as somebody who's done a lot of these in the past. I think we're all mature enough to realize that we're not looking for the low bidder. We're looking for somebody who can do the job at a competitive fee. But if somebody could do it for 40 and we're comfortable, and someone else is 80 and we're comfortable, I'd like to know that before we put all our time into interviewing everybody. In fact, I think the way the RFP is set up,
You'll know. You'll have a deliberation and select your top candidate, and then you'll open your envelopes and see where that candidate falls. All you've done is the interview cost blind. You can say, then you can factor in the cost, but you don't have to do it this way. You can open it up and say, I'm taking the low bid. It doesn't matter. You can do it any way you want.
It's done. No one said low bid. In fact, I made it very clear that we're not going to.
What I'm saying is you're making more of this than it needs to be.
Yeah.
You're making more of it than it needs to be. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, for the second time, I'm going to ask that we move on. I think it's clear to the committee, the process going forward, and therefore we still have a lot of the agenda to cover, so I'm going to move forward with it. Thank you, Don. Under the new business, the next discussion is the review of the draft RFP task force report. Does the task force have a spokesperson?
We do.
Yeah. So task force, I think we put together a nice draft RFP. I think there are some very minor edits that would need to go into this. I think there was some a few commas to be added, a consultant to be changed to planner, but nothing major. So I'd open the floor. We already talked the schedule, so I think the schedule was a big component we were going to talk about. We already kind of established we think what's provided in this draft is acceptable. Does anybody have any comments?
As opposed to, as for the schedule, I kind of thought there might be a little bit of edits, and thanks to Don's comments. If you look at the schedule that's revised, receive proposals from planners from 12/15 to 1/31. I think that should get just changed to January 20th. The reason for that, Don had suggested that shortlist, planner shortlist, should probably be about like a week. So I would just like to kind of tighten up that timeline. That way we're not receiving proposals the day before our scheduled February meeting. So if the 1/31 could get changed to January 20th, I think this timeline is pretty nice and tidy.
Do you want to speak to it?
Is that what day of the week is that?
That would be January 20th.
20th is a Friday.
Thank you.
Sue gave some thought to the timeline. I think she'd like to share her thoughts.
Thanks. In looking at it with the schedule, for one, in my mind, it seems like it's spread out quite a lot. These companies are accustomed to giving or responding to RFPs. I'm not sure they need a month to get back to you. And to fit better into the budget schedule and to have a better idea of what kind of budget number you would be presenting, to get it down a little closer. If you had the receiving the proposals from the 8th through the 29th of December, then we would have all of the proposals ready, a list of them for your January 4th meeting. At that point, you could do interviews throughout January and be ready to do a planner selection on your February 1st meeting.
Do you think with the holiday week
that was our
would
concern.
cut it?
That was our task force concern. I mean,
That's
from a
such
consultant's
a-
perspective, to have an RFP land on your desk on December 8th and have it due the 29th, and you're looking at what you've already got on your plate, we'll lose,
Well, this is just looking at, all I'm doing is looking at it from the budget.
No,
calendar
that's
point of
good. That's
view.
the way Brad had it originally. Some of us just said.
Once again, it's just her thoughts on it.
Yeah, no,
It's
that's
up to
good.
you.
And so that's why we pushed it into January, just to give a week or two.
Just from my perspective, I looked at the numbers and came up with my own schedule, and it mirrored hers within a day or two. So I think they can turn it around in 3 weeks, even though it's the holiday.
I think looking at the proposed schedule for budget development, we have to have our range by January 13th.
And I can fudge that out to the end of the month, but I think that we would look at you sort of like an outside agency in the sense of you're not a town department, you're somebody who's making a request of the town. So that's the ideal time she likes it. But we can certainly push it out a couple more weeks. So that's why I said at the beginning that we can work with your schedule, but we need to develop a number, and that's why I wanted to do what I explained with the clerk.
And if we were going to go more with your schedule, we would probably want to move your January meeting to a little later in the month, so that you could
Have time to review
have
everything.
time to look at it with that.
Well, I think, we provide the schedule, and if there are several planners that say, I need another week, I mean, we've kind of written it in a way where it's at our discretion to provide that anyway. So I don't, that would fit the original timeline. It would put a little more pressure on them up front to get something in for the new year, which would only benefit us, so.
Yeah.
My thoughts are if you don't feel, in your experience, if you don't feel that's putting too much pressure on somebody to get them in, and I know you've already kind of have an idea of who you want to send out to already, right?
I think Chris can speak to that. He's gone through this more recently, but Chris?
Yeah, well, I went through it in Wyndham, and it was, that's why I came up with the numbers I did. I don't think it's unreasonable at all. And I think what you have to do is just be flexible. Like, he said, you can tweak this.
Oh, yeah.
If you find out the planners are saying, no, this is too much, like John, you're saying it's a holiday, maybe we need to give them another week, we can.
So that would need to go out to all, obviously.
Yeah, and while we're on that topic, and this is off topic from what we're doing right now, but it's likely that these consultants are going to ask questions. So those questions are going to come through the process and then go out to everybody, all the consultants, so everybody has the same information.
Close time.
Yeah, they may ask that question, and then if it's too short, we can't meet it, or whatever, then you can adjust it, and you would let everybody know.
So so let's say we only get 2 proposals by the end of the month. We could say, okay, let's extend this deadline out. We would let you know we wish to extend that deadline out, and then that would go out.
To literally repost it at that
You would literally repost it. Okay. I just want to be clear on how that would work.
There are a couple of ways of handling it's FAQs, frequently asked questions, but there are a number of ways of handling that. One way is just to have an FAQ meeting inviting everybody who's thinking about posing to it over Zoom, let's say, and just, pick the questions there. Another is that people could email in their questions to Sue, and Sue could collect those questions, and I'm guessing just about every question that comes in, Don or Sue would be able to answer, and not necessarily need the committee for that. And so, you know, as FAQs come in during the week, Sue could just send out an email to everybody who's thinking about it on the list, saying, here are FAQs from last week, here are our responses. So those are two of the most frequently used ways of doing FAQs. But we don't have it in the timeline. We should have. We didn't put it in, but we should have it.
John?
This is more of a comment. You know, I've been doing this for 40 years. I've never had this discussion on any solicitation before. You have complete flexibility. If you have an error or omission, you can correct it. You know, the RFP is a practical matter. It probably doesn't matter. I like to see them be tight and be factual. We'll get to that in a minute, and that's how they should be. But if you have problems, you can correct it. You know, if you want to adjust things, you can do it. You know, I don't know why this is seeming to be, you know, a difficult thing.
Well, I think what I'm hearing is that there is flexibility in the timeline, and that this is not a contract.
It is not.
So I believe we have to keep that in a perspective. There will be a contract. This is not.
This is just setting some, you know, ground rules for the consultants, or some direction for the consultants, so that you can get the proposals back in an orderly manner. Once you do that, you know, think of it as a Burger King. You're the Burger King. You can do it any way you want to. You can change it. You can, you know, have it loaded or strip it down any way you like it.
And my concern was that we lose some potentially very good planners that are busy and looking at a schedule and saying, you know what, we're all set, we don't need to do that one. But in the spirit of compromise and efficiency of meeting time, I'm happy, not happy to, but I will absolutely yield to the momentum here that you go with shorter timeline like we talked about. If it could be like the first week in January, I'd be happier. But don't need to drag it out. If we need to send out an update, the mechanism's there, and that'll hopefully be something we don't have to do, because it's an extra bunch of letters we got to pull, and we'll be able to avoid that with another week or two in January. But I'll yield to the...
Yeah, I would tell you that my guess on this thing will be it's a very small community of people who do this work. They compete against one another regularly. They have this stuff all in, you know, formatted, you know, replies. They've seen these before. You know, it's all computerized. You know, they can meet a shorter timeline. You can give them a longer one. If that's up to you, that doesn't matter to us. I only care about the budget, so I can get your budget for you. That's all I care about. That's her suggestion, his suggestion, fine. You can do it a different way. Sure. I mean, I don't know if it'll turn anybody off. I mean, I'm sure if you ask them, give us more time, but then there comes a time when you're giving them too much time. So, you know, I think I saw in your RFP that we're the perfect distance from, you know, Portland. Okay, the subcommittee thinks that. Somebody else might think, you know, Westbrook is. You know, so I just don't get all this, I guess.
I guess I appreciate what the task force is saying, and John's comment in particular, as far as we're going into a little bit of an unknown. That's what we discussed earlier on, as far as we haven't been in this process in over a decade. So we're not really sure of what's out there as far as contract planners are concerned. It may be that there's plenty, and it may be that there is scarcity. We don't know, but once again, I'm going to go back to the fact that the sense I have in this process is that there is flexibility, and therefore we can kind of go with a shorter time frame up front, meet our budget deadlines, and if in fact what I'm hearing is if we do not have a sufficient pool, then we can reissue the RFP and give them more time to attract more. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
All right. So let's, for the sake of time, let's continue on with the.
Yeah, and I don't recall exactly, but I do remember last time around we had a woman who's now the director of planning and development for the town of Falmouth. She was a professional planner before she came here and worked in a different capacity. I think she had a big role in putting the RFP together. I mean, I could be wrong, probably somebody will correct me, but I don't remember the committee talking about this very much.
No.
She did it. Sent it out. Then you interviewed. You picked somebody. This is simple.
Is that your recollection?
That's my recollection.
Thank you.
I don't remember going through anything like
All
this.
right, thank you. All right, so we'll move on. More to review on the draft. And I understand that my goal, and I believe the goal of the task force, was to get a vote on this tonight and get it out the door.
Absolutely.
What I'm hearing so far are just some minor corrections and editing to this. But in my opinion, so far, I haven't heard anything that suggests that there's a deal breaker in voting on this tonight. So,
There is one other thing about the RFP.
yeah.
Three of us went through it. There are a number of factual problems, and so I would ask you if you make a motion to let us correct those errors.
Factual errors,
Small things like the town doesn't own Raymond Beach and Tasseltop, you know, the number of lakes and ponds, the number of rivers, factual things.
I'd ask for unanimous consent that the town have the liberty to edit some minor factual points.
And things like, you know, titles and typographical things. So we each have a list of things, and then we have things in common, but, and then some of us have things that are just one of us.
So, Don, nothing that would be a...
It doesn't alter the RFP.
It doesn't alter the substance, correct?
Or the spirit of the RFP. De minimis changes.
Yeah,
De minimis changes.
Nathan's title is Public Works Director.
Okay,
And you're the town clerk.
Yeah, and I'm the town clerk. So
Minor things.
There are just simple things.
We have 7 bodies of water, not 5.
Okay, all right. So can I just give unanimous consent on that the town can edit minor factual-ish details and titles and the like?
I think that's great. Yeah, if my vote, the task force certainly has a draft with some edits that are ready to be delivered, as I understand it.
John said,
Maybe that's the...
Or do you have another one?
I got some updated edits today, very also de minimis. So,
Okay.
De minimis.
So I'll wait and get that from you and then make our changes from that.
But having said that, it also doesn't matter. Frank, if you want to send it the way it is, you can do it. It's your choice.
Frank?
On with me.
Okay.
I think ultimately, you should be able to put the final,
yeah.
like,
Everyone's already made the edits, I think.
yeah.
You know, the bulk of the work is done. Let's
Yes.
incorporate it and get it out.
Anything else from the task force? All right, before I call a vote, I'd just like to show my appreciation and the appreciation of this committee and the work that everyone on that task force has done. And by and large, this is an excellent piece.
It is.
I read through it twice and compared it to what we had to begin with. It's much more readable, and I think you did an excellent job.
You did.
Yes.
Well,
So
we had a great start, too, from what Sue pulled together.
Mm-hmm.
So I would ask for a motion to approve this draft RFP and to release it, I guess.
Within the next, we're going to try to turn it tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'll try it.
Yeah.
And we'll send it out to everybody.
All right. So that's, I'm looking for a motion.
Through you,
So
through Kayla.
I motion to approve the draft with the edits, the few edits from committee and staff for release as soon as you are able.
Second.
Is that covered?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. All righty, moving on. This is Jackie's agenda item. She asked for a discussion on community survey.
Yeah, so I went back and looked at the original email that Kayla had sent out from September 1st, which includes a handful of surveys from local towns that sent out online surveys and the results from those. So I think it might be a good idea for us when we're thinking about starting to reach out to the community to try and get a sense for how many questions we want to have in a survey. And, you know, knowing kind of the results now of the election results, trying to focus on, you know, what are the questions we want to be asking related to those kind of headline topics. So I don't know if it makes sense for us to revisit some of those original surveys, or for us to start thinking about a few questions that we would want to see on a survey. It may even be a good, I don't know if a task force is warranted at this point in time, but at some point it may be to narrow that down and get that put together. But I think that should be one of our next steps, would be to start reaching out to the community more.
The other comments from committee members?
So I'm wondering just how divided we'll be over like length. Like how much do we, because when I looked at these examples, some of them were quite long surveys and some of them were a lot shorter. So I think it would be to get a sense of what direction we should go in, I think we should kind of talk about length in a way. Like, do we want this to be as detailed, almost as possible? Do we want it to be short and sweet? I think having a general sort of direction that way helps push that forward, because then you know how you're going to concentrate the questions, I guess.
Well, I think if we're trying to determine the length, I think we first have to focus on what it is, what information we need from the survey. So extrapolating what it is we're trying to get at, because that may help direct what the actual length is. And I don't think any of us think it needs to be a 30-minute long survey, and at the same time we're all going to say, oh, the more information we have, the better. But determining what the most important, what the underlying goal is for the survey, I think can help direct what the length actually and the content actually is going to be.
Well, it doesn't have to be just one survey either. It could be sort of a series of surveys that, maybe we start with something very basic and collect some general demographics. Are you a year-round resident? Are you here part-time? Is this your second home you have? And kind of try to get more, and the other question is, I guess, do we want more content-based answers where they're actually writing something and giving us information, or is it going to be more multiple choice, pick 1 through 5, which is the most important, or whatever. A lot of these examples had somewhere around the 20 question mark, which seems like a doable number. It doesn't seem like it would turn people off totally. I mean, the one from Belfast had 21 questions. They had a 15% response rate. The town of Appleton had 52 questions. They had a 12% response rate. Not all of these have how many, the rate of response to the questions, but that might be good to know too, I guess.
Well, I took Danielle's suggestion at the end of the meeting in November, and I looked at the Gray website, and I will tell you, both their 2.5-minute infomercial was excellent, and I would certainly suggest anybody that hasn't looked at that to consider it, because I'd love to see that right on our web. It was 2 minutes 16 seconds, and it answered just those basic question: what is a comprehensive plan? And it caught my attention, and it was linked to their SurveyMonkey 16-question survey. So I don't disagree with as far as doing this in stages. I think we've already done the very minimal survey at the election, so we've already collected that information. So would it make sense to be looking in terms of step that up to maybe something similar to the Gray, and get something on the website, a SurveyMonkey with not real deep questions, but some of that demographic information like Gray had, which is, are you a year-round resident? Do you own property? Do you rent? Those type of things. And it was a mixture of direct questions, yes or no, plus the multiple choice that they had. And then consider, especially when we have our contract planner on board, mining that individual's experience with how they went about generating community surveys or their suggestions, and looking at a more comprehensive survey down the road, understanding that what comes, whenever I hear the word comprehensive, it usually translates into more money. Therefore, we're still dealing with what we've got for money now. And therefore, a survey similar to the one done in, Don, when was it, 2004?
Oh, you're talking about the last one?
Yes, the last one.
That was 14, wasn't it?
The one we had the Portland group do, was like $10,000, $12,000.
Oh, you're talking about the Pan Atlantic?
The Pan
That was
Atlantic.
like 2014.
Yeah, that was an extremely in-depth survey that, I mean...
That was SurveyMonkey, was it? Was
No,
it online?
no.
Was it
No.
qualitative?
No,
They
and
did it both ways.
That was
They-
Pat Murphy's own format, and
Yeah.
we actually, and those rates that you cited are, pretty good actually, but I think we did better than that.
We did.
We did better than that, and that was done for, I want to say like, I think you bid 12.5 or something like that, we got it for 10,000.
Sure, so comprehensive-wise, I mean, that's more money than what we can really entertain right now, but certainly build it into a budget. And I think as we had discussed previously, I mean, we offered that survey both in paper, we mailed out a paper, and we also had it online.
And there was a lot of follow on, contact, and we did that, and he instructed us on how to do that, and it worked.
Sure. So those are my thoughts, but if you haven't had a chance to look at that gray infomercials, it really is worthwhile.
Good template.
Is their video specific to Gray, or is it more generic?
It was generic. It was the theme was what is a comprehensive plan,
So
and it was
we might be able to ask them if we can steal it or borrow.
that might be something we could do. Rather than have to make one ourselves. What was nice is that the stick figures were interspersed with pictures of the town. So as we just talked about before, to have some overhead shots of the town, the lakes, the mountains, and stuff like that, and click that in along with what
I don't know if you looked at any of our videos on the website that we've had, but we have a professional videographer who's in the back room now. We have Kayla who did this.
Sure.
She did a great job. So you have who you need to do it
we got
right here.
somebody who's licensed to run drones. So we've got all of those.
She can take a look at Gray and get with Bill if you're willing to do it.
I also wanted to contact Kevin and see if he had any ideas. Can we create art? Does he have any ideas for free software where you can kind of create your own video with animated figures? And I don't know how Gray did that. I don't know if that's something that they did on their own. I think it'd be interesting to ask them a couple questions. How did you do this? Can we have it? Or all kinds of things.
And because Bill in the background, this is what he does. He may be able to look at it and tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and personally, I'm not opposed to stealing as long as it's allowed.
Legal places.
There you
Municipalities
go.
do it all the time.
So is it, this discussion should be carried over to the next meeting with what type of homework or review would you like us to be doing, prepared to discuss at the next meeting?
I don't know if it makes sense to revisit the September 1st email and kind of take a closer look, have each person take a closer look at the surveys that went out and see if there's one that you feel is the closest thing to that we would want to do, or do we want to, I don't know, I guess I'm putting this out to the group, do we want to come up with our own questions that
I think
are separate from everything
personally,
else?
we start with someone you really liked, and then we alter it if we want.
Yeah.
That's how I think that's usually the best. We say, okay, this seems to meet our general goals, length, depth of question, and then we say, okay, are there any changes we wish to make to this to make it more applicable to Raymond, or is it good as is?
Typically, the ones that are really done well are done by professionals. And I recall that years ago, we liked some elements of the Falmouth website that they paid 90 or 100, whatever, they paid a lot of money for it. So we lifted it. And the only person who was unhappy was the department head who had let the contract, and she let us know that. You're a Raymond resident too, but the town manager said, fair game. And people do that with us too.
So reviewing other municipality surveys to get an idea of the questions, the length, and how to develop them, the survey questions. Understanding that also we have Kayla's data from the election for forming, and we also have our own survey of our top 3. And it probably is going to be that it's going to be a combination of all 3 of those, along with maybe some more original questions that has been more specific to this town, and come back at the January meeting and share our thoughts on that.
Jackie, you said a September 1 email had a bunch of different.
Yep, it came from Kayla.
We all got that from Kayla.
Yep, September 1st.
So that's the homework.
Yep.
All right, next on the agenda would be the next meeting date, which will be January 4th of 2023.
And given the previous conversation about the RFP,
Yes.
should I move that, or would you, the committee want the meeting moved to the 11th to give one more week for the planners?
I guess I'd ask first, and you wouldn't be offering otherwise, but it is available.
It is available, and it would be, it would still be within the budget schedule.
And how does the committee feel about that as far as availability?
So that would be the 11th.
Makes sense.
I'm available.
That works for me.
Well,
Brad, Frank?
It's tough for me, but I think moving it back is the best decision. So whether or not I'm there or not, I'll try to make it, but it's a tough time. But I'm very much in favor of moving that meeting back a week.
All right, I ask unanimous consent to move the date to the 11th?
11th.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Is there any public comment?
Appears to be no public, Mr. Chair.
Very good, thank you. We'll move on to Comprehensive Plan Committee comments.
I think just one thing that I'd like to take a step back just at the moment to clarify, we are well on our way with the RFP and posting that. We've got the survey working in the background. If we're working on those 2 priorities, are those the 2 priorities that we want to be focused on right now, or is there anything, because I think our conversations are starting to develop the next few months. I just want to confirm that we're touching on all the things that we want to do as a committee in the next 2 to 3 months.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on other priorities as far as focusing our attention, let's say, over the next couple of months? Brad?
Something we did pretty effectively with the last plan, you probably remember this, Don. We worked with was it the middle school? I'm trying to think what the principal's name was there. But we got the students engaged in what this was all about. They did artwork. We brought them in. I forget how it was voted upon, but we used one of theirs in our logo also. And the whole idea is, I mean, they are the future of tomorrow. They're also connected parents who are very much the people who thought we want. And, I talked to John Rand about this earlier in the week, saying, what can we do before our planner comes on board? What is there that we might be doing that's creative and can really get some of this done to utilize that time effectively? Because between now and when the planner comes on, we're kind of a little bit rudderless. And if we go with what you just said, Danella, and try to, okay, let's see if we can do this, this, and this.
Don?
I do recall something like that. It was probably Chris Alkington, who I think now is the superintendent of Oxford Hills, but he was the middle school principal. He was agreeable. The school with the RSU is a little different than our own department, but we did that. And the other thing that it does is that, it gets the kids, thinking about it, excited about it, doing artwork, talking about it. And of course, we used to use this technique a lot. We were allowed to, put something in the packets or whatever they sent home. They don't do that now with the RSU, unfortunately. And so we could send messaging through the kids that way, and we did that too about the comp plan. They had some sort of a work exercise, like you said, artwork, something fun. I thought that was good.
Are we able to leverage our relationship with Parks and Rec, would we be able to use?
Yeah, we can
that
definitely do it with
little
Parks and Rec. He works for us.
Yeah.
We can do that.
In the library.
And the library, and we may still be able to do something with the school. I mean, I think it's pretty important, the future of the town. And, I used to go up and talk to the students about the town in general, but, maybe somebody on the committee, possibly, staff member, talk to the students about it, see if they were willing to do some kind of study unit on it, and or art, or whatever it is you decide, to get the kids, talking about it, and maybe that would get the parents involved too. I don't know. And then the other thing happens is you get a publicity.
Mm-hmm.
So we would get on the front page of the little papers all around here.
What would the target grade be, or would it be, it wouldn't be K through 12, maybe it would in some form, but there might be a sweet spot of grades where...
What year do they study government? 8th grade? I don't know. Local government?
Yeah, I mean, it may be high school, it may be middle, maybe it's all of them. Maybe you do a different thing
for some bandwidth of grades.
Middle school.
I think we might be slightly restricted on the high school sense since we do not have our own high school. And I understand though we have Raymond kids that would be high schoolers, but I don't know, I just don't, that may work, it may not. But
well, they're not all in Wyndham either. There's
right. But there is, I think middle school would be a very good target because I think they're more engaged at that point where a high schooler might be like, what is this? Why do I have to do it?
5 through 8?
I would agree with her having done all 3 levels. I'd agree with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they might be the most engaging.
So is this something that we want to carry over on as an agenda item as well for more detailed discussion at the next meeting? As far as participation of the RSU Library Parks and Recreation involvement in the comprehensive plan?
And I don't know if the age-friendly group is doing anything at all, but our older citizens as well. Mm-hmm. And if we have, we have the Lions Club, we have whatever clubs and groups we have, maybe try to engage those people too.
Okay. We'll definitely add that to the agenda for your next meeting.
And I think as a part of that discussion, it's not just the publicity of it, but we have to think of how we're going to leverage the publicity, because the worst thing you can do is hype yourselves up and then not have anything to deliver.
Sure.
And so
Good point.
ensure that there's delivery at the other side of that that is meaningful to the community in terms of where we're going as a committee.
So something, just mirroring off sort of what we've already done just to get a sense, and it could be easy, but we could give them a survey. I know that during election time, the middle school does their own vote. They're just not allowed to announce it.
They may not announce during the polls ever.
But they do that. They hold their own little elections or surveys. I mean, we could do, I'm just throwing an art contest. Mm-hmm. What's, most important to you? Draw a picture, show us what it's about. Maybe we have Parks and Rec work with us to sweeten the kitty and give them a pass for the season.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
Yeah, so I think there's directions we could go with this.
Post the winner and the roadrunner.
Yeah, post the winner
And
and the roadrunner with our logo.
The other thing
and they also get a comprehensive plan committee T-shirt.
the other thing you can do, I don't know how the selectmen would react to it. But it's I think you can do it. I know some towns, offer some sort of a prize or something, if you participate, which, believe it or not, gets people to participate in doing surveys. So that's another thing you might be able to do. And if you made it something that was, nice enough so that people would do the survey but meaningful to the town, that's what I would suggest, rather than a TV set or something. So maybe it's top pass, maybe it's more than that, but you know what I'm saying? Something like that, an incentive.
Sure.
Maybe we could canvass a few businesses and see if they'd like to give product or gift certificate away.
Yes, that's it.
Free donut at Village Show.
Or buy it from our local.
We would buy it.
Yeah.
Buy it from our local businesses they'd like better.
Right.
But you could do that. Yes.
Great. All great ideas. All right, moving on. Executive session.
I would make a motion for discussion of comprehensive plan committee duties pursuant to Title I MRSA subsection 405 6A.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Second it.
Motion and second. This is not a debatable motion. All in favor? We are in executive session. Right. Motion to leave executive session.
Second that one.
It's seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Brad, you gonna vote?
I'll abstain.
You'll abstain. All right, so we have 9 for and 1 abstention. All right, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved and seconded.
Seconded.
All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the special town meeting for the town of Raymond. In the name of the state of Maine, I am hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raymond qualified by law to vote in town affairs to meet at the broadcast studio at 423 Webbs Mills Road in said town on Tuesday, December 13th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. Then and there to act on Articles 1 through 2 as set out below. Article 1, to elect a moderator to preside at said meeting. I will entertain a nomination.
Second. Joe Bruno.
Any further nominations? So could I have a motion to elect Joe Bruno?
That's what
You just did that, I'm sorry.
You need a
All
written
those in-
ballot.
And we need a written ballot, yes, and they are there. And I need one more. Thank you. Miraculously, sir, you have been elected.
Amazing.
Congratulations. I
Thank
need
you.
to swear you in, please. If you could, I do or I will after I read at you. I, Joe Bruno, do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of the state so long as I shall continue a citizen thereof, so help me God.
I will.
I do swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities the duties incumbent on me as moderator for the town of Raymond for the December 13th, 2022 special town meeting according to the Constitution and laws of the state, so help me God.
I will.
I could have you on your autograph, please.
I should poke you. I should have.
Yep, that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the meeting is all yours. You have
All right.
to vote. You have the article?
Right in front of me. All right. Article 2. Shall an ordinance entitled an ordinance to renumber and recaption the zoning ordinance and shoreland zoning ordinance be enacted. A copy of the full text of the ordinance is available to review and inspection in the town clerk's office in the document entitled Final Draft of the Land Use and Shoreland Zoning Ordinances of the Town of Raymond, dated September 2022, prepared by General Code LLC. The ordinance does the following. It renumbers the land use ordinance and shoreline zoning ordinance chapters in each of the sections and subsections. It updates internal references to reflect the new numbering system, and it making non-substantive changes to the text of the ordinances so that the style of the text is consistent in terms of grammar, punctuation, spelling, capitalization, and citation of numbers and statutory references. The Select Board recommends Article 2. The Planning Board recommends Article 2.
Motion to approve Article 2.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Please use your yellow card to vote. All those in favor of Article 2? Opposed? Article 2 passes. Have a motion to adjourn town meeting?
Special town meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Town meeting is now adjourned.
Good evening. Welcome to the December 13th, 2022 meeting of the Select Board. First, we have a quorum present. Minutes of previous meeting.
Motion to accept the minutes of November 15th.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion, changes, alterations? All those in favor? Unanimous. New business, Sebago Lake Rotary Ice Derby. Is Ingo here?
He is.
He's online?
He is?
On Zoom?
On Zoom?
Yes, he's on Zoom.
Oh.
Ingo, can you hear us?
Ingo?
She has mute on.
Yes, he does. There we go.
Ingo, can you hear us?
Bill, folks on Zoom can't hear us.
Just a moment.
Wait for him to pop up.
Ingo, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Ingo. It's Joe Bruno. Tell us about your application for the Lake Rotary. What was it?
Yeah, they can't hear us yet.
Oh.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, there you go.
There he is. You can see him. Can we read lips?
Can you hear us now?
Ingo, are you there?
No, not yet.
Eric's working in the audio right now.
Okay.
I've sent them a message letting them know that it's being worked on.
Can you hear us, Ingo?
No, he's telling.
Oh,
Yeah.
you got the message?
Yeah. Do you want to jump over one or?
Yeah, why don't we move on? How about the renewal of the liquor license? Jose? Come on up.
Oh, can you hear us now? No.
I didn't want my,
Yeah.
didn't want my picture.
They can hear each other.
Okay. All right, Jose, you're up here for renewal of a liquor license.
Say it again.
Wayne Jones.
At least we are it's working. We have voice.
Oh, okay, thank you. We'll get right back to you. Wayne, are you there?
Here we go.
Can you hear us, Cindy or Ingo?
Wayne?
No, they can just hear each other still.
Okay, this is not working out.
This is fun.
All right. For what I read.
Thank you. We'll get right back to you. Wayne, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Delay.
All right.
Can you hear us, Cindy or Ingo?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we moved on. We'll be right back to you. Wayne.
No, they can just hear each other still.
Wayne, we're on the A La Mexicana liquor license renewal.
They're hearing us like 4 minutes ago.
I'm here.
Wayne, can you hear us?
Let them catch up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gotta love technology, baby.
I'm so excited right now.
Yes, go ahead.
Wayne, can you hear us?
I can't hear you, no.
It keeps repeating over.
Yeah.
Oh, it's repeating again.
It's in a loop.
I think we'll call it. Sue, can you kill that for right now?
I can't. It's Bill. Bill, we're hearing
We could do
the sound loop through.
We can still do a liquor license.
Well, we can do B,
That's what, well.
because she's
Oh,
here.
it seems.
Yeah, but we got Jose there
Yeah,
right now.
Jose's right here.
I know.
This
Yes,
shouldn't.
Chief.
Hey, we can hear you. I'm gonna leave license.
Yeah, I can, it's unmuted.
If we have any pizza.
So you can hear us right now, Wayne?
I can
He can hear through Bruce's phone.
the
Okay.
meeting
You can hear the meeting, okay.
through live
All right, Wayne,
streaming on my
Oh,
phone.
now we can't hear
So we can
Wayne.
go ahead.
can you put him on speaker?
I'll put you on speaker here.
Oh, that'll be helpful.
There we go.
All right, can you get Bill to shut this off?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to go.
Okay, Wayne, give us the story on a la Mexicana.
Yeah. So,
All
we
right,
haven't,
thank you.
done the inspection for Ala Mexicana yet. That's scheduled for next Monday.
All right,
So that's where we are at this point.
okay. So no reason to give a temporary license or license waiting for the inspection? Any,
It's however you'd like to handle it, Mr. Chairman.
So I noticed you sent a letter to him on different things. Are those things that he should already change, or?
No, what I try to do with the liquor license inspections is to send out an email with a bulleted list of things to have performed before we schedule the inspection, to try to make it as seamless as possible. And that's what the email was that you received a copy of.
Okay. So can we do a conditional?
yeah. So Wayne, we can do a conditional license, right?
Conditional approval.
Conditional approval based on the inspection next week.
Correct. Yeah, we could do that, and then if we have any issues, I can let you folks know.
Okay. Mr. Chavez, anything to add?
I'm good.
Restaurant doing okay?
We're doing okay right now, yeah.
Good. All right, so can I have a motion to grant?
Mr. Chairman, I do have
Yes.
a question.
Okay,
Is this just for the liquor license or also for the special amusement?
Just a liquor license.
This is
This-
liquor license, yeah.
the agenda says liquor license.
Okay.
Take your microphone and put it down by the phone.
Oh, he keeps coming out live. Yeah. It was just a second ago. So it comes and goes.
Sam moved it. I'll second.
Okay, been moved and seconded to grant a conditional license based on Wayne Jones's inspection next Monday. Okay, all those in favor? Unanimous, congratulations. Hope the inspection goes well for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah.
All right, so Ingo is not available right now?
It's right here.
Can you hear us, Ingo?
Can you hear me?
He's hearing us, but now we're not hearing him. And he's not muted.
Oh, it seems. Yeah, but we got Jose is right here.
It's going back into that loop again?
Yeah. Wayne, they think that you might be making the loop.
Oh, really?
So, but
Ingo, are you there?
I'm here.
there you
Oh, okay. All right, Ingo, tell us about Sebago Lake Rotary Ice Derby, February 18th and 19th.
Yes, next year. And may I introduce my partner, Cindy Bell? She's right with me.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, Cindy, we can't see you right now, but we can hear you.
I'm here.
All right, we believe you.
All right, so do you want me to do my spiel, or do you?
You don't need to go through the whole spiel. This is just a renewal of what you've been done for the, I don't know how many years now. Quite a while. 21 years now?
Yeah,
Are we going to have ice?
absolutely.
All right. All right, good. So, anything?
I'm insured through Rotary International, as usual.
Okay, good. anything in the application that was wrong, or any
No.
questions?
No.
No?
No, I believe the application is up to date.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the license for the Sebago Lake Rotary Ice Derby? Go ahead. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Congratulations, Ingo and Cindy. You're all set to go.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You have a good night. Sorry about the technology.
Hey, it works for us sometimes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sometimes. All right. Okay.
Bye.
Consideration Town of Raymond taking over the DASH program. Peggy, come on up.
Hello.
We received your letter, we read your letter. Tell us about it. What is your plan on what you would like the town to do?
Well, what we'd like to do, and as I explained in my written communication, we've worked ourselves out of a job. So what we'd like to do is move, move the responsibility to the town. Give the boat to the town, give all the equipment to the town, and this first year, we'll assist whoever is designated in the town hall to be the person who applies for a grant from DEP. We'll assist that person in the process. Once you get the process, it's easy to replicate. We'll work with whoever is going to be arranging the arrangement with the contractor. We'll work with that person to this first year to be sure that we set up what we need. And I would also caution everybody involved that we've had word that the contractor we recommend last year got so full booked that some of the folks who came in later didn't get the services. So we need to get on this pretty fast.
So the grant gets money from where? From the state?
The grant that I'm talking about comes from DEP, and it is sticker money. The milfoil sticker money that we all pay for when we put the stickers on our boats. A portion of that gets divvied up for, it's called plant removal or mitigation grants.
And how much work is it to fill out those applications?
Once you become familiar with the format, it's not difficult. In this case, you aren't going to have to compute how much a new wetsuit is going to cost. You don't have to compute how much it's going to cost you to get all the air tanks inspected, or you're not going to have to figure out how much it'll cost to have the air tanks pressure tested. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we used to have to do that you won't have to do, because you're just going to be asking for grants to help pay for contracted service, and then the contractor has to do all that other stuff.
How much does the contractor cost?
Much more expensive than we were. I heard, and I can't speak for the contractor, but I heard last year that he was charging between $7,000 and $8,000 for a 40-hour week.
One of my concerns I have is I know we are really tight on staff now, is what it is, and they wear multiple hats as is. I don't know who, and it's not my job to figure that out, it would be yours, but I do know that we're thin on staff now, so I don't know who would do that.
Well, it would be an amalgam of people. You'd have, Nathan in operations, overseeing the actual, I guess, milfoil removal part. It would be somebody at the town hall, that would be doing the grant piece. And, of course, the finance office would make the, pay the invoices. And, as far as, do we have any environmental scientists on board? I don't know. I'm thinking probably no. But then again, I don't know how many people on the various lake associations have that credential either. So, it's going to have to be parceled out like everything else we do here amongst, probably administration will be me, in dealing with the DEP and so forth. That's just off the top of my head.
So that map you sent us, Peggy?
Pardon me?
How much of that still needs to be removed?
Well,
I mean, is
The
it
map
like a
I-
yearly process or?
the map I sent you shows that we only have, I apologize, my copy has the pink, I think your copy has green.
Green, yeah.
Green was where this contractor I'm talking about was working for 3 property owners. The yellow is what we started with, and you can see it was really thick. That second map, there were 2 tiny, 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 tiny pieces of yellow. One way up at the far end of Turtle Cove, and one in this, what I call the straight Bayview Canal. And I want to tell you an anecdote that explains that. Actually, I have 2 anecdotes I want to share, but the first one explains these weird patches. I could not, for the life of me, understand why year after year after year, our crews who were so good and had such good success could not defeat these little patches. And then every year we were visited by somebody from DEP, the Office of Invasive Species. And one year, a couple years ago, the person who visited was a biologist who works there, and she's a biologist/diver. In the early days of our work, she was still working as a contract diver. She was working for DEP and anybody else who needed a diver, and we hired her on a per diem basis for several days. She said, I have to tell you, she only comes up to about here on me. She's not too tall. But she said that when she was working in the Bayview Canal, you know, the process is you identify the plant. Of course, this was where it was just everything was in variable milfoil. You identify the plant, you follow the stem down, you dig in the muck until you get to the bottom of the root, you pull the whole thing up, and you put it in the oversized dryer hose, the suction. She said she would get into the muck up to her shoulder and still not be at the end of the root. So she had to break it off. We have a forest of roots in these 2 patches, 3 feet down. And those cussed plants keep regenerating every blessed year. I have some vocabulary I could use on them, but that's why they're there. Our crew otherwise would have gotten rid of them. But they've got this deep, deep, deep reservoir of roots. Wow. So we need somebody to, we can't
Who has
hire
a
a
long
crew to go in on those 2 little patches, you know.
I think Nathan has a long arm.
So eventually, I'm assuming these plants are going to give up, but we need somebody to go in there, a diver to get in there twice a year, early and late, and pull out all they can, and then go back the next year and do it over again until we finally discourage it enough. Otherwise, we know from our work and from all the work that other groups have been doing that there will be stray plants that regenerate from tiny pieces of stem or root. So we need somebody to go in and survey all these areas. This is what our crew used to do. They'd do a survey in the beginning of the year, and when they found stray plants, they'd remove them right away. They recorded what they found on maps, and that's how we planned the work. If they came to a dense patch, then they just marked it on the map and went back and worked it. But so we need a contractor to go in, do all the surveys, remove the stray plants that they find, and really work on those 2 little patches.
So what happens to the $15,000 that the town gives you annually in the budget?
Well, we won't be asking for that this year. We'll be asking for a smaller amount, which we would like to put towards the courtesy boat inspection program. We'd like to beef that up a little bit.
Okay.
We're going to need to, we had a director on the board who volunteered and ran it for several years. Unfortunately, that person died.
Oh.
So we lost him. We probably will have to hire a manager, so that's another piece of expense. But
okay.
We'll be asking for less.
So Nathan, go ahead.
So a couple of answers to a couple of the questions. I've talked to Melissa about doing the grant writing. She didn't jump up and run out of the building, so I'm assuming that was yes. I think sitting down with her, with Peggy, and the contractor here quick would probably make sense. And I don't see this as being that big of a problem for now. If we don't stay on top of it, it's going to be a big problem.
Right.
We'll be right back where we were 15, 18 years ago when we started this.
Yep.
I've got some experience in it from when it first started. I've been removed out of it because they were doing such a good job. I wasn't there anymore. But I've met the contractor. He's dumps his stuff at our pit. So I think we've got a little bit of a working relationship with him there.
Okay, hang on.
So on the grant.
Yes.
I mean, the grant had been given to an independent organization. Has anybody researched to make sure that it still would be available to the town as a town entity versus a 501c3 or a private organization?
We asked Denise Blanchett, the biologist diver who was here. We said, so if we end up sharing this with the town or turning it over to the town, can the town get this grant? And she said, of course, other towns do it.
Well, sometimes they get funky on some of those.
Well, yeah, we've run into that sort of thing, but in this case, I don't see a problem.
So Peggy, I just want to tell you, I kept looking for the pink area. For 20 minutes, I kept expanding this thing, looking for pink. And so when I finally said, I don't know where it is. So.
I do know the difference between pink and green. However, the person who created this map for me is seriously red-green colorblind. I mean, seriously? And so pink, green, it's all gray-brown.
All right.
So I apologize. If you just strike out the word pink and put in green, it's all fine. Sorry about that, Joe.
Did I give it the wrong?
No. I don't know how it turned from pink to green.
From a budgetary standpoint, if you were to combine the grant with the portion of the town's appropriation that you're not going to ask for, is that significant enough money to do this? You know, are we looking at a budget increase for the town? $7,000 or $8,000 a week. I have no way to gauge how much time.
Well, we're recommending 2 weeks, a week early in the season, a week late in the season.
So the answer is probably yes with the grant. How big is the grant?
So that would be your expenditure for the contractor was, and I don't know this exactly, but roughly 15,000, 16,000. We're going to be asking for 7 to put towards the courtesy boat inspection program, because that's the prevention. Keep this stuff out. And I guess you'll be putting that amount in your budget to request.
What's the grant amount? I never thought to ask you that.
The grant will come from DEP, and I don't even dare guess how much money you get. I'm pretty sure you'd get something. I don't even dare guess. It'll be in the thousands.
Do we keep the 15,000 in just to see what it is and how the running of it is? Do you know what I mean? Come budget time?
Well, she said it's 3,000 or 4,000 a week, right?
Well, no. She doesn't.
Oh, 7,000.
7 or 8,000.
And you recommend 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We suggest a week early in the season and then a week late in the season.
And what we appropriate now is $15,000. They're going to want 7 of that. So the question is, what's the grant? And we don't know.
We may not be even fully covered. Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
But maybe. I don't know how big the grant is.
If you're missing, if they take 7, we get 7. And you only, even if we get 2 or 3 grand from the grant, I think we can make up the difference. Either maybe instead of a full week, half weeks. And see what happens. Try it for the first year.
What I'm trying to do is get to the Raymond way, revenue neutral from where we are now.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to do, is to figure out if we can do it with the money we have. That would be ideal.
When you get word, we typically were hearing back from DEP, I think in March, about grant money. So you should know by March whether or not you're going to, or what you're, I don't say whether or not, what you're going to get. I just don't know how to predict that.
I think I would rather go in higher just in case, and then if we have extra,
Yeah.
then we're not cutting ourselves short somewhere else in a
Well,
budget.
if the answer comes back in March, they'll just tell you you're going to get the grant. They're not going to tell you the
They'll tell you
amount.
how much.
Huh?
They'll tell you how
Okay.
much.
So by the time we finalize
can make
the
the
budget,
adjustments.
we'll know what that figure is.
Yeah.
Well, I should say hopefully.
Well,
I'm speaking for a state agency, and that's really not my role.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Never a
Most
good
state
thing.
agencies are short on people right now. Yeah. So.
The other anecdote I wanted to share with you was that a few weeks ago we had a message from somebody who said, I think there's a bunch of milfoil on the beach in Raymond. So I went over to look, and sure enough, I picked up, a joint compound bucket? I filled half of one of those buckets with variable milfoil. It was not rooted, but had washed onto the shore of the beach. I have no idea.
At Raymond Beach?
Raymond Beach on 302.
Wow.
It was, some of it was like 2 feet long, some of it little pieces, some of it was the thick winter buds. I have no idea.
I wonder if someone caught it in their prop and just pulled it on shore, or?
Oh, it was, I mean, I'm talking, it was a lot that washed in.
Wow.
So I share that with you because if it came from the Standish boat launch, that's one place where we have it in Sebago, or it could have come from Fry Island, could have come from the Songo River, could have come from Long Lake and Harrison and drifted all the way down. So long as it's anywhere in the Sebago watershed, we have to be really, really vigilant. So I will continue to check that beach during the winter, but I don't know.
All right, I guess question for Don, you think we can handle this okay?
Say again?
Do you think we can handle this okay?
We'll handle it okay if you want us to do it. We can.
I mean, that's not a lot of enthusiasm behind that, Don?
Well,
Well,
it's,
the
I
big
think
part
I
is the
think I
grant
think
writing.
somebody pointed out that it's another thing,
Right.
to what we're doing, and we're not going to say we can't do it. We'll do it.
I mean, I know grant writing can be hard. Kathy does a lot of that, but Melissa has also said that she would.
My sense would be about this grant. My sense would be that it's a plug and play. You plug the numbers in. You make your request. What's concerning me though is that I don't know what we get now and what we would get in the future. Is it sustainable? Is it something that's going to be around in 2, 5, 10 years? And but I guess the alternative is you let the milfoil come back, and then you have a much bigger problem, and you don't have a volunteer lake association to handle it. So the imponderable, what the future holds with respect to milfoil, the costs, the plan, that's the bigger question to me. The smaller question is, can we do it? We can.
I mean, when you have a town with 7 lakes,
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's important to the town.
Yeah.
Just the economy of the town. I think it's pretty important that we do it.
It is important, but again, like I said before, it's having the staff to make sure that it doesn't fall between the cracks.
Right.
So is maintenance on the boat and whatnot, can that get picked up in the grant, or is that outside the grant?
Yeah, the boat maintenance is
We-
$100
we-
a year,
we-
$150
Well, I understand.
We brought
that
it up to-
until the motor blows up.
It's a new motor.
Yeah, it's a new motor on it, and they're not abused. They're not out running across the lake
No.
at 50 miles an hour. This thing's just puttering around the harbor.
Right. So, of course, sometimes that's as bad as.
Yeah, it's a good motor on it. So I gotta guess you got a 5-10 year motor there anyway.
And you're comfortable with it, Nathan?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Worst can happen.
And Bruce said he'll jump in if needed?
Yeah, that's what he told me the other day.
I thought I heard him say that.
That's Joey for Parks and Rec.
What you could do is move the ice derby to where that is, and when they cut the hole for that, have them pick it up and get down there.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal because you're going to be dealing with a contractor, which is pretty straightforward.
Right.
The contractor, like Peggy had said earlier, is going to be taking all the pain and suffering of that minor little details that you have to miss in the grant writing and in the process of making sure that your DEP and labor standard things are. We're not putting people in the water.
Okay.
We're hiring a contractor and throwing him over the boat.
Yeah, I don't think you look good in a wetsuit.
Nope, I don't. Not at all.
We need a new wetsuit.
Pretty sure I'd float right back up to the top.
We don't have one for Nate.
That's okay, I don't want one.
I'd like to have a motion that, the town of Raymond will take over the milfoil protection, and that the RWPA will continue with the monitoring of the boat launches.
So I would move to take it over as outlined in that letter.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the work you put into it before, too.
We're just thrilled with all the success, frankly. I mean, thank you.
All right. Do we want to do executive session now?
I would think so. Yeah. Eric's here. I think.
Is he on the?
I think so. Yeah.
Can we make sure it's working?
Eric, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. All right.
Anybody that needs to, we can boot in the back.
So we're gonna we're only gonna do the code enforcement executive session now, and we'll do the labor one later.
Okay, does Wayne need to be here for either of those?
No.
Wayne, would you mind signing out, leaving the meeting?
Bye, Nathan.
Remember, we might just be getting rain.
Well, you never know. It's Maine, it's slippery. Rain can be slippery.
Yeah. Bye, Santa.
You can just go out.
Mr. Beach, are you here for something else in the meeting?
I understand.
I'm just going to put him in the waiting room, and
All right.
I'll go out back.
Okay.
Going to make a motion to go to the executive session?
Motion to
Yeah.
go into executive session?
Under.
Where is it? Under
Title
1
1.
MRSA, section 405, 6E.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Okay, unanimous.
Wait till they- no.
All right,
Motion
okay.
to come out of executive session?
Second?
All those in favor? Very good. We're back into public session. I think I'm going to go to F right now in consideration of updates to the GA ordinance. So this is just adopting the state ordinance.
Yes, it's because we found in an audit that we were operating on the 2014 ordinance, which was the last one that MMA put out and the only one they had on their website.
Okay.
And the state had made other changes that MMA didn't incorporate until after we left MMA, and therefore we didn't get the update.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything in there that would cause us to have to do anything differently, Don?
No.
No.
It's boilerplate.
It looks boilerplate.
It's definitely
You
boilerplate.
read every page?
No, Sam read every page. So I'm taking Sam's word on it.
I didn't see anything major in it.
All right. Can I have a motion to adopt the ordinance?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. All right. Public comment? Anybody from the public want to say anything? No one on Zoom?
No, no, we have no one on Zoom.
All right. Selectman comment. I'm going to propose that our meetings start at 5:30 from now on. Okay? Just,
I fully agree, except for big issue items that we know what they're going to be, then maybe we have to go to 6, just to give that extra little bit, but.
no, we'll start at 5:30 and then we can always move a big issue item
Works
later
for
in
me.
the agenda.
I agree with that.
So just make everybody aware, you know, I think we're going to start at 5:30. You may want to put it on the website. Selectmen meetings will start at 5:30 beginning in 2023. Okay?
The only other point on that would be, what are we gonna do on the joint budget committee? selectmen meeting?
They're also going to start, well, it's going to be up to the budget. The budget committee has to set their own meeting.
Yeah.
But as far as the selectmen portion, when we're in charge, they're starting at 5:30.
I like how Joe stopped himself real quick, because he was going to say, well, they're going to start at 5:30 too.
No. They set their own meeting time.
Yeah, because the
But-
budget meetings are the budget finance committee meeting that the
Right.
selectmen attend.
Yeah,
Maybe somebody could put in a note to start the meetings early.
at 5:30.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody here could talk to their husband.
All right.
Oh, those budget meetings at 5:30 without dinner, oh, that's going to be rough. Yeah.
All right. All right, why don't we go to the budget goals? Sharice, you want to lead this one?
You want to do town manager report?
After the budget goals.
So before you are the budget goals that you had set last year, and as I understand it, they've been pretty consistent for the last few years. I don't, I don't particularly have any recommendations from my perspective. The mill rate's presently at $15.
Which we had, what, a 7% increase this year?
Last year.
Last year?
Yeah,
In
roughly.
taxes?
On the town.
Yeah.
Thank the school
Yeah.
for that.
The school, combined. And what was it, the town portion was what, 3.5?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
I will mention at this time that perhaps not all of you are aware, but we have signed a 5-year contract for a new budgeting software. They have several modules, and we decided that we would try out one module. And Ralph and Joe have both looked at, what it offers for us.
Nobody.
And
We should
so there is
go to
an
our
annual
technology
fee associated with that, and it will eliminate a lot of the Excel spreadsheets, which could cause errors to happen, and as they were referred to as, I'm not sure what your term was, Joe, in your description of the Excel spreadsheets, but
I'm sure it was colorful.
Oh my God.
I think it's going to make things a lot easier for the
People
department
make
heads.
mistakes, yeah.
For me, for you, for the public. I mean, they talk about transparency, the public, understandability. Not that our thing is, I think, as difficult to follow as some other budgets that are incorporated within our budget. But I think it's going to be a huge improvement. And I think Joe also made the comment that, in his world, that what we're doing is probably a bit archaic. I'll use that term. He didn't use that one, but we definitely could improve,
Yeah.
and that's what this is. And so the idea was whether we do it next year or this year, and so we're going to find the resources and do it this year.
So why a 5-year if you're not even sure if you like it or not?
well, like I said, they have several modules, like 5 or 6 different modules. We're only going to choose one to start, and the primary reason they only offer either a 3 or 5 year contract, and to lock in the rate for the 5 years, because they were looking at a 6% increase.
Right, and nothing is, so set in stone that you can't.
We looked at the
right.
termination clause.
Correct. Correct. But I don't believe that's what's going to happen from what I see of it.
It looked like a pretty simple software to use, actually.
I don't know. Nobody asked me. I mean,
Well,
really.
there's a reason for that. All right.
Gonna stick with the goals?
I guess so.
I mean, looking at these 5 things, pretty much same thing we've done. So,
Okay, I'm gonna put this in here, and I don't know if this is a goal or not, but I know you guys are trying to keep the budget intact, but I want to make sure in this budget goals that we maintain the new programs and are able to do the programs that we have brought on in town, if that makes sense. For instance, Raymond Rec and Raymond Parks and Recreation, and Joe is just,
he's doing a great job.
oh my God, he is flying high on this stuff, just from what I've seen online, with signing things up and adding new things in and working with the library. And so I want to make sure that whatever we do, we make sure we support that,
I don't think you've heard anybody say want to cut it.
See, there you go. You guys, you got it you got it on tape. There you go. All right, cool. That's all I was going for.
I mean, you look at what Joe's done, and he's brought in so many kids into these
Yeah.
programs, and that's
it's
what a
grown.
town should be supporting, is,
Well, right.
Yeah.
And again, I just wanted to put that out there because, I mean, people do put programs in there and don't support them. I'm not saying here, but like in other towns, and they fall. And this one, we have it, and I want to make sure that, and the community is loving it.
Yeah.
They really are. I mean,
he's grown every program.
he's also pulling in different businesses to help out too, like Aroma Joe's sponsored the movie night for them down there. For Halloween, I believe it's what it is too.
Yeah, Bangor Savings Bank was a sponsor. I can't recall.
Yeah.
Who are the others? There was a few other businesses
Nice.
that sponsor his.
So they're
movie night.
really doing that outreach too, which is really, really good and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure that we do what we can, and if Joe comes in asking for $1 million, we say yeah.
Which Joe? Which Joe? What are you talking about? Yeah.
No, he won't. He wouldn't do that. He's pretty tight on his budget.
All right.
So I think Nathan's taught him well.
All right, you have the dates written down. I mean, it's so hard to tell right now, but
Yeah.
I guess we'll just go with what you have down there.
For the proposed schedule? Okay.
And then they'll change it later.
Yeah.
Which,
Depending on when I leave on vacation, but.
if I might,
Or a golf game.
Yeah.
if I might make one statement here.
Yeah.
On the February 28th, we have the animal control in there. In my opinion, it should be Casco's town manager that is presenting that budget, not the ACO. She is not even our employee. She is essentially subcontracted to us, so I don't think she should be presenting it to us. Her boss should be presenting it.
And her boss is the Casco town manager.
We'll notify them, right?
I mean, it's
Yep.
not, unfortunately, it's not my meeting, so I can't say, but I mean, that's my opinion.
And this isn't, and in Jessica's defense is when she comes in and we're grilling her on questions.
I mean, she can certainly be there to help support him, but it's not her, she doesn't own that budget. He
No,
owns that
exactly, but
budget.
she's only answering as best she can based on what these are, well, but it's also the other two town managers too.
Correct. It's a 3 town manager budget that's presented.
Will you send these dates out to the Budget Finance?
Will I? Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
The other question is, any of the side, I'm trying to find it, the provider, not the provider agent, who's the extras?
Extras?
The Rattlers, baseball, all that. It's not
The Raymond Recreation.
I mean, it says they have a deadline until what? Deadline for outside agency requests is January 13th.
Correct.
Can we remind whoever has submitted applications
In the past.
in the past?
Sure.
Can we just send them a reminder?
And if they don't do it, then so be it, but
Yeah, like
this way
the-
we just kinda.
Yeah, like last year, wasn't it snowmobile, the Rattlers?
Raymond Rattlers
They
that
came
were-
in like right at the last minute
Yeah.
because they didn't know about it. So if we
Who
could
was the
just
contact
remind
there,
them.
Teresa?
It was Larry Wood before, I don't think it's Larry Wood
Larry's
anymore.
not anymore.
Larry's like, how about Zach Davis?
Is it Zach? I can ask Keith Thomas,
Yeah.
he would know,
It's one of them,
yeah.
so.
And we were already receiving outside agency requests, and I'm just maintaining them in the file.
Yep.
I know that there was another one from Russ Hutchinson, and what happened was it was this.
Crescent Lake
Yeah.
Watershed,
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
as well as Raymond Historical Society. I think they missed the deadline last year.
So that would be David Allen?
No, Amy.
Well, they didn't miss the deadline last year. What happened was they had submitted the request, then the moving the building
That's
came
right,
in.
came in.
After it had already come, so.
Right, okay, yeah.
They missed the timeline for the building.
That was for the extra building, yeah. But they usually get so much anyways, all right. Yeah, just to give a heads up.
Yeah, remind anyone who was in the budget in the past.
Right.
Okay, so I guess we're all okay with these dates. Notified Budget Finance Committee. How many people are in Budget Finance now?
7.
7? Okay. All right, anything else?
I have one question to ask. We had our kickoff meeting with the new budget software company today. Kathy and I attended that. And one of the things that we'll need to know is like how many years of historical data that you'd like to see included in this software. If you want, 4, 5, 8, 10.
I'll tell you where your problem's gonna come, if you start going back more than like 4 years.
4 or 5 years, yeah.
Is that accounts have changed so many times, and so what was
Right.
consolidating to something else, and to try and split those out and break those down is gonna be probably an insurmountable task.
Yeah.
So if I think, 4 years would be probably the.
I think 4 years is max.
Okay.
I would say 3 years. would be
That's
fine.
what, I was thinking 3 years, but
That's what I'm thinking too.
if you get to 4, you get to 4, but 3 is Probably plenty.
I mean, you can kind of see as you start to look through there and see where things shifted and see what makes sense, because you can get into the point of trying to compare something that you can't compare.
Right,
if you
as
go out
changes
far
have been
enough.
made. I know I made a couple when I became finance director, and there was other changes, I think, along the way.
Everyone did, and we've had 3.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's the point, 3 years.
But if everything were to stay static, how long would you want to see? I think that's another
I mean, 3 years.
3
you know,
years.
3 years is
Plenty of history.
You always have that data. I'm sure there's a summary
Right.
sheet where you could have that data. It's just whether you'd have it in the active, document.
You still have them?
Yeah, I got my old budget finance.
Oh, my gosh.
You must have a big
That must-
basement.
I was just gonna say
Put it
that.
this way, I have my budget finance one from when I started, and the fire department budget was like $12,000.
Yeah. And we're gonna turn back the clock. Yeah.
So that's how far mine go back.
Yeah. All right. Okay,
Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Town manager's report.
Okay, I'm going to start with a comprehensive plan update, and on that point, Kevin and Sue have put up a new email sign-up form on the website, so you can get comp plan updates as they occur. So that's an interesting thing. I think we have over 100 people from the elections that signed up for updates already, and on that point, we had 928 people in the exit poll for the comp plan participate, which is amazing. And no surprise, natural resource protection was the top priority. There are many other priorities, but that was the top one. The RFP for professional services went out yesterday. A pretty arduous process, but we finally got there. So that's out to consultants, and we should be getting some proposals back shortly. I want to remind people about the Raymond Community Assistance Fund. If you're in need, or you know of someone in need who doesn't necessarily qualify for general assistance but is struggling, we have funds. We want to help. These are privately donated funds that we receive on an ongoing basis. So I don't want anyone out there to be without basic necessities and struggling at this difficult time. Please contact us. Contact Jenny Silverblade in GA or me, and you can reach us through the town office number, and my cell phone's on the website anytime. So basically, we want to help people who are in need. We have a new deputy fire chief, Paul Ginther, who is currently a Jacksonville, Florida station captain, which means he's in charge of his station. He's coming from a very similar location to Raymond, Jacksonville. They have 67 fire stations and 1,800 firefighters, so it's very similar to Raymond. But yeah. So, but anyway, what's interesting is I had an opportunity to spend an hour with him myself, a couple hours with him and Bruce. Then there was a meet and greet on Sunday. He's a very down-to-earth guy, and he asked a lot of good questions. He made his way up through the ranks from a call firefighter, and then to the position he holds now. He's retiring from Jacksonville. He's still got many years left that he could serve our town. Although he's from Jacksonville, his family's all from Maine, so that's a nice thing. And he's unlike the average person who wants to leave Maine and go to Florida. He wants to come back the other way for some reason. And so that's who he is and what he's doing. He had been looking for some jobs in the Northeast, but I think him coming here and meeting with us was really instrumental in him choosing us over some of his other opportunities. And I'm really pleased that we were able to attract him here. And what's his start date, Bruce, do you think?
When we chatted the other day, he was talking about mid-January.
Mid-January, okay.
Yeah, at the earliest, but there's a lot of things that have to come together for that.
He sold his house, and he's making his way through the required, testing and so forth, and everything's A-okay.
Wow.
That's great.
Okay, let's see. I guess the only other thing, talked about it last time, but drive safely. It's going to snow on Friday. We're going to have a big snowstorm. First one of the year. We always have a lot of issues, but we're ready, and if you can stay home, stay home. That would be the best thing I would say if we get significant snow. Stay off the roads. That's it.
All righty.
Yeah.
Can I just throw something out there real quick?
Oh, I got the dates too, yeah.
Oh, Raymond
Sorry.
Radlers. Keith Thomas said that he is going to find the person who volunteered to be president, and he'll give him the heads up. He said he was out sick that night. So, yeah, so he says, thank you for the heads up. So I told him January 13th, it's got to be in by. So I'll find out, he'll find out who it is and let me know. And
Okay,
then I'll
our-
text you, sorry.
What's that?
You're all set.
Our next meeting dates are January 10th, 23, February 14th. Isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, do we
Great.
really
Is that-
want
is
to,
that
I
now?
really don't want to hang out with you guys February 14th. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, the last time it fell on Valentine's Day.
did.
You decided to change the week.
Let's do the January meeting and then we'll worry about it.
Okay.
And remember, 5:30.
5:30. Mm-hmm.
And remember, 2023.
It says that.
I know. I know, we got it this year.
Yeah, let's, we'll take a look at the whole budget situation and see if we need to meet on the second week.
So, oh, shoot.
What?
I was gonna make a motion to adjourn. We still have to go into executive session yet.
Good try.
I make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 405-6D for a discussion of labor contract and proposal. I was so excited.
Moved and seconded. Bill, we're going into executive session.
All in favor?
All in favor.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor.
Move to adjourn.
All in favor. We are adjourned.
Welcome to the Wednesday, December 14th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. We do have a workshop scheduled for this evening. I've asked Sandy to actually modify that to a meeting only so that we can get the report of the site walk in. So I'm not going to read since we have no applications before us, I'm not going to read our whole intro, but we will need to take attendance so that we make an official meeting so we can vote. So if you'd start us off, Mike.
Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich. Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury. There we go. We have a full board. We have no minutes for right now, so we're going right into the site walk just to get, I didn't want 2 months to go by before we could get the site walk into the record. So I've just tried to summarize this a little bit. I would appreciate it if anybody thinks anything is wrong or would like to add some stuff to it. It's just kind of quick and brief. The planning board conducted a site walk at 402 Webb Mills Road on 3 December 2022. The purpose of the site walk was to obtain background information concerning an application submitted by Ms. Nicole Starrett for the development of the property. The property is in the rural residential district, and the applicant obtained conditional use authorization from the ZBA on January 8th, 2021. Ms. Nicole Starrett conducted the site walk, stating that the firm she hired to develop the application, Maine Land, was not available. Consequently, important information that is usually present at site walks was not available, specifically things like property line markings, topographical map, proposed clearing, buffer maintenance, etc. Ms. Starrett further informed the board that Maine Land would not be starting the application process until sometime in mid-January 2023. Consequently, the board may consider returning at some point for a more productive site walk. Great. Additions? Anybody?
None, sounds accurate to me.
Sounds okay?
It's accurate, yep.
Good. Alex? Jim?
Do we want to give them any insight as to items we want to see on the application going forward, or is this just basically the observations from the site walk?
Just basically the observations from the site walk.
Fair enough.
Do you have anything that we missed?
I just would say, I want to see the wetland and any stream delineation.
Yep. We'll add that on after the buffer maintenance wetland.
From our observation, it appeared that some filling had occurred, but at this point, I don't know how we'd be able to accumulate what had been done.
Is the driveway angle, which we never really looked at, is that?
Yeah, that's a Wayne concern. I think Wayne can chime in on that, but he has a concern where it goes by the corner of that house that there may be not enough adequate width or turning radius to get a emergency vehicle down there.
Wayne's right below you. So Wayne, would you?
Yes, Jim summed that up for you very well. That would be our concerns. And also just want to verify the grade going down into that lower level parking lot.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Kevin, you okay?
may I be allowed to address the board on this issue?
No. Kevin, you okay?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. Could I just get a motion then to accept the sidewalk?
So we're gonna wait until we have an application before we sort of discuss?
Yes, we have no application to discuss.
Okay. Because like many, I have many concerns, but.
But from the sidewalk?
No, well, yeah, from the sidewalk. but-
Okay, well, those you should mention them.
Okay, then, I guess, looking at the findings of fact from the zoning board of appeals, findings of fact number 6, the applicant has proposed after-the-fact approval for an existing contractor use in order to continue to operate their family business, start snow and landscape services. So when we were on the sidewalk, I saw a bunch of firewood, and from number 6, I'm sort of thinking that the approval for a conditional use would not include them expanding their contractor use to selling firewood on that site, off that site.
Okay.
And so I guess that's
So the firewood usage is a concern.
that's a question going forward.
I thought she said they were not selling the fire.
The one, she said it was theirs.
Right, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they would ever be able to.
Right.
Is that something we want to ask the court officer now, or do we wait till we have an application?
We have an application.
That's application.
Could I get a motion to accept then, sidewalk?
Motion to accept sidewalk report?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, any discussion? All in favor? And opposed? Okay, so that's done. Sandy, I can probably clean this up a little bit, capture a couple things and drop it off with you for the minutes.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay, next up is our workshop for the proposed ordinance. It's all up to you.
All right. So I'm assuming you guys got the list in the packet. There's probably some, maybe 1 or 2 things I need to add to this, but I'm trying to figure out how to try and combine some of these to try and keep it like 10 or less, just because I don't want to overwhelm.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be, we're not doing town meeting this year. It's going to be referendum style again. So we've been doing pretty well the last couple of years with not losing voters, just having them not vote. Most people are still voting on the land use items, which was my fear going to that type of voting style. People wouldn't know what they're voting on and they would just not answer. But we did pretty good. So, but we definitely don't want to do too many. So I think some of these can still be combined. So I'm working on that. But so if we want to go through each one, the first one is mandatory. It's not an optional one. This is a correction that DEP is making us do. This actually might change. Our attorney's been working with actually the AG's office because it was the attorney who suggested this change and DEP rejected it. So he wanted to know why. and we think we know why now. So right now I'm proposing it as an amendment, but really all it does is it removes the variance option that we put in for single families in the shoreland zone. We put that in last year, and DEP is saying that we can't have that in there because it's less strict than Chapter 1000. Even though it doesn't affect a setback to the water, it's just for a road or side setback, which DEP typically doesn't care about. So that's kind of the unusual thing here. So anyways, that would come out. The second one is a continuation of that DEP order. This is changes to actually, again, two things that we changed last year, although one of them is the solar energy system definition. They had a minor tweak to that. Within the shoreland zone, they have a specific definition that we have to use for solar energy systems. So up until the last 2 years, within the shoreland zoning ordinance, a town had the ability to kind of wordsmith definitions as long as it didn't change the intent of what Chapter 1000 says. In the last couple of years, DEP's changed their mind and is now, we want you to adopt this specific wording. So according to the attorney, they're seeing a lot of this from the state, basically mandating that towns adopt language that's exactly to Chapter 1000, the shoreline zoning guidelines. So that's what you see here, the solar energy system definition, the structure definition, and I think that's it for that one.
Is that basically to keep it consistent amongst the towns?
Yes. Yeah. And, you know, one of the things that I really don't like, and I've been trying to work away from, is definitions that don't match between land use and shoreline. So last year we went through and actually the last 2 years we've gone through and corrected definitions so they all match. And so now we'll have solar energy system different in land use and shoreland, but I don't think it really is a big deal. And we can't really amend the land use to match the shoreland because then it would completely go against the point of the solar energy system ordinance, because it's solar power to meet the needs of allowed residential uses. So that's it for those two.
Alex, I think if you want to consolidate, to me, I think you can consolidate those first two items because they're clerical changes from.
Yeah, I think so. That would be fine. I mean, they have to be approved. I don't know what happens if they got voted down because the DEP order, I think the DEP order would still be in effect. Basically, what they're saying is our ordinance doesn't matter. We're telling you this is what your ordinance is. But that order says that the next opportunity to amend, you have to amend. So we could put those two together. I think it'll be fine. And probably even one of the others later on. Number 3, 23-03 was one of the, I don't know what that noise is.
What is that?
It keeps doing that.
Hey, Graham and Eric, we're hearing like almost kind of like a feedback noise, but I think it might be Wayne. Wayne, can you possibly mute for a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
We'll see if that fixes it. I think it will, but we'll find out. So the codified ordinance, actually, last night was a special town meeting for the codified ordinance, and I think we had 10 or 11 people in the room, and everyone voted in favor of it. So that did pass. So we'll have that up and running hopefully in the next few weeks. But during that codification process, they found an error in the open space section of the land use ordinance. And that language points to, on the second page of the 23.3, no common driveway shall provide access to more than 3 lots except as provided in 300-13.3, which previously it was Article 13, Section C6, I believe, and that didn't exist. C6 didn't exist in the ordinance. So, Jim, this was one of the ones that I was wondering if you had any idea what it's supposed to be. I think you looked originally and you weren't sure. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, Jim.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what it's referencing, because my guess is that since this open space was done, we've added backlot driveways. And I was trying to see if there was a correlation between the two, but there isn't.
But never more than 3 lots.
No more than 3 lots, never.
Never.
Where the 3 lots came from. That's just, I know we have some old subdivisions where that might have been the case, but I think we've tried to clean that up in recent years.
Why don't we just get rid of that?
You want to
except-
strike it out? Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. Right now, it's just pointing back to itself, just so that we
Right.
had something in there, but.
Because if they go more than 3 lots, it's gotta be a private road at that point. And I think with the back lot, you can gain access possibly up to 3 lots, but you can't gain new access for more than 2, so.
Mm-hmm.
And in most cases, we would probably, this would be reviewed under subdivision, so, and we probably would ask for a private, in that case, I think we'd ask for a private road.
Right. Okay, sounds good. Number 4, this is the update to criteria and standards, which came about after the school proposed the dumpster pad within the side setback that we allowed, because according to the attorney's interpretation, the ordinance allowed it as long as it was screened. So, and Jim, I don't know if you want to chime in on this one. This was my first take at it, which essentially requires, outside of the commercial district and the industrial district, would require that special features, storage areas, machinery installations, service areas, loading areas, and similar type structures would have to meet setbacks and be screened as required for
I would agree with that.
buffering. In the commercial district, there's no side setback, for example, so it wouldn't matter. This would really only be for residential districts.
But even in the commercial district, don't we require them to be screened?
We do, yeah. So they could be screened still closer to the side or rear line. As long as they're screened, then it's fine.
I'm just curious too, under special features, do we define what special features are?
That's a good question. I don't know. Let me look.
I'm looking real quick.
I don't believe we do, because I think that came up. And I think the definition is basically what's in that section there. And we can make one. Yeah, I don't see a definition here.
Because it doesn't really, even in this section, it doesn't really necessarily mention dumpsters, right?
No.
No.
What's the board's preference? Would you like us to add dumpsters in this section, or would we want to define special
Call it exposed storage area.
I mean, to me, dumpster is a unique, and then you get into, do you get into backup generators? Do you get into, refrigeration units, all these things? I mean, I guess that falls under exposed machine installations, I guess.
Right.
I just think it may be valuable just to add dumpsters, because that's a common element that a lot of people have, but they may not realize that it has to be in a setback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Do we want to create a definition for these special features? Or do you think this this language here is enough?
Well, how would you define special features?
I would take what it has right there and add dumpsters to it, so.
But it may be, I mean, and I don't like doing duplicate things, but, when people look for things, they usually go to the definitions first before they purge all the way through a site plan ordinance, that's all.
Wouldn't a dumpster be covered in exposed storage areas? Keep it, you keep it vague, and it would cover more than dumpster.
That's how we've looked at it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a storage area. It's,
Yeah, for trash.
I think it's.
Yeah.
I think we're going to list everything. The list would continue on forever.
Yeah.
Because that would, then somebody could argue, well, I have 7 garbage cans instead of a dumpster.
Instead of a
It's
dumpster.
Storage, it's a storage area.
That's a good point, yeah.
So,
Or, maybe you put, waste or something, waste storage or something like that, so, but, I mean, do you want somebody to have, I don't know, I just think dumpsters is a little more specific and beneficial because that's the most common one that people miss. But what about like gas tanks and things like that? Is that not a special feature?
I think we've referred to it as a service area or a utility building if it's something that's in a structure.
Tanks, but I'm just thinking like because we had that come up there with that one too, was the
Propane tanks, yeah.
So if we're trying to go in and just
Above ground fuel tanks. What about language, Mr. Chairman, that by way of example, and then it's not all inclusive, but it gives you some guidance.
That's a good idea, and doesn't limit.
Yep.
Wayne, do storage tanks for fuel have fire requirements which would be spacing off of either property lines or other buildings? So
Yes.
maybe is there a section in the fire code that we would reference for that?
No.
I will look through that and see if there's something that would fit for you.
Because you get into both NFPA and then you also get to propane, you get into the propane standards, and that's all based on the volume of fuel being stored.
Right.
Setback, because if it's over 1,000, you gotta be 25 feet. If it's 500, it's like 10 feet. So it gets to be kind of a variable thing, but, I think you can put something in there exclusive of other fire or operating codes or something like that as well.
Yeah, or in conformance with fire code regulations, something like that.
Yeah, or utility codes or something to that effect.
Right. Mechanical, yeah.
Okay. So anything else on that one?
I don't think so.
Okay. So number 5, I'm gonna open up to you guys. That's shipping containers. So we haven't proposed any changes. That was the one that I thought would be best if you guys could take a look at it and see if we want to make any changes to shipping containers.
Well, I have a question on what happens if it's mounted permanently. Is it no longer a shipping container? Is it a structure?
Well, it's a shipping container if it meets the definition of a shipping container, which is on page 3 of number 5. A roofed or unroofed container placed outdoors and used for the storage of goods, materials, or merchandise, which is utilized in connection with a lawful principal or accessory use of the lot. The term shipping container includes but is not limited to containers such as boxcars, semi-trailers, roll-off containers, slide-off containers, railroad cars, and piggyback containers. And then the second part of that is a storage container. The term storage container does not include a garage, barn, or storage structure accessory to a principal use, provided such structure is not of a type designed, equipped, or customarily used for the over-the-road transport of goods, materials, or merchandise. Which I think is kind of what you're talking about, Kevin, which is if you're to take a shipping container, put it on a foundation, and make it more of a permanent structure, is it no longer a shipping container? I think the problem is, was a structure that was used for over-the-road transport of goods, materials, or merchandise, or over the water, I guess, maybe in your case. But I think that it's not clear enough to really decide based on that definition. So maybe we need to further define it to say specifically.
Because a lot of people have structures built of them, so what if you stack 2 together or 3 together and make a structure? I don't see how you can call that a shipping container anymore.
Yeah, so I think that's what we need to try to find a way to put into words.
It would have to meet all the building code requirements.
Yeah.
Because it
Would-
turns into a building.
Building, sure. Right,
Sure,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah. When you buy these things, I've never bought a shipping container. Is it possible to get something certifying like loads and everything like that?
They are all certified for loads. Yeah, they're structurally certified. In the building codes, there's actually a section on shipping containers, how to properly mount them on the ground and everything else like that, so.
New ones would have that, but a lot of old ones I've used over the years in construction, they're, often rusted, or the floors are not as good as they used to be. So if it's an old one that's been in use and that was no longer usable for shipping, then they sell them to contractors to use on job sites. So I don't think those would be, certifiable unless there was an inspection performed on them.
What concern are we trying to address?
Well, so right now they're not allowed in a residential district, which is most of the town.
And we want them to be?
Some people do. Some people do.
Like a proposed use, and I would like to do that myself, is put my solar batteries and inverters in there, which becomes a much safer place for them than inside my house where it is currently now, even though I met all the specs for that. And to expand that, I would much rather have a very good metal building, which these are, to house something like, the solar batteries and inverters.
And Kevin's not the only one, just to be clear.
So we do.
There's other. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
at least one other?
It's not
besides
just
Kevin?
Yeah, not just
Okay.
Kevin. That's interested in that.
Well, isn't it the same as a shed? What happens if you
That's
build a
exactly
shed?
what I was just thinking. It's the
I
same
don't
thing as a
disagree.
shed,
I think it
This
is.
they're much more structurally sound than sheds.
Yeah.
No,
we're
agreeing.
No, you want to keep it going, Ken. We're saying it's the same thing. It's the same exact thing.
Shipping container, shed, it's the same thing.
It's a storage facility.
So I think the pushback from some people is they don't like to look at them. I think that may be why it was put in.
That is why it was put in.
Yeah, you would know probably better than the rest of us, because.
Oh, is this you?
Well, you were on the comp plan committee in 2004, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and
I don't
that's.
know if it came from that.
Well, it was roughly around then. I
Yeah.
think it was actually 2001 or 2.
No, there were individuals that simply didn't like the looks of them.
So why don't we address screening them?
2004, actually.
Why don't
Well,
we address screening them like we would screen anything else? Like we screen the dumpsters?
that, to be honest, was kind of how I looked at it. If they're not visible from a property line or they're screened in some way, then I guess it really doesn't matter as long as it meets that certification to be used as a structure, in that case, I guess.
That's interesting though, but if somebody builds a metal sided shed or shop, which looks exactly like that same siding.
Exactly.
How does that differ? Right.
Exactly. How does it
I could
differ?
go out and buy that same material and put it on the side of a wooden or even a metal structure and have that same look.
Yep.
I just, I understand that it should be a level of certification for structural soundness. There's no question about that. But as far as the looks of that metal siding, you walk, you drive down 302 and you see a lot of commercial buildings that have that metal siding, that same siding.
I can see where a residential site neighbors wouldn't be happy having just a container with maybe no roof or flat roof. But if you modified it to look more like a shed, and if you screened it from view, then it starts to seem to me be less of an issue.
I don't even think you'd want an unroofed container. What would be the purpose of it? That, wouldn't you just call that a pool?
See here?
An unroofed container would be a pool.
Well, maybe if you get enough rain, I suppose.
Hey, Alex, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody approached you with the desire to make one of these shipping containers into a tiny house?
It has been brought up before, yeah.
So that makes it a little gray.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's becoming more and more popular.
Right. Right. I mean, is that something anyone's ever approached you to do?
Kevin, you have an ally on the board.
A few, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know I've had people ask the question. I've never had anyone propose anything. So, but I could see it happening for sure.
So I have a question. So I look at this as you've got container, the use of storage, ideally no different than somebody putting up a shed in their backyard, right? They put up a shed. Ideally, you put it on a foundation, but a lot of people don't, right? They go down to shed happens and they pull it out on the lawn and put it on crushed stone or something. Then the other question is if you have a container and you're looking for occupancy in it. That to me is a different story.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. Which then to me is a difficult thing because obviously it would have to comply with residential codes, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't satisfy the desire for people to not see them.
Yeah.
'Cause
Right.
it's still a shipping container, and that's sort of the retro thing of them. People like that, so.
So as far as the screening goes, how would that differ? Shipping container, roofed or unroofed container, be different than exposed storage area?
Yeah, it
and
would.
special features.
Be the same.
It's the same thing. So we would, yeah,
Yeah.
we
I
treat it
agree.
the same. It's an exposed storage area.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's
That may be the way to address it in the short term, but to Kevin's point, I've actually got a design with one of these out on an island. And, you know, with a little modification, they can be somewhat attractive, but I still think you got the twofold question here with containers. You've got the occupancy and you've got the storage.
Sure.
From your standpoint of the storage, I agree with you. Maybe this falls under special features, but what do we do with the occupied container or somebody wants to actually use it for a garage or, you know, or for, you know, service building or something?
Right, or workshop. I mean, I've seen people that have used them for workshops.
So Kevin,
We do have to I think we do have to segregate the two.
so it looks like the shipping container stuff was brought into the 2021. Wayne, can you mute please? For some reason it just comes through you, Wayne. I don't know why. Thank you. It looks like shipping containers were brought into the 2021 ICC building codes. So we're on 2015. I think in order to do this, we probably would want to adopt that section from the 2021 code, since it wouldn't apply to us right now, since we're
And that addresses foundations and all the other items I think we'd be concerned with for storage and non-living areas.
Yeah, I think I probably would want to spend a little bit of time looking through that just to get to know that section a little bit better. And then maybe Jim and I can work on putting something together before the next meeting on that, on maybe how we could make that work. I don't know. Are you guys thinking you're all in favor of seeing it be more friendly?
Relaxed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only concern I have is how it would look.
Yeah. The screening of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm not quite sure how to address that. I mean,
Yeah.
do you just
But
put
if
a,
it, well, one thing would be, Mike, would be if it falls under special features for storage, it would have to meet the minimal setback. So, you know, in most zones, you're talking 20, 30 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but I can see where there'd be, like in a subdivision, a lot of properties which wouldn't have much blockage for 20 or 30 feet, i.e. just old trees that don't, you know.
Or no trees.
Or no trees, yeah.
Field.
Yeah.
Then they need to plant their own trees.
Yeah,
And then again, then the question would be, then at what point, and I guess goes back to any accessory structure, at what point you can't have more, right, under accessory structures, it can't be greater than the main principal use. So you can't have 10 storage units out there, you would dwarf the size of your area for your home, right? So there is a little bit of a cap on how many you could do out there.
Okay.
Any other thoughts, last thoughts on shipping containers? No? All right.
Do you want to cap the amount of area that somebody could put? I mean,
Would it fall under the 700
Yeah.
requirement that auxiliary structures have? That would be 4 typical storage containers.
well, that would be that's for accessory apartment. That's not necessarily for accessory structure.
Well, there's a section in here.
That too.
Yeah, under 9.22B for non-residential zoning districts, so industrial and commercial. The total floor area of all shipping containers on a lot shall not exceed 700 square feet. So that's in the non-residential side. If it's 700 in non-residential, I would think we probably would want to carry that over.
What size is a normal, how many square feet? is a normal-
Well, that's like 2 containers. You know, if you get a container that's 40 by, 8, that's 320 square feet.
40 footers are big. That's kind of unusual. Most of the ones you see everywhere are 20 footers. That's all I've ever used, except for rare occasion. But still, 420 footers is quite a lot of space. I hate to look at it.
Yeah, especially the residential section.
Well, I think one of the things, and I think the reason why Kevin might be bringing that up is he's planning on stacking, which that would be floor area. So if you stack 2, it's double because you have 2 floors. So footprint would just be, wouldn't matter if it's 2 or 3, then it would just be the footprint, but floor area, you do each floor, so.
Yeah, the idea is to build a slanted array for solar panels. Instead of building a native structure, a stick-built structure, you stack 2 of them and have one beside it. You have yourself a 45-degree or, big surface to put solar panels on. Then that would hide the actual storage units, but it provides an almost instant way to create a structure. And plus you end up with a lot of storage and a place to put your batteries and inverters.
Would you access the top one, or is it just empty?
Yeah, no, that's where I put the batteries and inverters in the top one. In case of a fire or something, you'd limit it to the top area with the least amount of structural damage. But I think that would be easily just, you'd put a staircase up to the top area.
Do you think it would make sense for storage purposes, we limit it to maybe 1 per residence, but for structural, accessory structure purposes, getting back to that occupancy thing, we could allow more? I mean, I just worry in take the Village District or something, everybody starts putting a container in there, it's gonna look pretty ugly after a while if everybody starts putting one in their front yard.
But you'd have a hard time with setbacks there.
Possibly, but I mean.
Ask, is this my printer wasn't working. Is this proposed? I see. To exceed.
All right, so what do we, what's our decisions? Whether or not they need to be screened, I think is yes, right?
Yep. I think.
How many of them square footage we want to limit? Footprint? Is that?
Yeah, I think it might be footprint, might be the correct way to go, but then, if somebody's gonna use it for utilitarian purposes like Kevin, and whether it's utilitarian or occupancy, I still think there should be a separate, clause.
So if Kevin stacks them, does he have to screen them? The answer would be yes, right? If we approve
Unless we do something where it's utilitarian and you can come up with some other, requirement to make them, I don't know, I mean, if you get a red one, a yellow one, and a green one, is there going to be a stop light up there?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you get into aesthetics, and I don't know where we lose our function here.
Put T111 on them.
I'm confused. Alex, maybe you can, I'm looking at proposed amendments under 300-9.22, number 2. It seems to limit for a period not to exceed 6 months on second, third line.
And it says a single shipping container.
And it does
Yes.
limit it to a single shipping container.
Yes, so
Good catch.
you can do a temporary shipping container currently. That's if someone is, if you're moving, building a house, you have to do temporary storage or something if you have a fire or flood. We do allow a temporary shipping container.
Well, so we currently do.
Yes, but it's only for 6 months or however long necessary. It can't be left there
All right,
as a
so what we're
permanent structure.
toying with now is something different.
Yeah, allowing them more permanently.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so go ahead, Jim.
I was just going to ask Kevin, yours, are you putting them on a foundation?
Yeah, that would be on a slab, a 12-inch slab, structurally sound slab, so that they would be very stable, because I have to meet the wind. I mean, you put up, we're talking, I don't know if you've seen my solar array, which is 36 panels. We're talking about putting 3 times that many panels on the structure that I would build with those. So it would be another almost 100, actually over a little 100 panels. And then inside we would put enough batteries. What we're trying to get is off the grid, basically. The price of electricity, as you all know, is amazing, but ours is just all the computers we have in the house and the kids, and they haven't left yet.
So Kevin, can I ask you, you've probably put a lot of thought into this, so do you have any ideas how the board could somehow regulate how these would look, i.e. like Jim's concern about like stacking different colored containers? I mean, how could the board address how it looks?
Well, I mean, I agree if you want to have the aesthetics in it. In my case, you wouldn't see them because they're going to be behind an array of solar panels. So they would be completely hidden from the road. And I don't know how you'd address other ones, like you said, or I think somebody mentioned that you could put a roof on them, and you could paint them, you can actually get murals, big stickers you can put on these things. I mean, there's many ways you can hide the intention of what they look. But I've got a red barn down there which has siding which looks similar to the container siding. So, the only difference is it's got a gable roof on it, a gambrel roof on it. So it's really hard to say whose aesthetics you're serving in this case. Like somebody else was saying, it's a kind of a retro look to be using these type of things now. But is that something that Raymond wants to have? So I think it's up to a bunch of people to come in and talk about that, not just maybe the few of us that want to decide how these things should look. And I think that's what the comprehensive plan is trying to do. But I guess for now we could address it as saying, you have to hide it somehow, camouflage it, plant a lot of trees in front of it, make it look like some other building. But I don't know how else we can move forward.
Yeah, I think we do need to have something in there, probably that some language that describes how the owner would screen these from public view. The other thing too, I was thinking, is that where we have cluster or open space subdivisions, we may want to, I won't say ban them, but we may not want to restrict them in those because they are smaller lots. So just thought.
If they meet the setbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in those subdivisions though, you allow sheds.
Right.
I think right.
And somebody could build a shed the exact same size as a container, right?
Dangerous.
And they could put siding on it that looks like a container. There's nothing, I mean, what are the rules against making your house look ugly?
There are plenty of them around.
Well, they say what, fences make good neighbors or something to that effect.
All right,
I mean,
so
that's one of the issues I have is how can we tell people what to make their places look like? And that now we're in like a gated community that only allows, white houses and picket fences. And at what level do we start telling people how they can look?
Maybe we just simplify it. Just, I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. Everybody can make their home look ugly as they want. I think the thing is that somehow, maybe the simplest thing to be, if you want to make it an accessory structure, to your point, Kevin, it's got to be put on a foundation, and anything else is a storage container.
Yeah, I believe in the structural and the fire and all the ordinances we have around safety. I'm a #1 backer of all of those things. I just don't know how far we tread on people's, freedom to let something look the way they want it to look.
Mm-hmm.
sounds like you've been hanging out with Greg.
Yeah, that's,
I like that.
Greg's got the pom-poms going.
Yeah. You're finally getting through to them, Greg.
dangerous.
A little common sense, huh?
All right, so we can take that, and Jim and I will kind of work together on coming up with something for the next meeting, and we'll see how it goes. All right, number 6 is going to be the zoning map, which I don't have yet, so we can skip over that for now. And that's just correcting an error that's been on the zoning map since 2014. Number 7 is another mandatory update to the shoreland zone. This one doesn't come from the DEP order, but it is now state law that applications within the shoreland zone must include pre-construction photographs and post-construction photographs.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, so we'll add that in.
Where is this coming from? Is this from,
They put it.
Shoreland zoning? Where's it coming from?
They put it in a statute somewhere. I don't know which one exactly. Somewhere.
I don't know why they just didn't put it in shoreline zoning. Since they
Yeah,
put it in
I don't know. It's in 439A, which I don't know off the top of my head what that is, but I think it. I don't know. I can't remember. I think it might be something to do with NERPA. I'm not sure.
I agree with it. Makes good sense.
Yeah. I think it's been in there for a couple of years. We just haven't picked up on it. Number 8. This was the one about notifications to all lot owners within a subdivision instead of just lot owners within 250 feet.
Aren't both of these the same, or almost the same? Article 6?
6 and 7.
Article 7, yeah. Can we combine it somehow?
6 is for, I believe, a major subdivision.
It doesn't have the word major in there at all.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing. So 6, I believe, is the section for
Yep.
major, and 7 is for minor. So maybe we need to add major in there.
Major in front of that first sentence, really.
They're both
Would you admit, yeah,
essentially the same.
leave it as major and minor.
Well,
Get
I
rid of
think
one
for
line.
Alex's point, we got two separate.
They're
pieces
separate
in-
sections in the ordinance.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
So you have to keep.
So there's a section for major subdivisions,
right.
section for minor.
So instead
there
of
could
final
just
subdivision, it just should say major.
major,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. It's just updating that. All right, number 9. Another fun one. Accessory apartments. So Phil, the town's attorney, has been very involved in this LD 2003 accessory dwelling unit law. And when we spoke last year, 6 months ago or so, it was, I wouldn't worry too much about it yet. I don't think it's going to require too much from the town as far as amendments go in the ordinance. So I spoke to him after the last meeting, and he says, well, let's take a look at the ordinance, and maybe we need to update it to get in line with. This is supposed to go into effect in July 1st. So the proposed amendment comes directly from him. It doesn't really change much. He adds a minimum of 190 square feet. And all these changes are just to put us in line with 4364B. So that minimum size, no additional parking is required for the dwelling unit in the parking requirements. Obviously, we changed the name. It's now no longer an accessory apartment. It's now an accessory dwelling unit to match up. In the definition, I believe, yeah, he removes the 700 square foot limitation, and that's because it's in the actual standard itself, and he felt it was not necessary in the definition.
Well, it is in here.
Yes, yeah, which is why he felt it was not, it wasn't necessary.
Okay.
Because one of the things he said is sometimes what will happen over time is the town will fix it, they'll increase it to 800, for example, and forget to do it in the definition. So he said anytime you have a specific standard like that, it's always best to leave it in the standard and not in the definition, so that you don't have it in multiple spots.
So you could exceed the design septic system by 1 bedroom if you have an accessory apartment?
Outside of the shoreline zone, yeah. Yeah.
What was the logic for that? Just make it easier?
Yeah. Yeah, less expensive. So you don't actually have to install that system. You can go one above.
So not to get Kevin all excited here again, but is this where tiny homes kind of fits in?
It can. If it meets, right now, it has to meet building code, and we haven't adopted the tiny home appendix, so it has to meet just regular IRC 2015. We haven't had anyone try. I had one person start to design one last year, and they started and realized it was too much of a headache, and they designed a small house. And it was, I think it was probably like 600 square feet or something.
I know there's been talk about, at least in urban areas, about going back to the containers, is trying to use those as tiny home type accessory dwellings.
Yeah, I mean, that's like what you were talking about.
People are manufacturing, remanufacturing those containers as not just tiny homes, but offices and all sorts of different. My question was that on the accessory dwelling, when does it become an accessory dwelling? When there's another family? And what legally, so if somebody builds on some more, or puts another kitchens, you don't want to have 2 kitchens in their dwelling. Is that?
Yeah. No, so someone can have 2 kitchens in a house. We get this question all the time because people are always trying to work around it. So the language is the accessory dwelling unit shall contain a kitchen and bathroom which are separate from and not used in common with the principal dwelling unit. So if someone wants to put a second kitchen in their basement, and then they also want to have they want to close it off so that that kitchen has its own door from the outside, and then there's also a bedroom off of it, and then they put a bathroom there. If you can kind of create your own unit that's accessed directly from the outside, it's pretty easy to say that's going to be an apartment. But if you've got a kitchen that is more inclusive with the regular house that doesn't have a bedroom right next to it, maybe there's a bedroom down a hall, but you still have to go through the main hallway that's connected with the house and the living room. I think you could argue that it's not its own unit. And really what we tell people is you just have to kind of make that case to us. Show us that it's not going to be its own unit. Most of the time it's its own unit. I mean, they're just trying to create some rental income.
Right, what if, okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, is what if they're not, what if you just expand your house? Let's say you had a garage that was attached to your house, and you expanded your house and you wanted to put all those things in that garage, but you didn't, the same number of people were still living there. The same people were still living there. Does that become an accessory dwelling unit?
Probably not. Probably not, but it's impossible for us to know who's living where. You know, the question.
I know, but you look at some of these mansions down on the Sebago.
Yep.
And they have like 3 or 4 accessory dwelling units if you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and some of them have enough land and frontage to do that. There are quite a few larger lots that, because in the shoreland you need twice the shore frontage, twice
Right.
the road frontage, twice the land area. Some of them can do it, not all of them, but some of them. It's kind of funny. The second kitchen thing, you actually see quite a bit more on the Cape with some of these larger homes, because they'll often put a kitchen outside, they put a kitchen in the living portion of the house, and then they might have a service kitchen, or they might have kind of like a little bar area, entertaining area where there's a kitchen. So there's often multiple kitchens, but it's not as easy to say, oh, they're putting that kitchen there to create a separate dwelling unit. It's pretty clear that it's just for, another use. But most of the time, if they're going to, build a house and then put an addition on that has a wall between, the regular portion of the house and then this new area with a door to the outside, a lot of times, it's easy to say that's an apartment. If it's not even connected with a door, an interior door. Sometimes.
Well, if they were to rent it, but what if it was just the same people? My point is, again, this is sort of a freedom of use act to me. That if you build something and you want to expand it, you can, as long as you're meeting all the requirements of not, building requirements and everything, and not making it too big for your lot and everything. If a person wants to build just about anything they want to build, they could have 15 kitchens, and as long as the septic system met the needs, and they could have, to me, it becomes an accessory dwelling unit when you have multiple families or you're renting it.
Yeah, and we don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. And that question comes up all the time is, if it's just going to be for my mother-in-law, we're not going to rent it. Can we just do it? Can we just, we don't have enough space to do it. But if it's just going to be for our mother-in-law, and it's kind of like, it is for her now, but when you guys sell and you move out, who's going to move in, and is it going to be 2 units at that point? And we have no way, we're not going to check birth certificates, so we can't track who's using what. It has to be based on what that plan looks like.
When people want to rent an apartment, does Raymond have a housing code inspector who would go and check it before it got?
Nope. So we don't have a housing code or short-term rental ordinance or rental.
Because that would be a way to keep track of it if
Yeah.
you were doing that, but
Yeah.
it's only in a big city.
There's been there's been a big push to see Raymond do something. The select board, I think most recently, they said they're going to wait for the state to kind of chime in with some standards on that. And I don't know if Mike, if you know, the state was, I guess, talking about coming up with some. I know the Hospitality Association or something was all for the state adopting some rules to kind of push back on the Airbnb stuff. But I don't know where that's at.
So I know that the part of the new legislature was just signed in. And in their next session, they're going to be bringing that up.
Okay.
And I was actually just recently told that they are going to be focusing on that. They're going to divide up into two groups, and one of them is to focus on that. So
Yeah, so
it'll
that's
be coming.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
So, Alex, one question I had with this from the language you got from Phil is, why can't we discuss parking? Because I get in urban areas you have on-street parking, but in the rural areas, people aren't using public transportation. Most of them have a car. This is where I have some concern, because we don't want cars parked in lawns and everything else. So how do we at least make sure that there's some provisions for parking?
I honestly don't know. I'm not sure. Him and I did not discuss the parking thing. That was something that was slid in there. I would assume there is something in that 4364B, which says that the municipality can't require more parking. I'm just kind of scanning it real quick. I can ask him about that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if it's a long driveway, I don't have a care, but I mean, sometimes these are, you know, short up against the street, and you barely have enough to have enough for the residents to park in, let alone accessory
What are we
unit.
calling it? Accessory dwelling units into the ordinances.
Okay, so it does come right from the statute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says
2004.
Something like that,
Somewhere
yeah.
around the shipping container.
Even before that. Probably.
May have been.
So,
It was quite a while ago.
if memory serves me correctly, and recently it hasn't done that very well, but I think that this whole accessory dwelling unit came about because we wanted to move, like you were just talking about, the mother-in-law apartment out of the house and give give another alternative to that. So, and Greg and I were just talking, it's pre-04, maybe even before that it was done. And,
oh, really?
yeah, so looking back, I'm wondering now, was it a good thing to do? And do we just want to go back to the way it was before and not do this? And I only bring this up because I know that there are a number of these accessory units that have certainly eaten up more or put down more impervious surface than would have had in any other, if it was still the apartment linked to the house complex. Does create the parking problem that would not have been there. Does have some of the issues with what happens when the house is sold. Now it almost certainly becomes a rental unit. I mean, I don't see how it could not become a rental unit. So I don't think we looked at that at the time. I don't remember.
Well, the other reason that was brought about is because there were so many people that just went and made these mother-in-law apartments.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what Jack Cooper said.
Yeah.
And he said, they're already there, now how are we gonna address it? And they addressed it by adding the mother-in-law apartment in an ordinance.
Right, and then from there we went to accessory dwellings.
Which,
Yeah.
so the difference is when you have a mother-in-law apartment, it's limited to who it could be occupied by?
Well, it's
It has
attached
be
to the
relevant.
house. It has to be attached to the house. Yeah. Well, but I mean, you can't really limit it to who you're going to.
Right.
Right.
That's difficult.
But the fact that it doesn't really become as readily become a rental unit if it's in the house.
Oh,
If it's in the main house.
So the accessory apartment we're considering now doesn't have to be connected to the house?
No, it's a 700-foot building, separate.
Ah,
And
that's different.
yeah, I don't think we. I mean, I was all for it at the time actually, but I don't know if we actually could see down the road the problems that came about by doing it, and I don't know if any problems have come about by doing it, but it seems like we do have some problems that are developed. And I don't know if those better or worse.
It
Bob, I
seems
think
like,
the other, sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
go ahead, Jim.
I think the other thing that came out of this was this is also a way, I think the state legislature saw as a way to combat affordable housing. You know, I think this has been another component of this accessory dwelling unit is, you know, to make more housing available for those with less income.
Mm-hmm.
And we really don't have, as we've talked about in the past, we really don't have a well-defined affordable housing plan in Raymond. But sometimes these rural areas are difficult because of their lack of, as I said, public transportation, available resources, so on and so on.
It seems to me if we have a separate dwelling unit, essentially, we're certainly creating the potential for a need for parking, I would think.
I would think.
So that comes directly from this new law.
Right.
It actually says that we can't require additional
Right.
parking.
So then I guess that goes back to the point, maybe we keep it within or attached to the current dwelling
Kind
unit.
of drawing.
I'm not sure that we can even do that, to
It
be
doesn't the
honest.
state require the allowable?
Yeah.
Yep.
It says that it can be within an existing, attached to, sharing a wall, or a separate structure.
Well, that is the state law now?
That's that new
Oh,
4364.
we'll have to share that. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Settle
it.
What are you talking about for? All right. Sounds good.
So kind of forcing your hand.
Yeah, done.
So the only thing that they're not making you guys do is allow it in the shoreland zone. So in the shoreland, you still need twice the lot area, twice the shore frontage, twice the road frontage. We have a little bit of flexibility there if you guys wanted to explore it, but it's not required by that LD 2003. And that would be, we currently require much more land per lot than the state minimum for shoreland zoning. So you always could possibly do, like right now in LR1, you need 2 acres. You could do something like, you know, you need to have at least 2 acres plus 40,000 for the apartment, or some 40,000 square feet for the apartment, making it basically 3 acres, or 4 acres in LR2. But I mean, that's definitely going to increase some development in the shoreland in areas of town that can't currently be developed.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Can we prohibit them in the shoreline zoning or no?
no.
But I think to Bob's point, the points that he made about the impacts that these have, to me, that's where the rubber's gonna hit the road in the shoreline zoning. I feel that we do need the bigger area if we're gonna allow them in the shoreline zoning.
Yeah, I did reach out to the state for an opinion on that, and they had no problem with us doing something like that if that's what you guys wanted to explore, which would be minimum lot size for the principal dwelling,
Plus.
and then 40,000 for the.
That makes sense.
But you would still need to have twice the shore frontage, twice the road frontage.
Mhm.
It's just an increase in. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look back on the email, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were saying.
Okay.
Because
Let's face it, if we allow them to go in like we do in the other zones, when the shoreline zone's gonna be the first area that gets these rental units
Yes.
because of the popularity on the water.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're doing nothing for septics and we're doing nothing for parking, and that's the 2 things we're gonna run up against impacting the lakefronts.
Wow.
So I don't know.
That is interesting that we're not really protecting the waterfront and not engineering additional septic.
Well, to do an apartment, you have to have the septic capacity to do that. So if someone currently has a 4-acre lot in LR1, which is a 2-acre minimum, say they have 4 acres, they have twice the shore frontage requirement, which I think is 225, and twice the road frontage, which I think is also 225. Let's say they have twice everything. They could now put, currently, today, they could put a 700 square foot accessory dwelling unit on the lot. But they need to make sure that they have a septic system that can handle that additional 2 bedrooms. Has to be designed to 2 bedrooms.
But if you just do 1 bedroom, you don't have to do anything, right?
Yeah.
No, you still have to do it in the shoreland. You'd have to you have to actually design and install a system in the shoreland to meet that capacity, and you can't just do 1 bedroom for a separate unit. It's got to be 2. And we require 120 gallons per day in the shoreland, or within 200 feet at least. So they'd have to do a larger system. So there's definitely, you know, we would make sure that anything we've got out there for dwelling units, they should have adequate septic capacity. Now, they set it up as a 2-bedroom, and then they rent that on Airbnb, and they've got 16 people there for the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That we can't currently control for now, but we'll see what the state does.
That's interesting also, because you think, you know, the state is attempting to create additional housing, but there's no way to stop the scenario you just said of having additional housing, and maybe that's great, but then maybe they'd Airbnb it and have 1 million people in there.
No, not only that, but if you have that Airbnb, it's not gonna be affordable housing.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know. Do you think we leave it for now? What do you guys think? As
I think in
proposed?
the shoreline zoning, we should have that provision in there for the lot area myself.
I agree, Jim.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on what Phil's proposed to get us in line with the July 1st law change?
Alex, just a clerical thing, and I know this is still in the works, but it seems to me like there might be two different definitions
Let's take
for accessory dwelling unit. One on the top of page 2, and one on the top of page 5. And they're similar, but a little bit different. The one on page 5 references the bathroom, which seems to be an important piece of the puzzle, so.
Yeah, so that 358.2 is the definition for the shoreland zone, and then 312.2 is the definition for the land use ordinance. So I would have to look and see what the difference is. I would think we would want those to match. So I can look at that and make sure that they're the same.
And then on the first page, the large paragraph, I know there's an effort to make sure it's called an accessory dwelling unit, not an apartment. And 2/3 of the way down, it's still referred to as an apartment. So
Okay.
just a clerical thing.
Yes, the accessory apartment may be a minimum of not 190. Is that where you're seeing it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Good. Yep. I'll make sure that one's changed. Anything else? For the table here, the shoreland table, are you guys okay with me just keeping it 16A for the amendment process? I do it in some of the other ones and not including the entire table. If we're just changing 16A, can I just put 16A?
Oh, yeah.
You guys want to see
Yeah.
the whole thing?
No,
Okay.
that's fine.
Because technically we're amending the table, so I've been putting the whole table, but it's really unnecessary
Right.
to include all the others.
Yeah, for one word.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
Confusion.
Yeah, it's just, I think the more text you throw at people, the more,
Yep, more questions?
yeah, confused. So you'll see on 10, actually, that's exactly what I did. I just included 3 and 4 on the table.
Okay.
So I'll do the same thing on that other one. So this is another one that is mandatory from DEP. They caught it this year when they were looking through our ordinance. We are currently in option, I think it's option 1 is what we are with the state for timber harvesting. What that means is we don't do any timber harvesting enforcement or permitting or anything. They do it all for us. So it's one of those weird situations where the state actually is doing something for the town. But they like to threaten removing that from the town frequently. Yeah, I know. So the threat this time around is if you don't delete this section from your ordinance, you're no longer going to be an option 1 town. You're going to have to do your own timber harvesting. So this is just removing all of the timber harvesting language and definitions so that we can continue to get the benefits of the Maine Forestry Service.
It took
Or
us
else-
a while to do. Important.
Yeah, well, we made a mistake. Our planner did, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this came out years
5
ago.
Versus 100-foot distance from the stream.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 75 for the state to enforce, and we put 100 in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, this came out a while
It
ago.
made things real complicated.
We switched to option 1, I think, in like 2015 or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's been in there, just sitting. So they were like, yeah,
Yeah, there are towns that have it just like we do. They got the whole ordinance in it. It's the same as what the state enforces.
So do you run into towns that are not an option 1 town that you have to
Yep.
actually go? Really?
Yep. Durham.
Do they have a forester, town forester?
No.
Who does the?
The code enforcement.
So, I mean, yeah.
I think, doesn't Gorham do it?
I'm not sure about Gorham. Enforce it,
Yeah,
they
I
may.
think they do.
I must, make it more challenging for you guys to have to deal with.
Yeah, that's what we wanted, was consistency
Yeah.
between towns and.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh,
Yeah, so that's all this changes. It's just to pull that out. Yeah, I think that's it for now. There may be, I think, one other one that the state wanted us to make, but I can't remember what it was. I'll have to look through.
So Alex, what's our timeline for this?
I'd like to bring back changes from tonight to the next meeting, and then maybe do a public hearing in February, which is, I think, a month ahead of where we try to normally be. February is kind of like our absolute end date. Or March is our absolute end date.
So we're shooting February public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've always used February because in the event that we get a snow cancellation or something in the winter, it gives us that buffer.
Yep. Sounds
Cool.
good. Okay, Alex, you got a couple other things that you wanted to mention tonight?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know, well, we received just one sketch plan application for next month, so we'll have that and follow up on all this ordinance stuff. The marina didn't submit anything for January. You may remember the issue we ran into last time was they were proposing to clear way more than they could.
Yeah.
So I spent some time with Rob McSorley after the meeting looking at that, and the pipeline runs through their lot, and the pipeline is cleared, so there's no trees, and they have to keep it cleared. So his question was, currently they are being hit for all that cleared area. It's counted towards their total cleared opening on the lot. And he was wondering, can we subtract that pipeline area from what we have for the total, which would allow them to open up a little bit more where they want to actually clear. And I said, well, let me go to the state and ask, because, with the way things usually go with this Indian Point and the marina, I want to make sure that you guys are definitely crossing every T and dotting every I. So I went to the state, and I went to Jeff Kalinich, who's the shoreline zoning coordinator for Southern Maine. He went to the AG's office, they weighed in, and they said that they do not need to count that area, since it's controlled by the utility and they don't even have the ability to let trees grow back. They would not require them to be penalized for that. So that's a big win for them. It's going to let them, they won't be able to clear as much as they proposed, but now they're a little bit closer. So that was a couple of weeks ago. I kind of expected him to bring something back, but maybe he's still working on that. So that's probably going to be February. The other one is the Raymond Hills. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Raymond Hills subdivision has started. They've put the logging access road in, and they've done all of the tree removal up there down the road near the down at Webb's Mills. So that project's underway. The subdivision that you guys had approved last year off Patricia still hasn't done anything. And Jim, do you know, is it they have to start within 2 years?
I think we updated that to match with the DP, so I think they have longer period. Give me a second, continue.
So last I heard, the applicant who got that approved was trying to sell it. I saw it was listed online, and we had a couple people call us to ask some questions because they were interested, but that one I don't see anything happening anytime soon. But the Raymond Hills, what is it, 25 units or whatever, that one's underway, and I would expect they did all the tree stuff. I would think they're going to start site work pretty quick here, because I think he wanted to have that going through the winter.
So they reached an agreement on where the road/driveway would cut in, and
yeah, I haven't. I did hear from one of the neighbors who was surprised to see that they basically cleared all the way to the property lines, which I looked at the plan, and they did show clearing up to a few of the property lines, not all of them, but I think they went in and pretty much cleared everything in that top area where the development's going to be. So I haven't been up there. I'm probably going to take a ride up eventually here in the next couple of weeks, but so we'll see.
Alex, have you heard anything from Sterretts, how they're doing on creating a plan that can be reviewed?
I have not. The only thing I've heard was from, Bob on the comment that they didn't think mainland development would be able to do anything until middle of January. I'm actually going to try and call her tomorrow because I have some concerns about that. And I mean, they've missed the January meeting, but I would really like to see them come in for February. And if they aren't going to start until middle of January, there's obviously no chance because they'll miss the deadline before they even start.
Gotcha.
So I do plan on reaching out to her.
Great.
Yeah.
I have a question about their site. They have multiple temporary buildings. What do we call those? Is there a definition of those?
There is.
What do we consider those?
They are a structure.
So if they had stick-framed buildings, they would be held to the same?
Yeah, a carport is, as far as the definition of a structure goes, they are the same.
Okay, so they have a lot of structures out
They
there.
have a lot of structures. Yeah, I mean, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down there, last I saw. So yeah, they're all considered a structure, non-residential structure.
So to your question about the expiration, Alex, it's 2 years, 4 years to complete unless they request up front, and then they can also ask for a one-time extension for an additional 2 years.
Okay. So we must be pretty close to the anniversary of that. I think it was November last year. Maybe earlier. The fall.
I don't know. It took so long.
Yeah, I know.
We actually,
Felt like it was 2 years to get it approved. So, yeah, we'll watch that and see. So if they go in and prep it, although there's not really any trees down there, so, and if they went in and did the site work, that would be a start. So as long as they did that, that would keep things alive. But otherwise, if they miss that 2 year, then I think they have to come back. So we'll watch that one. Valley View expires in July, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, we have specifically in there, commencement of construction shall be defined to include, but not limited to, any land, site, or vegetation clearing, site disturbance, stockpiling, or excavation of soil, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's
So
the
clearing
sole
counts as
discretion of the
start?
code enforcement officer.
Yeah, we did that for the one on Valley Road. We told them that because they went in and cleared the trees and did some site work up there years ago, we considered that a start.
They've
Now
already
they
asked
have
for an
the
extension,
completion coming up on.
Yeah, the completion, they have to complete it by July, so. That one,
Didn't they just come in, no, but didn't they just come in,
last year.
for an extension?
But it was only for like a year, I think.
Oh, okay.
If I remember correctly, I'll have to dig that up.
I think it was a
I think
year.
it was just a year.
Yeah. And also, I think Wayne and I had a conversation, nothing's happened with those 2 solar farms that we've recently approved.
Someone came in the office last week doing an inspection of the Dens Drive solar project. I don't know who she was with, but I know she asked to see the file. But that's it.
With that one and the Raymond Hills Village, do we have, Raymond Hills Village, didn't we request a third-party review?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you getting reports on that?
Nope.
Right.
That's on my.
Is Chris Baldwin doing that?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I got to reach out to them and see.
I had a conversation with him about some other things, and I just said, we'd like to have those reports from the town. if you're-
Well, I thought about the other day when someone called asking about the trees.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just wondering, with that big solar farm, we probably ought to have something similar in nature, because that is a pretty big earthwork project.
Which one, Jim?
The one on Dens Drive?
Oh, okay.
which we would probably want to check. The site plan expiration is that a year to start and 2 years to finish?
No, site and subdivision were made the same.
They are the same? Okay. Because that's been about a year too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All
And
right.
I think that one has a DP, so I think they're required to have some kind of third party, most likely under the DP provision.
Okay. All right, well, that's all I got.
I have a couple questions about the notes from the ZBA.
Yeah.
I want to wrap my head around the time of this, because I was reading it and the dates just don't match up.
Okay.
Just trying to figure out. This meeting was held December 29th to 20.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says the approval would be under the conditions that Starrett's follow through with the conditions for one full continuous year.
Mm-hmm.
If the conditions are not met, the conditional use permit would be voided. One conditional year from this meeting would have been December 29th to 21.
Yep.
So was there an extension? Because now we're going into 2 years.
So the conditional use only expires if they don't continue work there for a year.
So that's what it meant by the clock stopped when you said that?
Yeah.
So, okay. I was just confused by that.
So there's been some question about what continued use is.
Right.
And so we got an opinion from legal that because they've continued to work over there, the conditional use hasn't expired.
Okay.
Now, they
Yeah.
probably should have worded it differently.
Yeah,
Well-
exactly. It doesn't protect the neighbors at all. I
It-
mean,
No.
from their perspective.
But the zoning board of appeals, from the video, the zoning board of appeals was concerned that the conditional use would transfer with the property. And they did not want that to happen. So that's why they put the 1 year in.
Okay.
So if he were to move, that
So people that moved in would not be able to
continue that.
continue.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I think an attorney could easily argue the other way because it's just, it wasn't very well worded.
Nope.
I'm just purely on the time, because we're into 2 years now. It
Yeah.
was 20, 21, 22, going into 23.
Yeah.
It would have been.
But I think a number of the abutters are interpreting it your way.
Yeah.
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 It's just, yeah, that's all.
Which I could totally see, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
it makes sense.
it's just, yeah. You can go either way. It just seems like there's nothing, they didn't begin the process.
It really should have said that they should have obtained site plan
Within a
approval
year.
within a year.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
That's
Yep.
totally what it should have said, yeah.
Yep.
You know, and unfortunately, it
7
doesn't
years
say
ago,
that.
too.
Yeah.
But, you know, on that same token, I think in reading that the time has elapsed that they can go back to the ZBA and challenge the decision.
Yes.
If they choose to do so now.
Yes.
Which would seem to me what most of their concerns are is where they should go,
Yes.
not to us.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, the appeals period for that conditional use has expired. And they did request a reconsideration of that appeal originally.
Yeah,
Within the 45 days. but
Within the 10 days to reconsider.
They couldn't get a quorum with the ZBA.
They couldn't get a quorum, yeah,
Yes,
they only
so
had
they
2
just-
members, yeah.
Yeah.
So they didn't hear that.
But they could go back again now.
They can't.
I thought it read 1 year from, after 1 year has lapses, you can
Oh,
go back.
you can go back to request an appeal of similar nature.
Yes.
But that would be for Starrett to go back and request another conditional use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I misunderstood.
So if he got denied, he has to wait a year to go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have one question. With that approval from the ZBA, was there a limitation on the area that they could work in, or was it just
No.
wide open?
Anywhere on the parcel.
Whatever meets the planning board's site
Yes.
plan.
They really did. If you watch the video, they really did put a lot of that on the planning board, which, you know, is probably partially my fault because I did tell them at the meeting, you know, just so you guys know, this isn't the last stop. They do have to also go to the planning board and get site plan approval and go through that process, which that kind of put them at ease, I think, thinking, okay, well, there's a whole nother process on the other side of this. It's not just you get this permit and you're good to go. So there may have been some false security, I think, that they felt by that.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, from the neighbor's perspective, they don't see any action or non-action that triggers the town saying, stop.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've told them stop many times. Yeah. But, I mean...
There's no penalty, they could just ignore it?
They're currently in violation, which has a minimum of $100 per day per violation fine that we could assess on this, which the minimum right now, last I calculated, was over 75 grand. If we were to take them to court to try and get that, which the select board may do that. You know, would we get that? Probably not. Maybe, who knows? That's up for the court to decide. But the statute and that NOV that they were issued in October of 2020 does include language that states, you know, you can be fined a minimum of $100 a day per violation.
And they know that?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a difficult situation because we can't go over there and arrest them for not listening to us. It doesn't work. It would, if we were able to do that, it would make things a lot easier. But you know, we can't do that. So we can tell someone to stop all we want, and until we have something from a judge saying we have an order that you have to comply, sheriff's department's not going to care.
And because they've been there since 2015, and it went for quite a few years before anyone complained, I think a judge is going to have some sympathy to their plight, as well as their neighbors.
Possibly. Yeah. It's a very difficult situation for everyone, you know, involved.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
All right. Anything else? Move to adjourn. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen meeting of January 10th, 2023. Happy New Year, everybody. We'll start with the minutes of the last meeting.
Move the minutes.
Second.
Any discussion, changes? All in favor? Unanimous. New business, tax abatement requests. There are 2 on there.
Yep.
And Kurt is on Zoom. There he is.
There he is.
In his car.
In his car.
Yeah, I'm in the car. Sorry.
Very fancy car, Kurt, very fancy.
Yeah.
All right, tell us fast. I mean, we read the paperwork on these
Yeah.
abatements. They make sense. Anything to add to it?
Not really. The gentleman that did the land split, he doesn't know about some of the issues that he has. I really don't know why
Should he go to the
created
public?
that situation for himself in the first place. But you know, he certainly got a devalued piece of property until he makes several steps to remedy it. And the gentleman on off of Valley Road, off Rothshire Road, you know, it's just a case where the house is being cooked a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess until we do a total town evaluation, you're gonna have some exceptions like that, so. All right.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's really it as far as those go.
Okay.
The senior letters, we should have letters out to the seniors on the tax freeze in the next week or 2.
Great.
Got
Looking
about
forward to getting
95%
mine.
of those done. Yeah.
All right, I need a motion on the abatements.
All right.
Okay, move the abatement for tax year 2022, number 6, for 004015A, account 175, John M. Bennett, for the abated amount of $33,000, which is a tax amount of $495.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? Second one?
Move to approve the abatement, tax year 2022-7, map lot 016045C, James F. Ross, Patricia E. Ross, abated amount of $83,000 for a tax amount of $1,245.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Thanks, Kurt. Drive carefully.
Yes, thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too.
She was
I'll be
driving.
back soon. Talk to me, Val.
All right.
I'll be.
All right, next is update on Shaker Wood, 9 Shaker Woods.
Yes, good evening, Alex, code officer for the town. It's been a while since I came in to discuss with you guys the situation at 9 Shaker Woods. So I felt it would probably be good to come in. We just did an inspection a few weeks ago, so figured now would be a good time. Jared wasn't able to make it tonight, the homeowner, but he is watching the meeting. I believe that might be the Dana on the Zoom, possibly. So I can give you guys an update. I don't know if you guys have read this. If you have any questions, they've made good progress. I listed out in this memo the kind of all the different situations that we were originally dealing with when we first did the order, the dangerous building order. They have made a good progress with cleaning up a lot of the junk on site. There's still a good amount there, but good enough for it to still be considered a junkyard, or to meet the definition of a junkyard. But they are making progress. We had them prioritize around the house, you know, anything hazardous, fuel tanks, stuff like that. So they've been getting that stuff out. He typically works in the summer, is off in the winter. So we found that he does most of the cleanup work in the fall and spring before he gets back to work. So that's moving slowly, but it's moving. They did make a good amount of repairs to the garage, which is kind of the you know, the primary single family. We did numerous inspections, we being Kathy Goslin, the health officer, and myself and Wayne Jones, the fire inspector. So they got that, you know, that dwelling unit to a condition that we felt comfortable having them stay in it. So they're still in there. They're still working on it. He, you know, takes it piece by piece. So really at this point, it's just cleaning up of the junkyard, continuing, and then eventually we'll need to do a final inspection for the open permits that he has for the, you know, minor renovation work he did to kind of bring the place into code. So at this point, you know, the question is, how long will it take? You know, it's a very large, very, very large amount of stuff on the lot, and it's going to take some time. But so just looking for some thoughts, I guess, from you guys. We can continue to monitor it every month or two and make sure that they're making progress.
I'm looking at these pictures, and they definitely look different.
It's
than what they did
significantly
before.
improved, in
Yes.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't even get up through that road without seeing all the
Right.
cars
Right.
and stuff like that. And you know what? Everybody's yard is a work in progress.
Right.
I think it's a huge, huge improvement.
I think the question is, are they safe? You know?
Yeah. Right now, we're in a position where we feel, is it perfect? No, but it's adequate. It's a good situation for them. You know, they just put some new smoke alarms up again, and he just installed a new pellet stove. Yeah. So
The issue for public safety access looks like it's greatly improved.
yeah, he's done. That was the other thing. He's done some work to the road, to the driveway, to make it a little bit wider, and there's a lot of issues with water, I think, on this lot, so he often gets large puddles. And so he's building these run walls.
Everybody gets that.
Yeah. So yeah, he's definitely cleaned up the sides of the driveway as well.
There's no hazardous chemicals there that you're aware of.
Not that we're aware of. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm also thinking the neighbors.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a neighbor not too far away.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, want to make sure that they're safe also and not being contaminated in any way.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe that there would be anything of concern there.
Did you see the pictures a couple years ago? How long have we been doing this?
Yeah, this was
3 years?
before Joe. This started, well, we did the first hearing in January of 2021, so it's been 2 years.
Yep.
It was, yeah, it was bad.
Was it done?
Yeah.
I think June 2021. So,
I think he's made a lot of progress.
yeah.
So would the recommendation be to
My-
monitor this and to allow some more time?
I think that's,
My recommendation would be that, continue to monitor him, but, I mean, he's making progress, so let's encourage him to continue down
Just
that
give him
road.
homework.
And you did say the house is safe.
yeah. Yep, and they are still continuing to make their monthly tax payments. I checked with Sukar last week, and
Okay.
they're still good, so, yeah.
Well, I mean, this kind of winter we're having, he can continue to make progress in this type
Yeah.
of weather. So,
Yeah.
This is a nice winter.
so good. I don't think you need a motion or anything,
Nope.
but I think the select board is in agreement that keep an eye on it.
Okay, very good. We'll do that.
Good.
Can we, at another meeting, get another update on another town property that was an issue with some safety issues? It was over on Tower Road. Is that the Tower Road going up to Sabre?
Off Tower Road.
Off
Yeah.
Tower Road,
Yeah, if you want to do it at another meeting, we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
That way I'll give you some time and whatever, so I know that was a big one.
Yes, yeah. But I think that one's turned out pretty good.
Good, good,
But I
okay.
Can't remember off the top of my head.
I think that one got cleaned up by the
Pretty sure.
sheriff. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad before. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Alex.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Alex, do you know the address of that property by any chance?
The Tower Road problem?
Yeah.
17.
17 Tower Road. I just wanted to put it in.
Yep.
Okay, Sue, consideration of Raymond IPTV display policy. What is this about?
So, what's changed in this from
This-
what we approved the last time?
The select board chose not to approve it when it was brought up before.
But what was changed, what's changed in here from when it was presented last?
Nothing has changed about it other than situationally. We've run into a few instances now where some people that are coming in to present to various committees, and often, evidently, it's been the school board has happened, but it's happened with others, I guess, as well, where people that want to come in and present don't come early. They don't have all the stuff they need. There isn't time to get it set up. The videographer is scrambling, trying to get things to work for the committee. And Eric or Kevin end up getting involved. And it's become enough of an issue that Kevin asked me to bring this up again. We do have this as a policy, but it hasn't been adopted by the select board. And
So how does this change things if people are idiots and don't show up early with a presentation? How does this policy change that?
It's just the thought that...
You can't
if
fix
the-
stupid.
No, you can't. But it's the thought that if the select board have signed it, and I send it out to all the department heads and all the various committees and the RSU board, that possibly they'll read it and will do something with it because the selectmen have signed it. That's all I've got.
So, but I see the school board, just because it's I think the other big one. Can Kevin and them just tell them no?
They can, and I think if we have the policy that
Right.
has been enacted,
Yep.
then Kevin can say, look, the policy says arriving at least 30 minutes before the meeting to test the presentation. You didn't do that, nothing we can do for you.
You're pulling in Kevin and Eric again.
I think to answer the question, probably very little changes because this is what the protocol has been, but, just to emphasize the point and to put it as a, officially approved codified, policy, I guess. But I mean, what does it do? Probably you're right.
I don't see why we can't approve it.
I mean, yeah, we'll approve it, but,
I don't know if it doesn't.
but yeah, exactly, there's no teeth in it.
Yeah. No, there isn't, we'll take your next born or anything like that
Right.
in here, so.
All right, I make a motion to approve the Raymond IPTV content display policy.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous.
That's fine.
All right, update on early meeting time.
After conferring with the videographers, I found that we can't consistently support meetings that begin earlier than 6:30.
The nerve.
Nor do we have any backup for the one and only videographer who's kind enough to be sitting out back now early, who can occasionally accommodate a meeting prior to 6:30. They're expected to arrive an hour before any meeting start time to get equipment running and tested prior to the beginning of the meeting. All of our current videographers have other jobs and can't consistently get here in time to get an earlier meeting ready. We've reached out to St. Joe's and RSU 14 to see if they have any ideas or students that might be interested in learning how to do this. And we're going to post an ad on Indeed to see if we get anyone from there as well. But for now, unless we're able to get more videographers, they really can't support this. If Bill can't do it, the other two can't at all.
So what if we did like a Zoom at 5:30? Is that different than what?
No, it still requires the same setup out back to get everything ready to be broadcast and to be taped and everything.
What about 6 o'clock?
Even 6 o'clock, they can't make. Anything earlier than 6:30 is the very earliest they could do.
We are going to, that was going to be one of my announcements. As she mentioned, we're going to use Indeed, which worked last time, and we're going to, redouble our efforts to advertise and to follow up with Lorraine at the school and with St. Joe's. So, I mean, right now, that's the situation. We're going to try to change that.
Yeah, but if we get somebody and then they don't stay, then we have to go back to 6:30. I mean, it was nice, but I was literally like pushing my last kids out the door and saying, okay, I got a meeting.
Yeah. Kevin has already been mentioned, right?
Yeah.
I think if we, I mean, unless I had a little dialogue with Joe about this, and I always use students in the way past, and maybe we just got to. There are still people who are interested, obviously, in technology, and it's pretty interesting technology, and so I'm hopeful that we can, get somebody ideally out of our high school population.
We got to make sure it's somebody that that knows it though, because that's the official record.
Exactly, and so there's training. But what I found in the town office is that, younger people are better with technology on average than some of us older people. But you're right, we'd have to have somebody who was able to master this technology. And it's not, with Kevin's, training and Eric, I think it's very doable for a high school student.
Yeah, what's difficult about anyone who isn't a student is they're going to work full-time. One of our other videographers works in Portland, I believe it is, or South Portland, and the other one's in Yarmouth. So they can't get up here early enough from their regular jobs to be able to do this.
But the last time we used Indeed, we did get applications, correct?
But yes, and that's how we got Graham, if I remember
correctly. Yeah, so let's try it again, see what happens.
But he has another job and he's doing this on the side, so I'm not, from Indeed, I'm hopeful we might get more people, which would be wonderful, but I'm not hopeful they could do it.
And his other job is a full-time job with another town doing this.
Yes, well, it's for Sean, yeah.
This is his other job.
Yeah.
So he obviously prioritizes that above
the
part-time job.
All right, back to 6:30.
Public comment?
We seem to be shy of
I think we're good on the public comment. Selectmen comment? Good. Town manager's report?
Just very quickly, we did have the meeting with the Milfoil folks, Peggy Jensen and Rex Jensen, and so we have our invasive aquatic plant removal cost share application through the DEP for milfoil removal underway. It's a significant, application, but I'm confident that we'll succeed and get that grant. So we're working on that. Joe wants me to tell you the seasonal passes for Tasseltop are already available. We talked about the need for a videographer. We're going to redouble our efforts to get additional people for that. We also are still accepting applications for a CEO administrative assistant. So if anyone, full-time job, if anyone's interested in that, please apply. As you may know, Kirsten accepted another position in Portland, and we're very sad to see her go. She was sad to go, but it was an opportunity too good to pass up. So we're looking for that to fill that position again.
Are you putting that on Indeed also?
We could do that.
They did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
For Kirsten's position, yes.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, good. Okay.
They did do that.
Right.
Yeah. So that's, oh, and dates, you talked about doing something with the February date.
That would be a 0.
That would be gone.
No February meeting.
Okay, so then we have the next date would be March 14th, and of course we have our budget meetings.
I thought, well, I can figure out how to use my computer.
And that's really all I had tonight, not so much.
All right, March 14th, we have a selectmen meeting and a budget meeting currently planned, right?
Yes. The 14th?
Yes.
Ooh.
So find out from Sharice on the February 28th.
Yes.
Moving that to the 7th, the 7th to the 14th, and then the 14th to the 21st of March.
And then when you get all that, can you just send out an update?
So, so we will not have anything in February, but you'll have 4 in a row in March.
Yep. I'll get with her in the morning.
Good idea.
Sounds good
I
to
didn't
me.
make the schedule, but I think, you know.
Well, is the room available, all 4?
Well, Sharice threw these dates out, and I think we need to make sure we have the room available. And if not, we're gonna have to come up with some new dates.
The 7th, the 14th, and the 21st are all open.
And then the
Yep.
28th?
And the 28th isn't, that's zoning board.
All right, so
Yeah, but
then,
The last
We're not
Tuesday
doing
is
one on
always
the
zoning board.
21st.
well,
Unless
not
they
yet.
don't have an
We're gonna
application.
move that. So we're gonna have to move the one on the 28th into April.
Or is there a possibility of moving it to a Wednesday? Is that a problem?
Yeah, but school.
Wednesdays are a problem.
Okay.
So you got school board meetings too.
I think moving it to April would be,
Yeah.
Yeah.
with 3 already, that would be the way to go.
But we're not pushing anything out towards our new as far as having things done at a certain time, right?
That will still work for creating ballots.
So get together with Sharice, send out the new dates, and we can put them on our calendar and get those ready.
Has the budget committee had their meeting yet to look at the schedule?
No.
Okay. So you may want to get a hold of Bob and tell him that beforehand, say, don't send that out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were thinking about it, cease and desist.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, motion
That's all I have.
Okay.
All right.
Let's say, Dak, was there a second?
There a second to the adjournment?
Second?
All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the January 11th, 2023 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with a roll call. Mike?
Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo?
Greg Foster?
Robert O'Neill?
Ed Kranich. Mark Childs.
And from Zoom?
Kevin Woodbury?
There's a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of 2 sets of minutes for November 9th and December 14th, and then some new business for a public hearing site plan review, followed by some workshop and some staff communications and updates. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right. First order of business is the approval of the minutes for November 9th. Are there any additions, deletions, corrections?
And I move to accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Motion is made to accept the November 9th minutes by Greg, second by Ed. Any discussion? All those in favor? Passed. And next is the minutes for December 14th, 2022.
Move the minutes to be accepted as written.
Second.
Greg moves to accept the minutes as written, seconded by Ed. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No opposed. It's passed. All right. Next order of business is a public hearing site plan review. I think is a sketch plan review for 12 County Road.
Excuse me, is this a public, this isn't a public hearing?
This isn't public hearing.
This is not a public hearing.
Not a public hearing, just a
No.
pre-app
Thanks.
sketch. No decisions tonight.
Yep. Let me slip to that. Is it, I mispronounce this, I'm sure, Alan Askoff, is that?
That's the question.
You got it? Ah, not bad, I never get it. All right, so we are, it's going to be it's not a public hearing, a site plan review, it's actually a sketch plan review. Jim, would you start us off? It's pretty quick.
Yep, this property is located at 12 County Road. The applicant, Alan Askoff, is requesting the addition of a 3,600 square foot garage storage building for the residents that are located on the property as well. This is located in the LLR2. It's on 2.68 acres. It's a legal non-conforming lot. During the technical review, our biggest concerns had to deal with obviously the proximity to Sebago Lake, looking at drainage, wetlands. We will need a boundary survey. And even though this is a minor site plan, the board does not have to request stormwater or certain items, but in this case, being the proximity and the fact that it's a pretty well-developed lot, we would suggest that we just get some kind of measures put in to treat the stormwater for the building addition. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. It's here because it's over 2,500 square feet and requires a minor site plan approval. At that point, we'll need to show utilities and access. I know that the fire department has a rather lengthy memo here, and I believe Wayne is out there if you want any feedback from Wayne, but that pretty much does it for us.
Okay. Wayne, do you have any initial comments?
No, I think it's all contained in the memo. You know, that the memo is dealing with the fire protection requirements that we've adopted in the town for, you know, the fire alarm system, water supplies, fire department access.
And this is on public water?
There's public water nearby, 750 feet away, plus or minus.
So there's a hydrant nearby?
Yes, a hydrant nearby.
Okay.
All right. Alan, could I ask you to go to the microphone so the public can hear us?
Speaking of the microphone.
Yeah. Are there any, do you have any specific questions for us?
Well, it seems that we only have enough room to, can I let John, this is John Bell, he's going to be my contact.
Yeah. Would you like to?
He can
tell us that we're gonna have to redesign the building to fit. You want this boundary line made, right? You want a boundary survey, you're gonna require that, or do you wanna go with a 2.68 acres? If you do go with a 2.68 acres, which we've all done, and I've got, Matt from,
my office.
right,
Yep.
had told me that we got approximately 3,200, what's those number, John? 3,200 and,
He has enough room to do 3,268 square feet.
right, so to do
Lot
that,
coverage.
we'd have to reduce the building down to
50 by 56.
50 by 56. And then we'd have a driveway 14 by 30. Now, I can't move the building any closer to the road, right? You're not gonna give me a variance to move it to 25 feet, would you, Alex?
I wouldn't know. That would be the zoning board of appeals. That would have to do.
Oh, I couldn't do that then. So we're gonna have to keep that at 30 feet. And I would do the setbacks everywhere, at least 30 feet, if not more. And there is no doors in the back of the building. We were gonna do a steel building. So the fire, there's a hydrant at both ends of the road, and there's a retention pond across the street from it. You see my little aerial plan I gave you?
Yep.
You know, I can't put a driveway all around that because we'll go past that square footage area. I mean, we can't do the impervious, we'll lose that impervious surfaces if we just tar the whole thing. So I really can't give, like, the fire department's asking for a road all the way around there to drive a ladder truck. We're not gonna have a building that tall. I mean, how tall you suspect the building to be? 20?
Maximum, I think, was
21 feet. So we're not gonna have a very high building, and we're gonna have it all made out of steel. I just wanted to grass the area around it and have walk-up storage. The tenants could drive their car into the driveway and then walk whatever it was to the doors. The swale that's there, the drainage swale, we would exaggerate that so that we could mow it, and then just have it all lawn and just ride a lawnmower down through there. I have an antique picture of that property, and that swale is there, and it was exaggerated. You could see a drainage ditch that came down through there at one time. It was all pasture, and that's what they had. So, I mean, I could put it back that way, and anyway, the fire, you know, they could park the truck right out front and pick the ladder up and hit it. I mean, it's, like I said, we're gonna try to make it a non-flammable type building anyways, but that's the only thing that I see that it's gonna be hard to overcome, is those fire access roads, which I don't know how
Because
we.
the lot can only have 15%, right? 50% lot coverage, so that's the tough point.
So is there a reason why you're putting it way at the other end of the property?
Well, it was a buildable lot at one time, and then we've been told we could do this quite right along. And to put it right at the end of the driveway is gonna be a problem on the county, you know what I mean? If I put it up towards the building,
Right.
it's gonna be a little bit harder to do. And what I don't wanna have a daily thing going there. I wanna just have it, you know, it's a storage building. There's nothing on the back of it, no windows or doors on the back of the building. There's just roll-up doors on the sides and that front garage door.
So it's not a garage, per se?
Well, it's a barn that I'm gonna put, you know, plows in the summer and boats in the winter. I mean, it's my property. And anytime you do anything at any of those apartments, you gotta bring it in. I mean, I'm hauling everything in. I'd like to have a tractor on site with a lawnmower, you know, have things there to maintain the property.
Yeah, then you were talking about small units
Right,
on the
and
outside.
small
for
units to go
individual
with.
Lot owner.
I know we're just talking about it at this particular point, but I got a collage that'll show you that. I mean, there's junk in all four corners of that building. And the fire department and the insurance company have both told me that, you know, you can't have stuff in the hallways and you can't have stuff in the basement, and that's got to be one of the oldest buildings in Raymond. And we're all amazed at the timbers and the way it's still held together.
Are you talking about the house?
Yeah, the house itself, yeah.
Wow.
So you know, this is sorely needed there. I mean, and that was what I could do with the property. When they bought it, they combined it and said, well, it's gonna be part of this now. But originally, it was a separate lot. It's just that we put it in the same name. My father put it in his name, and they said, well, we're gonna make it part of it. And yes, I mean, at one time, that property owned the whole shebang.
Yeah, it's probably
I think it was
3
Damascus
acre?
Jordan. Damascus Jordan built the house in the late 1700s, 1800s. It's been there for,
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, the zoning minimum lot size is 3 acres.
3 acres, right?
well, like I said, it's been created
Yeah.
not by me. I didn't sell all the pieces
No,
off.
you're illegal,
No.
you're legal non-conforming.
We've, you know, we've added some land to the property. And if I could buy the lot behind it, I would. I just don't think Vinnie will sell me the lot.
Well, that's the property on Crockett, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right. See, it goes up against Crockett too, but that's the septic, that's the drainage system or whatever, the distribution field is right there. So that doesn't make a good spot to do it. On the road would be easily, and it would be far enough away from the other building so that if it did have a problem, you wouldn't be, you know what I mean? They wouldn't be so close that it would be a problem. If I put it up on the other property and there was a fire, where are they gonna go? If it's right down there on the road and it's steel, I just don't see that it's gonna go anywhere. I think it's the safest place to put it.
Okay. So for us, that you would like to know if we agree with the placement, whether or not we're going to require you to have a road access all around it.
Well, I wouldn't be able to build any building because
Right, no, I'm just running through.
I'm gonna lawn all around it. I was gonna make it I wanted to make it park-like.
Yeah, no, Alan, I'm not saying that, I'm just running through
Okay.
what,
Fine.
right now, what is on the table to discuss. I'm not saying that's the way it has to be done.
That's fine, yeah.
But you mentioned 30 feet, you would rather put it closer to the road?
Well, it would give you more, you know, grass area instead of having blacktop. It would
Right, we
eliminate-
cut down on the impervious
So
surface.
5 feet ahead would eliminate 70 square feet of
Right,
impervious surfaces.
yep,
It's the only reason I do it. But, you know, I can use the 30 feet of driveway because people can drive in and unload their car and walk around. So it's not a problem.
okay. Because we couldn't, as Alex said, you'd have to go to the zoning board
Well,
of
we
appeals.
won't do that.
get
I'm gonna give, and by reducing the size of the building, I'm gonna give more room, more setback to Ivy Jordan's property, which I'm only required 20 feet, but I'll give her 30. And then behind it's required 30, and it will be more because the lot's 125 feet deep, so basically we'll take that off the back too, so there might be a 40-foot setback behind me.
Okay.
So I'll be well within the zoning requirements for setback.
And what would be the buffer? And I think you mentioned the house.
Well, there is a ridge of trees there now. There is some trees, but I would put grass back everywhere I could. And I'd make that grade probably a 1/4 inch to the foot up to the building, and then increase that swale to make it gradually enough so I could ride a mower up and down it.
So the house that's there is going to be looking at your steel building.
What are you saying now?
The house,
The neighbor's house?
the neighbor's house,
Yes.
there'll be nothing between their house and the building.
There's stuff there. There's trees growing there.
Okay, and you're not taking those down?
Not what's there now, no, and I've left there's 20 feet, so.
Gotcha.
We'd be 30, I mean, there'd still be a grassed area to walk down to the doors.
Okay.
And there'd be grass behind the building too, but no doors behind the building, no windows, nothing, it's just
Can you
steel
explain the
wall.
orientation of the building? You have a sketch on the back of this page. The overhead door will be facing which way? Street.
Straight to the door, that's the front, that's right onto Coney Road.
Okay, so the overhead door faces the street.
And that'd be 30 feet right into it. I think my little sketch is kind of a,
Oh, it's a good sketch, it's
Yeah,
just I can't
it's
tell
good.
the orientation. And all the individual doors for the property owners
or on both sides.
Both sides.
On the other side of 302.
on both sides?
Okay.
Down near the new health center place.
Okay. So, three
I have-
sides will have doors.
John prepared a 60 by 60 steel building. I have a plan that I can show you that it was 60 by 60, but we can reduce it down to the 50 feet would be the fascia or the frontage, and 56 feet would be the depth. I have a picture of that if you want to see what that would look like. I mean,
I'm just trying to
and he's going
understand
to
your
reduce the
building
pitch.
sketch. So there's doors on 3 sides except for the side that's facing your neighbor, the neighbor's house.
Yeah, the
correct?
neighbor from Crockett Road.
Yeah.
There's a.
Okay.
The neighbor on Crockett
House right here on Crockett Road, this is the back right here.
That would be the back.
This is the back and these are the sides and this is the
Okay.
front.
We have another plan.
So if you were doing it like that's your driveway, or something like that.
Yeah, that's the overhead, and then.
Then you have access, you'd have units on this side, and this side would be solid wall.
Okay, so the side that's facing the
Neighbor.
house on County,
Yep.
wouldn't you have to clear all that
Roof
out
line
to get
like
access
that,
in
is
there
that what
for,
he's saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
go to their units?
With, I'm John Bell, Paco Construction.
Yeah, just have to.
Hey, John, you gotta switch.
Sorry.
We'll get out on the break.
John Bell, Paco Construction. Over on the county road side, the neighbor that's on the left-hand side would be looking at overhead door access for storage units.
Right, but he was just saying, because of the setback being 20 feet, and if you put it right up to the 20 feet, you'd have to clear out that vegetation between that and the neighbor, that's all.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
And I don't know if there's a way you could slide that. I think what you're probably asking is, can it slide a little bit more towards the middle to keep a little bit of that buffer?
One of the things that his drawing or aerial photography is not showing is that there is a pretty decent-sized swale that goes in between the proposed building and the existing. And
Right,
You
we
can
can
see
see
that.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
we can
okay.
see that. I think
so-
there's room to move it like 4 or 5 feet. I don't think it's gonna crush you or anything.
Yeah.
And what he was thinking of doing, like he had said before, was just there'd be foot traffic on the side of it, not anything more
Okay,
than
they
that.
wouldn't be able to drive a vehicle in there to take stuff out?
No,
Okay.
no, it's storage just for that house alone. Or apartment, sorry.
So the sketch shows 2, 4, 5 storage units on one side, 5 storage units on the other side,
That was originally the proposed, but with us decreasing the size of the building, we'd have to reduce that.
and it's serving how many apartments?
8?
10, 9, 8, 9, okay.
9, sorry.
Well, one of those is mine. That's, one is gonna use one as an office.
Oh.
There's 5 on both sides, and one was gonna be
Yeah,
just like an
no.
office type thing.
All right. What do we got, questions? So some of the things that we would want, property line marks,
Yeah, because we need to know what the setbacks are.
we need to know the setbacks. Stormwater being, so assuming this is a picture of a marina close to the lake, so stormwater runoff, we are going to want, not going to want.
Well, does that swale drain under the road into, across the street? Okay, and that's a retention area in there currently?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
So that seems like that should be
Yeah, I think
pretty
the
good.
water goes that way, then it comes back across, right?
No, it doesn't.
It just sits in there?
Alan, could you go back to the, sorry.
I guess I got it. So the setback, first off, the setback to Ivy Jordan's property is 20 feet.
Yep.
But
Right.
I would make it 30. I'll go 30, 35 even. I can go even farther than that. The drainage ditch that's to the left of the garage, if, let's say I'm in the garage and I'm looking at County Road, the drainage ditch to the left is part of my property, and I can move that a little to the right and make it so that I can drive a tractor in and out of there to keep it mowed and keep it clear. And that's basically the drainage for the whole property and the people behind me. And that goes under the road and into that retention pond, and then it crosses the road again and goes into Sebago Lake.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does cross and go a couple times, but it heads into the lagoon,
Yeah,
basically.
you can see it discharges down by the marina.
It goes into the lagoon, and they've got a culvert down there to go put it into the lagoon. So it goes under another road too, so it goes under
Yes.
3
Yeah, it
roads.
goes between that and his apartment house.
Okay.
Also, in the front of the road, in the front of the garage, there's another culvert and another ditch that comes down from Ivy Jordan's place and across and down, and then that connects and goes across too. So there's plenty of,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it,
Yeah, we just typically ask for some kind of treatment for new impervious, that's all, and it can just be as simple as a roof drip edge around the building.
I can do that, but I'm planning on putting lawn all the way around it, and then it's gonna,
It's not very
it'll grow
wide, you were
good.
talking about a foot, something just to collect the runoff that comes off the roof or the driveway. You can infiltrate.
Just crushed stone, right?
Yeah.
And it's gonna go right, eventually it's gonna go to that.
Yeah, that's fine, and we can, figure that out when we get to the design point.
So with no water going towards the lake, as of now,
Well, it does, it eventually comes.
well, eventually, but it's not going to, but there would not,
Yes. Any sediment will settle out in that retention.
You
I
wouldn't
don't
need,
see any reason.
you wouldn't
No,
need
I think
to-
it just
You
all
see-
drain to the retention pond. It'd take a long route, but it'd still get to the lake. But we just ask everybody to do a drip edge or something of that.
No, I'm talking about, if we want, the topographic of the land, of the
Oh.
layout, so we can find which way the water's going, but I think that's,
Yeah, I think it's pretty self-evident, and we can, I think when he works with Matt, I think he'll probably put what we call LiDAR on there, which is the satellite imagery, just to give you some feel for how it drains.
okay,
It's pretty simple.
all right.
We wouldn't be redirecting any water, it's still gonna go the same way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's good.
no,
It's a good thing.
we just usually like to see how it's going, where it's going, not,
Yeah, and it'll all pitch
But-
to that swale in
right.
the middle.
yep. Okay, what else?
So there's no heat source, there's not gonna be anything flammable inside the building, other than a vehicle, I guess, but, there's no wiring in any of the storage units, the only lights would be on the outside of the building for security type purposes. And I was gonna only have outlets inside, I was not gonna have any overhead wires, which is what the fire department, Wayne was talking about, to avoid. So we were gonna bring a meter in underground or off a pole, so that there wouldn't be any restriction for using a boom or a ladder or anything like that. The
Okay.
power is already across the street, utilities. I did fill out I did what I could on the 9-piece checklist you had.
Yep,
If you want my copy to look at it, just to see what I don't understand, I guess I'll give you what I have and see what I missed. But there's no septic design, there's no plumbing in it, there's not gonna be any water hooked to it. I mean, I'm not gonna use any water lines there or anything.
you did mention exterior lighting.
Yeah, I would like to put some extra lighting in, and then I am aware of light trespassing and all that stuff.
Yeah, just
Okay.
full cutoff.
So we
full
would
cutoff,
just
please.
make it so that they were low lights and stuff, just enough to,
Okay,
motion detector type stuff.
do your two abutters know about this?
Who's the
will.
two abutters? I mean, behind me and all this, well, they probably do. I mean, they know that I've been doing it. I mean, more people know about it than I.
Well, they'll be
Okay,
notified.
well, I know they'll be notified, I'm just wondering if you have talked with them concerning specifically lighting, which is.
No, we didn't talk about lighting. I mean, just said make it look pretty. So I think we're gonna do. She's got a nice looking place. I mean, she does have a really fancy house.
Which one is this now?
One just to the left, which should have the closest setback, and I think she'll appreciate me keeping it away from it. And the one behind me, I'll give them 40 feet. They have a deck that's pretty close to the line.
Yeah. No, I'm not,
Say charcoal, gray. I think we were gonna do, what was the light color? A light gray with a dark gray roof, something like that.
Yeah, I just think if he's got the lights on a moisture sense, I don't think that'll be a.
no, I don't think it'd be either.
As long as it's full cutoff, that'll be part of the site plan review.
Yep, okay. All right,
Will there be a driveway off of County Road coming in?
So, yeah, I've got,
Over
in
the door,
the
right?
square footage that we're using it's 14 by
30.
14
Because
by
30 is the front
30.
yard setback, so he's gonna have the building as close to the street as possible.
Okay.
But I don't think you're gonna give me that setback, but that's all right. I mean, I'll keep it 30 feet from the building. I mean, the building 30 feet from the road, I mean. I'd back it off that. And like I said, it would give someone a chance to drive a car in there and unload and walk around to, put their stuff in.
Yep.
I was only gonna ask for 5 feet, but.
we can't do that, but.
It's not our board.
All right,
Not us.
So that's good. So then we just won't worry about that stat.
Yeah, it's not this board, and I'm guessing that they're probably not gonna be in the
Yeah,
mood to allow that.
hello,
So Anyways.
All right, so you said you had some questions? I don't see that sheet. Did I?
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Isn't that what they submit, isn't that what he submits to staff?
Well, yeah, when we get the full application, we'll get the checklist.
Yeah,
So you don't have it?
we don't have it, no.
No, but that's fine, because we wouldn't have that till we have the full application anyway.
Right. We don't have it now, we will get it, but do you have specific questions off of that that you need us to
Well, it's
answer?
just to fill it out and don't check things that don't matter, so I just
Yeah,
filled
you
out what I
can,
could on it.
we can go over it in the office. Just call us, Alex or I, and we can go over it with you.
Okay.
Good.
Is there any other comments or questions? Yeah, Mike?
I would just ask that, you know, the next step somehow show us a little bit better the existing tree buffer in between you and the neighbor, just so we can understand. The aerial's great, but it doesn't really show it. So if it's on the survey, or maybe some photos taken from ground level would just be helpful for us. Yeah, exactly.
He's got him around the barn.
Just the one neighbor, or?
Just that whole area.
I think specifically the Crockett neighbor, it doesn't, we're not seeing any trees blocking the view.
You're good. It's background noise.
So are we asking for a survey plot plan?
We need a boundary. It's part of the requirement for a site plan. We need a boundary plan
So you can show all that
on the boundary plan, yeah.
Good. Well, let me ask you this, the boundaries that you need, now that lot's pretty clearly, those two lots that have been combined that I'm trying to put this garage on are pretty easy to see. The pins are there still, and they're gonna be easy to do. The back lot, going all the way down, there's like 8 corners, and he's telling me that this is gonna be more involved to do all that. Do we need all those lines? And then the curved section that goes along, the brook that goes down from the retention pond, if you see that curved part of the plan, if
Yep.
you want me to point, I mean, you want a line all the way down there? Because that's gonna be hard to put up too. He tells me that this is gonna be drawn out if we have to do the whole kit and caboodle.
Can they do what the old lot separation was? And you just-
Yeah, if I can do just that lot.
Well,
I mean,
you might be able to. I mean, that's all we really care about for the most part. If you're willing to accept that, I'm fine with that, but it's up to the board.
But
He's telling me he'll do.
Something to compute the lot coverage.
Right.
Right.
There's no way,
Oh, he's telling me,
without knowing the exact size of the lot, we're not able to determine the size of the building.
From a survey.
From the survey.
Could you just walk it with a Garmin?
Well, we just need a
That's what I do.
determination of some sort. I don't think we need to set pins along the whole thing, but I do think to Bob's point, I think we need to know exactly how it's surveyed and the exact area, because the impervious area, 15% is right to the
Right, we're right on the-
square foot, so
Yeah.
we really need an accurate measurement here.
Well, if the old map was an A2 survey that he has record, can you use that and just overlay and draw on part that we're interested in?
It might not have enough though, right? He's probably using all this area in here.
Oh, yeah,
Right?
definitely, yes.
I have a map of impervious surfaces already that he's figured, and we're using the 2.68 number.
Right.
And what I was gonna propose was a garage and driveway area that was less than the 3220. It's 3268, and I got 3220, so I'm going on the low side.
Alan, you gotta go 2 steps back and 1 step to your right.
Keep forgetting this thing. Okay, so the time went on. So anyways, what I figured was to go, it looks like 50 square feet smaller than what it shows that I have available. And this is what he's got on this is what I got from Matt. It shows impervious surfaces that are covered at this point. He tells me I got 2.8% left on the 15%. 2.8 comes out to the 3268 number.
And is that based on deeds, or how did he determine that boundary?
Did it say in his letter? I think it says in his letter that.
So GIS or is it off of boundary? I think it's off the town's GIS, that's why they could be a little wiggle. It might be beneficial to you, it may not. It's good that you've got the wiggle room, but I think typically in site plans, we ask for a boundary. That's usually our standard, that's all.
So I guess the bottom line is we're going to need something.
Right.
Something that shows your acreage that is, some authoritative, from some authoritative source.
Right.
If it needs to be, actually surveyed to get that, then it might need to do that. If you can come up with some other way that accurately show.
I don't, other than just what we got here now, I guess I gotta have them survey the whole thing.
I
Like I said, we're using it.
You have to do that, but I don't see.
We never surveyed the property because we really never had a loan on it. It went to the mortgage department or anything else. We do know where the pins on some of the lines are because of abutters and when they gave there was a road. There was a road through the marina, and when they gave the marina the road and said we don't want it anymore, and the town of Raymond said we don't want the road anymore. And we said, look, so some of it, we might have some property in the marina even. The fence that they put up was on the property, so.
If you do a survey, it may benefit you. You may be able to get some back. I don't.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a bigger building.
Well, I can tell him to survey it, and then he said he'd do it, and he thinks he could get it done by, what's this month?
January.
February.
Yep.
Said he might be able to get it done by February if it doesn't, snow and it doesn't look like it's gonna.
Right. Okay.
So you want a survey then?
We're going to need a survey. Yes, sir. Sorry about that, but we have to have some way of being able to determine the area.
Okay, I do think these numbers will work even with the survey. I think it's gonna be close enough.
Okay.
I can adjust something if I have to.
Yep.
But
And we'd like to see you pull the building as far as you could away from the homes that are there.
Well, I'll make the required setbacks and then some.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I will give them as much as I can.
Some sort of visual on what the boundaries are going to look like between the buildings and the two abutters.
And specifically what you're going to retain for vegetation.
Right, and what's going to be retained, what will be there when you're finished.
Well, I'd like the lawn, everything, put lawn on everything. I can put some, what's there is pretty spindly and sticky because they didn't get any sunlight, and it was all undergrowth there.
Well,
it was all just, it was a mess. It really was a mess. We've cleared that lot a couple times trying to do this, but it never really,
Okay, then,
materialized.
not speaking for the board, but then I would be, my concern would be is if you're going to cut to the property line and put lawn in, then I would be curious as to what those abutters' comments
No,
would be
I'm
on
not,
that.
like I said, we're not gonna go to the line.
Okay,
And
all
I
right.
still haven't, and there's a fringe of trees there.
Okay.
But they're not much. They're small trees. Maybe they'll grow now.
Yeah,
They got some-
no,
got some light.
right.
We just need to see it on the plan, what's going to be retained and what's going to be
Right.
cut, that's all.
It's all
Okay.
in my sketch. You can see little trees growing around.
Yeah.
I don't think they're not in the exact right place though, are they?
We'll have to go
I
look.
don't know if I like that. All right, so get a survey, and then, should I go to the fire department and talk to them about it, or?
Sure.
It's always good to go to the fire department. Wayne?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that.
Okay,
Especially where they're changing the size of the building, and about the access around the building. Definitely, that would be a good move.
okay. So, survey, talk to Jim, talk to Wayne, come back to us.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Anything else? Kevin, you okay?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Back to our ordinance review. So I would just, before I turn this over to Alex for the ordinance review, just as a personal note, I would kind of like to get this to our February meeting, which means Sandy's going to have to notify us, and we're not going to have to make too many changes. So I'm not saying don't make changes, but
Hopefully just small clerical stuff, right?
right. Once it's just small stuff, we could just we could move it to the February meeting to get it sent to the selectmen. Okay, Alex.
Yes, okay, so, yeah, I'll go through these here. Not a lot of changes, so it shouldn't take too long. The first one, I did consolidate all the shoreland stuff, the mandatory shoreland amendments, so that's now all in one, one chunk here. No major changes from the last time on that. The second item, scrolling, is the open space change, which we have just removed. And there is actually something new here to look at, which is 300-9.21 lots. And that is going to be on page number 2 of 23-02. There is a section in the land use ordinance that requires for new lots created, you have to be able to meet the frontage of the lot at the front setback. So if the front setback is 30 feet into the lot, you still have to have the minimum lot frontage. So you can't start to do a triangle until you fit that point. The way it was worded, it said you had to have the minimum frontage at the setback. So let's say the setback's 40, you had to have the frontage there. I had someone come in and say, well, can I have the frontage and then go in and then have a 5 foot wide section that meets the minimum frontage and then go back in again? And I said, well, technically, that's kind of how the ordinance is written. So I went to the attorney and he said, yeah, we should probably change that. So this is the fix for that. Now we'll just say that the entire area between the front lot line and that minimum front setback has to be the minimum lot frontage. So now it's all the way there. That's an easy one. Any thoughts? Okay.
Good.
The next, number 3, this is the section we talked about a little bit last time on special features. I did add in dumpsters and trash receptacles.
Yep.
And I believe I actually added fuel storage areas as well. So that was just based on last time's conversation about expanding on that. No other changes there from last time. Number 4
the big new one
is the one we're gonna pause. This is the biggest change since last time, is basically a complete rewrite of this entire section. Went out and did some shopping at other towns. Come to find out, we are leading the charge on this. Basically, no one has adopted really anything for shipping containers. I did find a few things here and there. Portland does have some stuff in place. I kind of took Portland and used it as inspiration for format.
De-urbanized it.
Yeah, and simplified it a lot. And so they're broken down: residential, non-residential, and then storage or occupancy, and then temporary and permanent. So to go through it, temporary hasn't really changed. You can still do it for construction sites. If you're moving and you need to get a shipping container. Permanent construction, I did have some things that, we probably want to discuss. And that is the number. If we're going to allow them for permanent storage, are we keeping it just 1 per lot? Are we not going to limit it? Are we going to limit it based on square footage? And then screening, I didn't add anything in for screening on what would be an appropriate method for screening. Jim did have a good point, I think, and I did add it in. Number 5 on page number 2 of 23-4. That's that shipping containers shall not be located between the principal structure and the front lot line.
And the reason I did that is just aesthetics.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to go down the street and see shipping containers in front yards. So again, we're not saying you can't do them. They just
Right.
got to be put either at or behind the building.
It's a good idea.
So yeah, a few things that we probably want to figure out there. As far as occupancy use goes, they have to meet the the applicable codes,
IBC.
essentially.
Is that the IBC?
Yeah, so the intermodal shipping containers section is in 2021 IBC, but it kind of just says that it has to meet everything else. So I just included it as a reference that it has to be designed in accordance with.
Are those
Gets complicated real quick.
now, do shipping containers, they like mobile homes, do they come with a certification for structural integrity or something?
Apparently they do. I know very little about it, but looking into it, they
Kevin-
do have.
Kevin's kind of
Yeah,
an expert.
mine have it right in a plaque that's on the container itself.
And who, may I ask, who certifies that? Is it the manufacturer, or is it reference a code, or how does that done?
Yeah, I think it references some codes. I'm not sure it's the building codes,
Okay,
but they have their own standards.
yeah, it's
I
probably,
could, yeah.
it's probably for the shipping
Anybody wants
cargo
to, if
industry.
anybody wants to come and take a look at it, you can see
Yeah, they stack.
what it looks like. Yeah.
Um,
The only question I had on this one, actually, I have this, what you've got there looks really good, Alex, I think.
Yeah.
The only question I had is down in number 5 on page 3. You have installation and connection of plumbing, electrical, heating components performed at the local building site will be done by licensed contractors, which I think that if you own your own property, you can do your own construction.
Yep.
So I don't think that's
Yeah.
applicable, is it?
Yeah, you may be correct on that one. And I think that was probably a copy and paste that came right from somewhere else. So yes, someone that is not a master plumber or an electrician is allowed to do their own work if it is their primary residence.
Right, and it conforms to all the codes and
Yeah.
ordinances, obviously.
So if someone's going to bring one of these in and it's going to be their primary residence, then technically, yes, they could pull the permits to do their own work.
An accessory structure, not a primary residence? That make difference?
If it's an accessory structure, they technically couldn't. If it's electrical, I think plumbing you probably can, but they they don't necessarily match each other. Plumbing and electrical.
as far as the structural.
Well, if you had a garage, if you built your garage, you're able to do the electrical plumbing
Yes.
work in it. And that's no, to me, that's no different than this.
As far as the strength of these, the structural capacity, I've used them for many, many years in construction jobs. Usually, we always bought used ones that were no longer useful for putting on ships stacked 10 high, because they were rusted, they were banged around and stuff. So is there gonna be any way to, qualify that? Do we require new ones? Or can they put a used one that, we had them, they'd leak, they'd have holes in this, rust
Right,
holes.
like rusted out a little bit.
Yeah,
Typically they come in three versions. They come in new, they come in one trip containers, which are pretty much like new, and then they come in used, which, like you're saying, could be anything.
yeah, it could be up to junk.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't
The
put
one we obtained was a one-trip container, which means it looks just like new. There's a few scuffs in it, but that's it.
Put that in the
So that's worth adding, I would think.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing.
Somehow. One single use or new.
Okay.
Because we
Right.
had them rotten floors and.
I think that would help a lot with,
Now,
Yeah, go ahead.
Kevin, what do you, when you buy something like this that is new or single use, you get something, is there like a bill of sale that you
Yes,
get?
absolutely. They get serial numbers and everything, yeah.
so proof That's all you have to do.
There's proof of, yeah, you can get proof of.
Proof of
how many
single
trips
use
they
or
made.
new.
Yeah, yeah.
And are you thinking that is for both temporary and permanent use, or just permanent use?
I think permanent.
Because
Yeah.
temporary.
Temporary, if it's
probably-
gonna only
It's
be
only
there
there
for a short
it's
time.
come and go.
And what about storage use? If someone wants to do permanent storage use, are you thinking that
Yeah, it's
was,
permanent then.
you probably,
Any type of permanent use, you don't want to
Yeah.
enforce that, I would think.
Yeah,
you would want it to be new or close
Or
to
one
I
trip.
think only the temporary could be used.
used, okay. Yeah,
And if you follow the guidelines in the building code, and you have one of those, you're gonna mount that really well mounted and keep it from being in water underneath it, so it doesn't rust underneath. So there's a lot of things they address in that code. I know, Alex, if you've read that, to keep them in good shape if you mount them correctly.
Well, if they're permanent, they gotta be on a foundation anyway, right?
Yep.
Right, on the foundation, they address the different types
Gotcha.
of foundations.
Waterproofing and things like that, I guess.
Yeah.
so we need to figure out screening. What you guys think might be acceptable.
Well, didn't we talk about did we talk about setbacks too?
We did,
Setback?
you and I did talk about having maybe a more strict setback that applies to shipping containers.
Or if they don't, then they have to have a screening of some nature, was
Yeah.
what we were thinking. If we have a little bit wider, what did we use?
Like
Was
50
it,
feet.
was it hoop houses? What did we talk about?
So, there are some animal agricultural uses that require, like a 50-foot setback from another residential property. And, you know, that's probably for pig
Noise,
storage
yeah.
and stuff, you know. So we talked about doing something like that where, you know, normal side setbacks 20 feet, even smaller in some of the, you know, in the village zones, maybe like 50 feet. And if you can't, if you couldn't meet the 50-foot setback, then you had to
Screen it.
screen it.
Screen it.
Screen it with fencing or landscaping. or
Yeah,
something.
that seems,
Sounds
that
good.
seems reasonable.
Okay.
If they're being used for an agricultural use, I don't know a lot about farming, but, you know, people have animals going in instead of a barn. How would that,
Yeah, that's a good question
Or
because
husbands in the container. Not the doghouse, but we're in the container.
I could see someone trying to put one of these up and then grow plants in it of any kind.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Geraniums.
yeah.
goats?
Actually, we have a few that do that. So I think that would fall under the storage use, probably.
Yeah, I mean, but as long as a setback, I
Considered
wouldn't think it'd need
permanent.
additional setback though. Beyond what we would say
Right.
any other container would need.
Right. Yes, permanent storage, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what do we think about the number?
Or the number of units.
This would be for storage. Do we want to limit it to one, or do you want to limit it to?
I think we should do one less than Kevin has.
Well, mine's not storage, mine is active electrical devices inside.
Units or square footage or footprint?
Well, it can't be, it's an accessory structure technically, right? So it has to be subordinate to the primary structure.
Right.
So I think you just, unfortunately, I think you gotta follow the accessory structure rules with this, as far as area coverage and
Yeah,
everything.
why not? That would make it simple.
Yep.
So someone could do multiple as long as they don't exceed the coverage, the lot coverage and setbacks.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see what.
And it can't be larger
You know, I
than the
think
house.
Kevin brought up a great point last time. It's an accessory structure, so if you're counting as an accessory structure, someone could build a shed, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Right.
I think it's just a matter of where, right? And that, I think we've got that kind of covered.
Okay.
We'll see where the trend goes over time, but,
So we'll just go by square footage. These.
well, per container, right?
Yeah.
Can't exceed.
But do we want to increase the setback? Is that,
Yeah.
we decided that you are
Increase the
increasing the
setback, but
Okay.
Oh, you've got
as far
all,
as the number of them,
right?
instead of
Yes,
having.
that's the
Yeah,
question.
because right now, if you look at, on sheet, page 2, number 4, total floor area of all intermodal shipping containers on the lot shall not exceed 700 square feet.
Okay.
So that's, but how big is a normal shipping container?
But that's not for, that wasn't for occupancy though.
Correct. That's storage use,
That's
yep.
storage use.
Right, just storage use, right?
I mean, there's other options. For example, home occupation uses, you're limited to doing 20% of the square footage of the house. So we could look at going, you know, the accessory storage can only be a certain percentage of whatever the square footage of the dwelling is, principal structure is.
So the only thing as I was thinking about, because I was thinking about tonight, if you have an apartment use, and somebody all of a sudden wants to start using these for storage units for the apartment.
And which is what gonna happen.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, you
Yep.
know, and, you know, so I think that's one thing we gotta be careful, because I don't think we wanna have a whole bunch of storage units behind an apartment complex.
Yeah, I was concerned about what's gonna be stored in there as well. I mean,
Exactly.
There's no.
And I'm sure Wayne's probably worried about that too.
Yeah, I mean, he says there's gonna be no flammables, but, I mean, if you're giving
How do you
that
police
key
it,
to the
right?
apartment, how are you gonna police
I
it?
mean, people put gas cans in their shed,
Yeah.
like that, so.
Yeah, I do.
I do too.
Yeah.
I live in Gray, Wayne.
As long as they meet the fire codes, that's all we care about.
So maybe to your point, it should be a percentage of the building, of the principal structure that's benefiting.
Well, what do you run into, Alex? What would you?
So for a garage or a shed, we wouldn't require that. It could be any size as long as they meet setbacks and lot coverage.
Okay. For
So
accessory-
this would be an additional requirement than they would have to meet if they built something, you know, out of wood or steel, I guess. So, yeah, I think that it might not be, I guess you could say it's not necessarily fair.
Yeah, that's where I come from too, but at the same token, well, I guess the one thing would be if it's a multifamily, the board would have a review of that.
Yeah, if it's a multifamily structure, yeah. But if it's an apartment or a duplex, a single family with an apartment or a duplex, then.
Yeah, but those
then
are
yeah,
a little more palatable.
you can't do a duplex in 90% of the town
Right,
anyways,
right.
right now.
Yeah, and you're still restricted to how much you can clear.
Right.
Right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's still going to limit it.
That's true.
So maybe we just stick with the same as the accessory structure, and if it becomes a problem, we can
Add
look
that
at it
back in.
again.
So strike out that number 4, the 700 square foot then, and open it up.
Yeah, 700 square feet would be
One.
4 of them? No.
Four? Is it four?
What are they? They're 8
What's the
by
footprint of
20.
one, Kevin?
Well, mine is 8 by 40.
8 by 40.
40.
How'd you get permission to do that?
You get two sizes,
That's me.
20 footers or 40
That's
footers
two.
typically,
Basically,
so.
it's almost, that's two, really, 8 by
Yeah,
40,
two.
But, yeah, I think you just,
So by taking that out, I mean, someone might be able to do 5 of these, 6 of these, but I guess we wait and see what happens, and if
See
we
what
have to,
happens.
if we have to adjust, we have to adjust, I guess.
No, as long as they meet the building code and
that's
if you want to have
potential
screening,
foundation.
does it really,
Does it really matter, I guess?
Yeah,
does it really matter? I
This
mean,
is on
it's
a
like,
foundation,
you can build
so
a, as you say,
it's a-
it's on a foundation, you can
Yep.
build a garage,
Yep.
and you can make the garage look worse than that if you wanted to.
Yep.
So, I mean, as long as you do, you know, like you say, the screening I think is great, the setbacks are a good idea, you know, but I think we're in again, it's, you know, I may have some personal interest in this, but if I had
Just a little bit.
well, no, I mean, I could build a garage with metal siding and do the same thing, and, you know, it's.
What we could just add,
Indeed.
shall not exceed 700 square feet without planning board approval.
Yeah.
And then it comes back, if they
Yeah.
want to put 5 of them in, they got to come here.
You could do that.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be simple enough.
yeah,
I mean,
I think that sounds good.
A stick-built garage doesn't come anywhere near the structural strength as one of these new containers. And fire safety as well.
So maybe it seems like at this point, if we can, I kind of like the idea of limiting it, if we can, if we're allowed to somehow, limiting it to maybe 2, subject to prior or further review by the planning board.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause you can keep the 700 square feet,
Yeah.
and then anything over 700 square feet
Yeah.
requires planning board approval.
I think that's a good idea, because then
I like that.
kind of hate the idea of waiting until it becomes a
Yeah.
problem, because then it is a problem.
Yeah,
Well, then you got retro, right, at
Yeah.
that point?
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
I agree. That's a good call. We'll do that.
Okay. And the other part of this is if the lot is 40 acres, it's in the back, that's 10 of them, 20 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it affects, the butters is really, you don't want to look at it if it's screened, if it's.
Yeah,
Totally
I
different.
think you'll
it's
find
different.
that there's probably more of these in town than you realize on some big parcels.
Yeah, I mean,
Smashed in the woods or down.
it's your land, you can do what you want with it, but if it's going to affect somebody else, that's where that line is kind of.
I agree. So the occupancy use stuff gets a little bit funky because there's, pre-modified or modified on site, which is, essentially a stick-built house or a modular house. It's kind of how it's set up. So if they're going to buy a pre-modified shipping container that is essentially all put together as a dwelling unit that's delivered, then there's just a list of stuff that they need to provide us with, which is similar to if it was a modular home. It does require that they get a third-party inspector, which Portland has a whole process for that, which looks like a nightmare. And a lot more paperwork than I think Raymond can afford to do at this time. So I did leave it in there. I do think it's probably a good idea, and that would kind of relieve the town of having to sign off on anything that was manufactured elsewhere.
Raymond follow Mubeck?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense, because if you start cutting holes in the side of this thing, you read in the building code, there's just a limited number of holes you can cut of a certain size and placement before the structural integrity starts going down.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
I did notice that on page 3, it says that it shall not be located between the principal structure and the front lot line, but in this case, it would likely be the principal structure if it's an occupancy use, or it could be. So that would probably need to come out of there. Because if someone is doing an occupancy use, a single family, I guess, out of a shipping container, then it would be the principal structure. So that section needs to or that number needs to get taken out.
Cross that one out.
You don't even need it, right?
You don't even need it.
Right. It wouldn't apply here. And then the point that Kevin brings up about installation of plumbing, electrical, and heating components, we can remove the section about licensed contractors. We would just probably leave in that permit applications would need to be approved, and it would need to conform to the applicable codes. I didn't change anything in the non-residential section. And we can put the same stuff in, or we could just get rid of the residential, non-residential thing and just make it town-wide. But I wasn't sure what you guys thought about allowing them in the commercial, a commercial district. So there's really only 2 that are non-residential, and that would be commercial and industrial, which is all 302, or sections of 302. So,
And this is for just storage, right? Basically, these permanent storage in the non-residential?
well, non-residential right now, you can do storage by going to the planning board through site plan. So it is already allowed temporarily or permanently, I think.
Does it require a foundation in the existing regulation that it would be under?
I actually think it may just be temporary. Look real quick. The use is limited to the temporary storage of goods, products, or materials. So we probably should make it.
Make it for the residents, and I think if you have a permanent and non-residential, you should follow the same.
Yeah.
So maybe we just get rid of the residential and non-residential and just make this all one.
I think it's easier.
Yeah.
There's a possibility someone on 302 could put a shipping container out by the road, but if they follow this ordinance and they have to meet the,
Well, do we really want them out on 302?
well, they would have to be screened and they have to be behind the principal structure.
Right, that's what I mean, we want them behind the principal structure.
So if it's out near the road, then it's probably a temporary thing anyways.
Yep, which is fine.
What if it is the principal structure?
Well, then it's a principal structure.
Then it would have to be setbacks.
If it's the principal structure, it's the principal structure.
Yeah, but it just meets the setbacks, it can't be behind anything else, then it has to be screened or architecturally modified to
Well, if it's
some degree.
Yeah, and there is no setback in the commercial district, so it could be pretty close to the road if it was the principal structure, but.
I mean, you can buy those things pre-made now that are shops to sell, you know, any number of things from.
Kevin, what do these things cost? What's a shipping container cost?
Well, it depends when you buy them. Pre-pandemic, they were about $5,000 for the 8x40s. And then if you went 2 months into the pandemic, they were $10,000.
Wow.
And then they dropped down to, back to about 7,500. And then they're starting to go up again because of inflation. So there's quite a variance. And that's for, like I said, that's for a one trip or a new container.
Does that include shipping?
Yeah, delivery, yes.
Oh, wow.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
We got ours from Maine Trailer up in Bangor.
I think most people would use 20-footers anyway. From what I've seen, 40s are.
40s are, yeah, they're rare. That's a big container.
Yeah.
No, not really. It was filled instantly.
Never enough space. So I'll make all those changes. The definition, I didn't really mess with much. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on it. This whole section still needs to go to the attorney. So there's a possibility he'll make some changes to this.
Okay.
Actually, I guarantee he'll make some changes to it.
Yeah.
He's definitely going to. I don't know how much would end up changing, but I mean, I guess, whatever comments you guys have at this point, we can add in, send it to him, and then we can always make changes, after the public hearing, as long as they're minor,
Right.
not major changes.
Yeah.
That'd be my recommendation. We make the changes per the board discussion this evening,
Send it to
talk to the
Phil.
attorney,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then post it.
Yep.
Because we'll have more discussion even after the public hearing.
right.
All right. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add on that? Awesome.
All good.
Good.
Oh,
Moving
That
right
wasn't bad.
direction.
Number 5 is the land use map, which was going to be changed more than you have in front of you, but it was going to be too much of a project. So what you have here is the 2014 zoning map, updated and corrected. There was an error on the inset in 2014 that's been on the map ever since. So the only changes that we have proposed here would be a correction to the inset. The stream protection zone has changed from an orange to a blue. And the resource protection district, the symbol has changed slightly to a little bit easier to see symbol. Other than that, it's just style font stuff and the border and everything. But that's pretty much it. The goal here is to get that inset fixed and just get an updated map that we actually know is correct, that we can save, get in the vault, and then maybe the next year or two we can look at changing. I know the comp plan committee is probably going to maybe make some changes that might update this map too eventually. So I just wanted to get a clean copy that everyone knows is correct, back updated and signed and everything. So
Okay.
good on that one.
Good on that one.
Awesome.
I just print it a little bit larger so you can see it.
So number 6 hasn't changed. Actually, there was a change. I added major. I think it was Ed that brought that up last time. That minor says minor, but major didn't say major. So now it's just clear which one's minor and which one's major. Number 7 did not change at all. And I think that's it. Yep, that's the last one. So, I mean, I think it's probably realistic that we can do a public hearing next month.
Yeah, I think so. What's the, when do we have to have, we don't have to have these posted before the public hearing.
We do.
We do.
We
How
do.
long? Sandy?
14 days, I believe. Yes.
14 days.
So fortunately,
So, okay.
this is, not a lot to change, so I can get the shipping container updated and off to the attorney this week, and hopefully it's a quick turnaround and we can have everything ready to be posted next week.
Next week.
Yeah. So we'll do that, and that
Sandy, that gives us enough time to advertise, correct, for the public hearing? Okay.
and then we're a month ahead of where we need to be for the warrant schedule anyways, so that puts us in really good shape.
Right. All right. That takes care of the workshop.
Wow, that's good.
Staff communication and updates.
I believe, Sandy, that information about Starrett and their timing, that went around to the whole board, right?
Yes.
So that was my first information. I mean, and back to the whole violation, right? We're not gonna obviously see anything for a period of time.
Yeah.
Based on that correspondence, they're not gonna start the survey until February, probably be April or May before it even gets to this board.
Yeah.
So, we're probably looking at May or June.
Yeah, before it gets, because
Before
it's
it
going to go
get-
through you first, right?
Right,
You gotta-
right.
they gotta-
So it's gonna be May or June before, you see it, so I don't know what that does.
Yeah, so
Town's other action on this property, but
the suggestion from the town's attorney was to bring it up next month, review that letter as a board, and then decide to table or deny based on, what they have submitted. The enforcement stuff will continue on as its own thing. If they bring a site plan in May, then you guys can review what they've submitted and handle it like you would any other application, but the select board will make the call on if they want to take any legal action against them in the meantime, which they may.
So are they would they be sort of waiting to see if the planning board decided to deny the application? Just
No, not necessarily. I think the two processes are probably going to continue separately on their own paths for a while. I think the end result, if they want to continue to do what they're doing, they're going to have to get approval from the planning board, or they're going to have a signed consent agreement from the town, the select board, saying that they can do it, which the select board would probably just say, get after the fact approval from the planning board and legalize what you got.
does that mean they cease their current?
They should, anyways, yeah. They've been told they need to stop.
They
a while
give them a
ago.
formal cease and desist order? Or?
Yeah, they were issued, that formal document, 2020.
I just passed a whole bunch of trucks coming out of there.
Yeah. So, there's really only so much we can do.
Yep. No, I'm just saying.
I can't go over there and arrest them for not listening. So, there's fines. There's other things that municipalities can do. So that's going to continue on. I don't think you guys need to worry too much about that. I think the best thing to do would probably be look at this as a site plan application,
Yep.
which it is odd because it's after the fact and you guys don't normally do that. If it's going to be May, we'll see where we are in May when it comes in. You never know. This could go, in the next month or two, could go a few different directions.
Seems like they need to do a lot of substantial changes to their site.
Yeah, I think, yes.
Well, I think they first got to get their site mapped.
Yep.
So we'll, that'll be at the next meeting. You guys can, obviously they won't have a complete application again, so it'll probably be a situation where, you could probably just table until they bring in something.
Will they actually come into the next meeting? Or are they just going to submit that same letter?
I don't know. I am inspecting the property again on Friday, so I'll talk with them then
Okay.
and see what their plans are.
Hey, Sammy, just make sure it's not listed as a public hearing for their spot.
Absolutely.
Not that the public can't attend, but
Yeah. The marina, back, not back?
Nothing yet, right, Sandy?
Nothing?
Nothing came in from them, but we got back the Potvin, we got back Clark, and we have, hang on. I have notes. Okay, we've got Star It On for a status review.
Yep.
Preliminary subdivision review for Potvin, preliminary subdivision review for Clark, which is also Raymond Cape,
Those are the two.
and preliminary amendment to approve subdivision for Adams. That's just moving a lot along.
Okay.
Whatever happened to Chase? We went out there for a site walk.
Yeah, he's,
It's right next to these
it's
pot
part of
things.
these, it's part of the
Yep.
whole dilemma. but
Okay.
He's done nothing.
And he has not withdrawn his application, right, Sandy?
No, he was supposed to,
So,
but by now the time has lapsed, so he's back to square one anyhow.
Had a feller buncher out there today.
so yeah, we've got that whole Raymond Cape kind of Potvin cleanup situation, which hopefully that at least gets us back to baseline. I don't know what the Adams just sounds like it's a property line adjustment.
Yeah, that's all that is.
Okay. We know what Star Ed is, and then we've got public hearing for ordinances.
Yep.
Right.
And then in March, we'll have a new subdivision amendment on Spiller Hill coming, also from BH2M. So, yeah, there's some stuff coming.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
To adjourn?
The motion to adjourn, is there a second?
Second.
And a second, is there a, should we have discussion?
Nope, you're
No,
close
no.
enough.
All those in favor? Opposed? You're adjourned.
Good evening. It is 6:34 on Tuesday, January 17th, and I'm calling to order the meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. The first order of business is to approve the minutes from our previous meeting, which was December 7th of 2022. And I'd be looking for a motion to approve.
I'll move. I move the approval.
Okay. Any discussion regarding the minutes? I am not seeing any.
You do need
Oh,
a
and a
second.
second, sorry, second.
I'll second it.
And discussion? Seeing none. We can go ahead and vote to approve. And
I approve.
you approve, thank you, John. So that passes.
Madam Chair, could I interject something about the meeting so that participants can understand
Yes.
how
of course.
Zoom is working?
Yep.
This came up at the select board meeting. And when folks like Frank and John are Zoomed in, have been accepted into the meeting, it's as though they walked through that door and sat right here. We've got one or two mics everywhere in this room, and every conversation is picked up. So it's as though if there's someone on Zoom, it's as though they're sitting here. And I just think we need to keep that in mind. The select board wanted me to bring that up to committees.
Okay.
Thank you.
Peter?
Madam Chair, could I just ask that the minutes, I know there'll be attendance, but just reflect that we have a quorum for tonight?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Peter. So moving on, the first thing is our old business, which is discussing our RFP. So in your e-packet, and Sue is going to print these out for us. So Frank and John, you should have them in your e-packet. Is the one we received back. So this was received prior to the deadline. I did look through it completely, and I honestly found it pretty reassuring. because it covers a lot of the things we had questions about how we're going to get it done, or what kind of services will they provide. So help creating a video, for example, was one of the things that was listed as a service that would be provided. But I think it would be worth our discussion about whether this one that we received is enough. Do we wish to go back out, extend our deadline? Are we happy with what we have?
And could I make one correction? I didn't print these for you. We required in the RFP that they get us printed.
Sorry, thank you.
That was a good call. Handy to have hard copy.
Yes.
I mean, it's here, but yeah, definitely here.
Yeah. But because they also gave it electronically, I didn't mail these out to you.
Good. Good.
That's why you're getting them tonight.
So, any discussion on whether we're happy with what we've received?
Yeah, I read through as well, and found it very comprehensive and touching on, I think, most points that we asked for. A lot of content here to soak up. And I would add, I have been in planning board meetings in other towns where North Star was there as a consultant for the town, and certainly was impressed with their capabilities, and mostly with their communication skills and ability to work with a board in good detail, but also in hitting the ordinance requirements, but also considering the elements that, in this case, it was a site plan review for a solar project, and I've just found them to be very good communicators of helping the boards understand how an applicant in this case might be or might not be hitting the targets in an ordinance. And so, anyways, favorable impression.
Peter?
Yeah, I'd echo what John said as far as the content here and their background and experience. I'd say that we don't really have anything to lose at this point by going forward with an interview. At this point, obviously, we aren't choosing North Star without an interview first. If the interview doesn't go well, then certainly I think the only thing we can do is republish the RFP and look for some more applicants. But that being said, I think that the only issue I might have would be if there was, and I don't imagine this will be an issue, if there'd be a significant delay in them appearing before either a subcommittee or the full committee for an interview.
Yeah, I also think, considering that we received one, I would like to maybe just invite them to our next meeting. I don't know. I think that seems reasonable.
I think that's a good idea. My suggestion would be that it be the full committee, of course, not a subcommittee. And I mean, Chris can speak to this in more detail. But you know, they've done a number of area plans. They're a well-regarded firm, as John said, and a lot of experience. And I have some personal experience with them on the streetlight conversion process, and that was not when he was in this consultancy, but when he was an employee of the town of Wyndham. So I would also tell you that I think if you go back out, you're not going to get a different result, because this thing went wide. The timeline is really not significant, that it was, you know, around the holidays, whatever. There was some concern about that, but people who want and need work will reply. He replied. That was it. So I think this is what we got. And he's done the plans for Gray, Wyndham, Naples. So he's familiar with the region. So, but I say, yeah, have your interview, but I do the whole committee.
Yeah, I'd add a few comments. After we received his proposal, I reached out to the town of Gray, and friend of mine was the former code officer there, and he was there when they did the comp plan, and I asked him how it went, and asked him for a little detail, and what I got back was a text from the town planner, Doug Webster from Gray, that said, basically, North Star Planning is the real deal. They had a great experience with them. They came in at budget, and the numbers that are in your proposal from them lined up with what I was told in the text. And as Don said, I worked with Ben Smith, the proprietor of North Star, when he was in Wyndham. He was the town planner there and did their comp plan, and I know his experience with that. And it's, he also did a plan for the downtown of Wyndham to revitalize it. It was called the Century 21 Downtown Program, and basically it won awards all over the state. So, you know, I think you'd be absolutely worth interviewing, and I think, like Don said, there's not a lot of companies out there that are doing this kind of work, but from what I know, he's experienced and well-versed, and he's got a good staff. Don and I did look at his staff, and he may not be here for the majority of the project, but it sounds like he's got staff that's very capable with master's degrees and very tuned into this type of project. So
My thought on that is, I think he's putting one of the more, I guess, junior people on the staff on a principal role, but I don't think that's a bad thing, because, you know, you have somebody with, you know, energy and you know, starting out in the business, and I'm not sure how much experience she has, but I think it looks like an amalgam of the whole staff. But to have somebody young and doing an initial project or one of their first projects is not bad when you have, you know, Ben and the rest of them behind the scenes. That's how we do business with our law firm. We tend to hire the more junior partners, and then they have the breadth and depth of the firm. So I'm not troubled by that at all. I think it's actually a good thing.
If we do go with them, I really appreciate their schedule matrix. It really breaks things down into easy tasks, you know, as they have them.
See, this
Makes a lot of sense.
This is the whole idea. I was saying
Yeah.
from the beginning, once you get somebody engaged, all these questions that we've had will, well, most of these questions will disappear, I think. Sure.
We don't need to vote to invite him over, right? We're not actually doing anything. Okay, but we can just say
inviting
we'd
him
like to
over
invite
for
him.
interview.
Yeah.
And I would think that if there was any concerns from any of the committee here today as to whether there should be a subcommittee or task force or the full committee, I mean, it just seems to me that with one applicant, it's kind of a no-brainer that everybody, and I don't really believe, given the quality of this presentation, and I've always thought that that's half the battle, is the quality of the presentation, that I don't think we, and also getting to know the committee, I don't think we're a very intimidating lot. So I don't think that would be a problem.
it would definitely expedite the process, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, instead of dragging it out.
And I think my reason was that, you know, everybody needs to meet Ben and his North Star planning group, so that they understand exactly who he is, what they do, and we have buy-in from everybody. I think if you have a small group do it, and even though there's only one, I just think it's better if everyone does it.
Agree.
So I guess we're in agreement on that?
Yeah, I believe we're all in agreement.
The only fly in the ointment I can possibly see is it's only 2 weeks to your next meeting. So if their schedule doesn't fit that.
Then we ask them to join our following
I
meeting.
would bet they'll fit the schedule.
They probably will, but that's the
I
only
think we can figure it
hiccup I could see.
probably as we get
No,
there.
it's a good thought, though. It is,
Yeah.
the time has kind of compressed between meetings.
Yeah.
So, but certainly, I think we could have the meeting after next if need be.
Okay.
So is someone on the committee going to reach out to him, or would you like me to reach out to him to invite him to the next
I
meeting?
think you can do that.
Yeah, generally I would for.
Generally you would, okay,
Yeah.
if that's the case, then
Okay.
that's fine. So moving on, make sure I did this right. We are discussing the logo. So I did go back with the suggestions that I received, and I made a couple edits, such as moving the two to be together with the morrow. So I did do the outlining, sort of as you had suggested, Don, if I remember correctly, of the lettering, but I didn't really like how it was coming out, so I didn't even include that. I threw in a black and white, and then we also had some sketches done by Kirsten, sorry, that is a staff member with the town of Raymond, and I personally really liked them. Of course, we would be looking to add color and,
And verbiage.
Yeah, some Raymond comprehensive plan around that. I was hoping, because I had reached out for time for printing, to see how much it would be for them to do those things. Add some color, put some verbiage on it, but I did not hear back from them yet. But I feel pretty confident that I will hear back from them, and I also think where half the work's already been done on that front, that it might be worth finding out how much that would cost us to have them do it, because I think it gives us more options. I also feel as though we're not really in a big rush for this logo, so I'd rather take our time personally and make sure that it's what we want, because it's going to stick with us for the next foreseeable future. So I'm okay with that. I don't know if anyone else feels as though we need to make a decision on that right away, considering we're still sort of getting more input for it.
So the idea would be to have time for printing, tune one of these up, too.
Yes, the
be
two
kind of
sketches at the
print-ready.
bottom. I think they're at the bottom of the sheet there. You have the
Yep.
ones that I sort of doctored up,
Yep.
the ones that I had created.
Those are
Which I still like. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that I don't.
Right.
I still like them. I think they're quite simple, but I also thought that the drawings were also neat too. And I think that they're a little bit more in line with the actual Raymond, if some of us can see it, the logo. It's just that, I don't know, it's the same kind of vibe, where mine are a little bit different. So I'd like to see those, to see how we like them compared. And I just feel like I don't think it's much of a rush for us to wait for time for printing to get back to me. And I don't foresee it being incredibly expensive for them to take these sketches and throw some wording and coloring onto them.
Sure, I'd agree with that.
Good, good.
Agree with that?
Yeah, so if everybody feels comfortable with that, I think we can. Right.
Fine with me.
Fine with you and fine with you, John? Okay, great. So I think we'll just move that to the next meeting, and hopefully I'll have something to show for that.
Out of the four that you did, though, I do like the one on the top left the best, with the
orange.
Yeah,
The orange.
I just like the arrow. I know you're trying to do on the bottom you have the circle and the arrow, but I think just the arrow itself.
Yep.
So out of those four, I would put my recommendation on that one if you were sending them anything.
I still very much like that one too. But I like because it's clean.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I have towards the ones that I created. So the one you see right next to it, that's just black and gray. That would be, it's just clear. And I don't know how these drawings would fare black and white too. So I think that's something we should, keep in consideration when we're thinking about it. But I'd like to, given that we have time and that there's no rush on this, I personally would like to see what they could do for us.
Cool. Good.
All right. So we'll save that for next time we meet. And next on our agenda is survey discussion. I did go back and reviewed the surveys that I had sent out in the email back in September. And there were a couple to me that stood out a little bit more, in particular Boothbay, Gray, and Winslow. I liked their composition of the questions. I liked the number of questions. I liked that the demographic information wasn't that heavy. I think we're going to get a lot of that information anyway from our census data. I liked the questions that focus on what areas do you think need attention. I liked questions that were geared towards where would you prefer to see growth. Those were the kind of the things that I picked out of those that I liked. I do know it looks like, you know, we would have some help sort of designing that up with the planner. But those, I guess those are my initial thoughts as going back over those surveys again. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I just kind of, I highlighted this as far as alluding to what Dawn said about how much we're going to get just out of the proposals. And right in there, as you're mentioning, Kayla, the task 2.2, update project website and 2 videos. And the timeline was August through October 23. The project team will develop a series of short videos focusing on the issues the committee and the public have identified as the priority policy areas. The purpose of these videos will be to provide shareable content that will help spread the word about the comprehensive plan update and encourage greater public participation. So I think that you know, in the interview process, that'd be something just ask them maybe to elaborate on a little bit more. I mean, is this something that is covered entirely in the purchase price of your services? Is this something where you will assist us with? Is this something that is going to be a 50-50 or that type of a question? And that will help us a little bit better in formulating our budgets going forward. I think that also it's, and it has been mentioned at previous meetings, that maybe what we do is we take this in small bites or incrementally go up to the large community survey that I agree with Kayla, a lot of this information, demographic and otherwise, is going to come through our contract planner.
Yeah.
So and also I did have a chance to ask a couple of questions of Dawn, and just to confirm what I've kind of heard in the discussions in the meeting as far as we do have resources within the town to help us with that. We've got software that can help us with a community survey. We've got videographers and the like that can assist us. We've got a licensed drone operator. We've got a lot of resources within the community. So it might be that what we do at first is start thinking about more in terms of budgetary wise with the $10,000 we've got to play with now. We've got some money to play with now. You know, we've mentioned everything from banners to maybe engaging with the town and IT and videography and the like, and see the sooner the better that maybe we can get something similar to what Gray has, that kind of little stick man and what is a comprehensive plan, and get that out on the website early on. I mean, maybe even before the contract planner is telling us what he envisions or they envision for the larger surveys. So we could certainly maybe start off concentrating in those areas.
I did call Gray and ask them about that video, by the way, and they believed that their planner that they had hired had put that together for them, so the same company.
Yeah. And we've got YouTube, and we've got capabilities here, I believe, to maybe do something like that.
That's going to come into play. It's a great point to bring up now that, you know, there's going to be surveys, there's going to be, you know, some level of collection of data and analysis. The more of that we can do, the more we can, I guess, address the cost if you wanted to do that. I mean, I noticed that, I think it was Gray that hired GP Cog. And when you have GP Cog helping you with that, you're having somebody at an intern level. So, you know, we have staff who can do it. We've also been investigating collaborative efforts with St. Joseph's College with students. So we may be able to get some, Sue's been working on that. We're feeling like we can get some students to help us. So we may be able to mitigate the costs of that piece of it. Because you're going to have the base proposal costs, which we don't know, because we asked Sue to keep that, you know, sealed, thinking we'd have multiple consultants. But I do know that it's going to have 2 pieces, that plus how much can we do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think we do a lot, probably.
I would like to do a mixture, you know, whatever the planner may have to offer us and whatever we can come up with too. And I think we can also work together in those ventures as well.
Right.
And kind of along that line for getting the word out, we now have 72 people that have said, I'd like to have more information about the comprehensive plan as we get information that have signed up online.
Did that come primarily from town meeting emails?
I'm not sure if those have gotten added in.
Just word of mouth?
You sent them to me, didn't you? And I sent them to Kevin, so I'm not sure if they are in there or not.
Well, on that point, because Kayla used to hold this position, now it's Melissa McConkey in our office, but we could have our communications person working with, Sue, possibly Kayla. She did that when she was here, to come up with some sort of an update on a periodic basis. I'm willing to help with that as well. We can write something up and get it out so that people don't think that nothing's happening.
Yeah, that they've signed up for nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good idea. I think now that we're a little bit further in the process, I think it'd be a great idea to say, okay, hey, we've thrown out an RFP, we're going to be selecting a planner, sort of here's where we're at. I think
Stay tuned for more to come.
Yeah,
Yes.
would be a good idea.
Sure. It wouldn't hurt also, along with that, I think that's a great idea, but also maybe through the town manager would be the best way, but as was mentioned before, keeping the select board updated. Keeping maybe the planning board updated as well.
Well, I would, if I had one, I would do an update every meeting.
Yeah.
And I'll have one, right? We'll have one.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so I think it's important to keep them engaged, but what I've gotten so far, of course, and I've talked to Peter about this and Kayla, is that this is your project, and the select board, if you like, are supportive of what you want to do, so you need to decide what you want to do and make a proposal, budgetary proposal. But as far as selection of the consultant and how you run this process, that's you.
Sure.
And they'll support you with staff in any way that they can, but they're not going to be directing it in any way.
Great. Any further discussion, or I think we can move on?
I guess it would just be as far as follow-up on putting together a video or something like that. Is that something that I think 2 weeks is a little bit of a short time to do it, but certainly on the agenda after next, if we have some sort of, maybe at the next meetings put together, do we want to do this with a subcommittee of the committee, or how do we want to approach it so that we know what's our action plan going forward?
Okay.
Once again, Kayla did a number of videos when she was here with Bill Blood, so she's very, I think, tuned up for that, right?
Great.
Absolutely.
She was our host, if you will, or she used to, interview people, and if you've seen some of the videos that are on the website, those were done by Kayla and Bill.
I think new channels to be engaging the community different than how we've done it in the past. Obviously with new technology and videos and stuff like that, would be great. But filling out forms and surveys and Survey Monkeys, that's helpful and easy. But to the extent we can just put a twist on it to get people's attention. I'm not able to offer what that twist is, but a lot of bright minds in the group, and quirky, a catchy video to try to pique people's ideas and thought about what they envision for Raymond, and somehow capturing that. The age-old favorite was with poster boards in a room. We might have 50 people, everyone putting their $100 Monopoly money where they think is the most crucial issue, much like we did with the voting day, but a little more formalized and content heavy with a bunch of information, and that's engaging. It's people in a room talking stuff through, and of the ones we've done in the past, I think that was a good one. Maybe there's a new version of that would.
In what, and I'm sorry if I missed that, in what scenario did you do that?
That was We did it for the open space plan to try to get people's input on where they would spend their $200.
Right, and where did you hold it? Like, what was the time?
And we were up in the gym, I think, or in the school, and it was as part of the open space plan process, and I guess it was the cafeteria actually, and we had a facilitator for that. Who was our planner? Don, remember?
Rich Rothy?
After Rich, it was for the open space plan.
Oh,
Hugh, yeah, Hugh. So that was helpful, and in this case, we have Ben or one of his people on board, perhaps to help out. But it was just one of several methods for getting input that was creative and engaging, rather than folks just filling out forms on their computers at home.
It's boring.
Right.
Outside of elections, do we really have any other town gatherings?
No.
As a general? No.
Not any longer. We used to have town meeting.
Right.
But now the town meeting has gone to being voted by ballot for the foreseeable future.
Peter?
Yeah, but to Kayla's point, I think we had this conversation in as far as what does it look like as far as the whole presentation of the plan to the community. I think it was suggested at one point, I think I said it, at one of the meetings, and maybe it was more out of frustration than anything else, that, maybe we convened this committee too soon. Because, we were so far away from actually getting a contract planner. The sense was amongst some of us that we really could not do anything without a contract planner. And yet the reverse of that is, going to your point, Kayla, we have the luxury of a little time here. And I think, we need to celebrate. We've already accomplished a lot. I mean, you might not think discussing a logo is a big deal, but in fact, it's all PR. And my understanding is that a lot of this, as far as selling it to the community, is PR. I mean, like any good campaign. It's how the presentation. I mean, this is a very professional and good presentation. It was the first thing that impressed me about it before I even cracked it and started reading it. It was just, well, this is well organized and it's a presentation. And this is as much a marketing tool as anything else. So whether we're getting into, getting the video on the website that basically people can just click on, or using some of the information we already have that we've collected as far as where the attitude of the townsfolk are with some of those general questions. And I agree with John, though, when we start really drilling down to more of these surveys, when we listed like the 4 or 5 broad categories that people at town election listed. I mean, one of the top 3 was economy. Well, okay, but what are we talking about? Are we talking about businesses?
Right.
Do we want to stimulate business? Is it taxes that we're talking about?
Is it your personal economy and your house home prices? Yeah.
Absolutely. We didn't design that to drill down that far. We were just trying to get a general sense, but in putting these survey questions together, that's what we're going to be doing, drilling down more into more definition.
So I just had a thought on opportunities to put ourselves out there, and occasionally Raymond Rec and Joe joins forces with the parent-teacher organization, and they hold little events, like a winter event last year we did with ice skating. So we can't do that yet, but that will occur at some point. Maybe there's a way for us to kind of slide in a little bit and have some sort of fun, engaging activity with Monopoly money, or something of the like.
If you had an outdoor event, we still have our 2004 banner that has the same logo on it.
That's right.
You can hang that up somewhere. It's in good shape. Looks as good as it did then.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I think there probably are opportunities for us to sort of get out there again in the same way that we did with the election, just in a different way, just sort of continue that engagement.
Sure. With the understanding that whoever our planner or contract planner is going to be, they're going to be coming in and seeing, well, they've already done a little bit of the footwork here, but the bottom line is they're going to elaborate a lot more and provide us with a lot more ideas and guidance as well.
Yeah, they'll bring their own ideas to the table. Maybe what I can do I haven't seen anything about an event coming up, but there'll be one at some point.
Yeah.
There was a winter one last year.
We have to get snow first.
Yeah.
All right.
Or ice, yeah, right.
Has to be winter first.
But, you know, those things happen. They did a Halloween one, so that there was a Halloween. I'm trying to think if there was any others. But I think there'll be opportunities where maybe it's not necessarily more of the whole town getting together, but it is definitely a certain subsection of people that do gather at certain times. And that would also help engage our youth.
Absolutely. I think at the last meeting, Brad brought up the issue about engaging the schools.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea as well. But like I say, the plan is probably good. Already have a list of those things, but if they don't, you know, we've already thought of that. Can you elaborate? What's your
We
experience?
could, speaking of the school, and I agree, that's a good suggestion by Brad, you know, why don't we put together some kind of a, I guess, lesson plan or a, I guess, a request for the students at the schools to maybe give us their feedback as to what they think is important in Raymond.
Absolutely.
And for the future, and we were talking about the future, there's your future, and to make it some kind of a unit. I think, you know, we could contact them and see if that would be something they'd be interested in.
I could email and ask whether, sort of give them a little bit of what we're doing, and does that fit into any of their current curriculum or a piece of what they're currently teaching that they could kind of slide this in as well, create an activity out of it.
I think they'll say yes, based on, you know, I don't think you were here, but back, you know, several years ago, we used to go up there a lot. A number of us would go up there and talk to them about local government and so forth. So I think they'll say yes.
Okay, I'm putting it on my to-do list.
Just kind of curious, do we have someone who edits video in the town, or like the videos that you did? We do have somebody.
Bill Blood did video editing. Yep. So if we did the video, he could edit it for us, put it together.
He's actually a professional videographer. He does a lot of work in that area. And so it turned out, as I said, Kayla was probably the best person on our staff, and to be she would interview people, and they would you know, produce these videos that I thought were very well done on a number of topics. But we now have Melissa too, who can, she's not done that yet, but I'm sure she'll be good at it.
Let's ask North Star their thoughts on engaging the schools when we talk to them in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, if they've had any experience with that and how they did it,
How to
if they
do
did.
that efficiently and
Yeah.
kind of with some focus.
And John brings up a good point that escaped me, but in our conversation about North Star, and this would go out to all of the committee, as well as the individuals from the municipal side. We should have a set of questions if we're going to do an interview. So I don't know that we need to have a subcommittee for that, but I would just ask everyone, let's say if we're interviewing them in 2 weeks, between now and then, to think of 1 or 2 questions that and you probably could draw it right from this presentation, questions that you might want to pose to them, not necessarily all about what's this going to cost us, but more or less what would your approach be and what's your philosophy, although they do a pretty good job of spelling out what their philosophy is. But I just ask everybody in the committee to have a couple of questions.
Yep, that's good.
Okay, I don't mind sending that email out after the meeting, since we don't have a few of our attendees here. Just requesting that, you know, would like to invite them to our next meeting. Please submit, you know, 1 or 2 questions geared towards process and content.
Sure.
All right, any further discussion on that? Not seeing any. So the next item is new business, and that is the addition of new members. Jackie had asked and inquired about the process of adding any new committee members. She has somebody that she knows that's interested. And then I was also approached kind of shortly after that by another member of our community asking, hey, is it too late to join the committee? So Peter and I asked Dawn about that. It is, you know, I guess the answer to that is it's up to us whether we would like to see new members as our committee or members of our committee. I guess for me, I think that considering the length that we'll be spending time with each other, that things do arise, we don't know what each person's sort of future holds in time, that having more members would be beneficial to us, just in case we lose a few along the way.
I agree with that to a point. And you have to decide that point, because you get the group too large, it can be an issue, but as you just pointed out, too small is also an issue, and you want just right. And I think if anything, we're probably a little too small right now.
Yeah, so
With the full group?
Yeah. I think what I'm saying is, I think if you had within reason, a few more people who wanted to participate, that wouldn't be a bad thing. And when I say that, I'm thinking, 2, 3, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, right now we have 2. Frank, I see you. Just hold on 1 second. Right now we have 2 who have expressed interest. I feel like we're still sort of early on. I feel like, unless there's more people jumping, at the bit here to do this, I mean, the next month or so, I would say after an addition of 2 more, that would probably be good, unless we find that some are leaving, at a rate faster and we can't keep our quorum. So Frank, sorry.
What I think we should do is keep it open until we've hired our consultant. And once we've hired the consultant, that would be the end of adding new members, which is going to give us another month and a half or more.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a couple already that are interested, so I just set some kind of a deadline. Because you want to keep adding people a year and a half from now.
Yeah, there should be a cutoff.
No, it would be too far in the process. Yeah, so I mean, I was thinking, since we're still sort of early on, that I'm open to it. This is what I should say.
I'm open.
So how do you want to go about that? They would need to be appointed by the Board of Selectmen. So,
logistically, what would happen is the board would vote to recommend them to the select board.
right, I was going to get to that. So in order to recommend them, I guess you could either, take it on good faith, as we did with all of you, and or you could have them come in and meet you and talk.
Be okay with just a...
I mean, you all just put your names into...
Well, they all did fill out an application.
I know, but they would do that, but there wouldn't be a formal recommendation from the committee.
Right, so just to clarify, the process would be they'd fill out the volunteer form. That's
Same thing you
obviously
did.
Step 1. Step 2, we would vote as a committee to have them join, right? So, no, am I jumping the gun?
I think
board.
step 1 is probably you're going to be open to adding new members. Step 2 is, Frank's idea, you have a limit on time, and then you may want to have a limit on how many new members, and then you'd have them go through the process that Sue just outlined of the application like you did, and then to the selectmen for appointment. That's how I see it.
Okay.
So if I understand, what we just skip is a step that we skipped, which was to basically have the applicants come before the board so that then we would interview them and then recommend them to the select board. But being that we didn't go through that process, it seems a little onerous to ask someone else to do it.
But you can do whatever you want.
Sure.
If you want to do that, you could do that.
I would think to expedite it, I'd be all for, as Dawn outlined, basically that we just, and I like Frank's idea that we, certainly by the time the consultant comes on, unless there was, if we get an outpouring all of a sudden that 10 more people, which we aren't going to have, that want to come on board between now and whatever, we'd consider any applications up to when we make a decision on the
March 1, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I don't think we need to bring them in front of us for some sort of interview. That just, then it doesn't seem like it would bode well.
With volunteers is like, at least on the zoning board of appeals, we were always desperate to get people come on. So when they did appear before us, it was like, well, you got a pulse and you're warm.
You're in.
But no, we want to be a little more selective than that. So the application gives you all the background to get in.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have 2 comments, and one is, after that deadline, you could still accept applications and have them on an alternate list, because, as Dawn said, people move. I mean,
Yeah, sure.
statistically, a quarter of the country moves every year. So there are things that happen, life events that overrun people, and it would be good to have them in reserve. The other comment is the more people you have, the higher your quorum is.
Correct.
So you do need to pay attention to that.
Yep.
And bear that in mind, because tonight you just made it.
And the more people you have, the more unwieldy it becomes too, and more difficult, and it's harder for people to participate. And so there's a, I mean, you could look and see what other towns do. We could take a look at that. But, you know, in my experience, I would say you certainly would never want to go more than, 12 or 15.
If memory serves me, when the select board was first talking about forming this committee, I believe what they were saying was the number they were looking for was between 9 and 11.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
What are we now?
You were 10. You had 11, and one had to leave before you met first.
I've seen them as high as 15, but, 10 to 15, sure.
I would say the addition of 2 more, if they still wish to join, would be fair enough.
And the application's
you'll-
right on the website.
Okay, so they don't have to contact her. You just let them know where the application is, then it goes to you?
Here's your first one.
Okay, cool.
got one.
There you go. That's one.
Yep. All right. So I can reach out to Jackie and let her know that if the person that she knows is still interested, that she needs to fill out a form. And we'll move forward from there. We are just cruising right along.
Note the speed with which we get through the agenda with this streamlined crew here tonight.
So next is budget discussion.
Yes.
Yes. So I guess my thoughts on this are, and again, since this is such a complete proposal here, there was a list of prices that other towns had paid, or what their cost was, and you had verified, that was sort of verified on another account. These ranged from, it was 14,000, that was for an open space plan, all the way up to 70,000 for a Wyndham's comp plan. We also have been sort of told that the price could range between 60 and 90,000. So I think we're sort of getting an idea of roughly what this might cost us. I think maybe going somewhere in the middle or in between that 60 to 90 would be a good idea. And then also keep in mind that that's a placeholder. We need to submit this by the end of the month, but if we find that we're way off base, over or under, that is something that we can alter.
Well,
so I'd like to open up discussion for that.
we know what the price is, and I had suggested doing it cost blind when we thought we were going to have multiple candidates, so we'd pick based on qualifications and presentation and approach, but we're not going to do that now. So we know the number, or Sue knows the number.
Sue knows the number. I would still endorse that. I'd like to go forward with that as a plan through the interview, and that we really do not know the price to the whole committee until we do the interview. I had a couple of observations, and that information was helpful in there. I was surprised to see it as well. But just a couple of caveats. So the Gray comprehensive plan was done in 2020. So there's been a little bit of an inflationary factor from 2020, so we got to take that into consideration. And I believe it listed the total cost is $59,000, but GP Cog did the inventory portion of that plan. And as I look at overall, when they break out the number of hours that a planner does, the largest amount of hours, even in North Stars,
Is it the inventory?
Is the inventory. So once again, that needs to be taken into consideration of that 59,000. They had GP Cog's assistance doing one of the major components. In Lisbon, they did the comprehensive plan in 2019, so that's the inflation factor there even more so, I guess. Total project was 19,000, and as I said, that was an update to an existing plan. And I've come to learn that there's a difference, and it may not be big and it may not be small, depending on when your last update was. But that was $19,000 for Lisbon for an update. And that was only 9 months that they were contracted for to do that. And then in the Wyndham comprehensive plan was 2017. That's an even bigger inflationary factor. And that project cost $70,000 and was for 18 months, which is, I believe, what this proposal from North Star is, 18 months. So I think that those all have to be taken into consideration when we're looking at establishing a range. I guess I'd also say that it's, if I was to take the Great 2020 project and add the inflationary factor for the last 2 years anyway, and add the inventory component that GP Cog did for them. I don't know if they did it for nothing or if they were, no, so there was probably,
There were hours in there.
yeah. I projected that with inflation in the inventory component, that was about $81,000 in cost.
In $23, $22, today's dollars, or in
$20.
$20?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what that came out to is, and I don't know if this is another way to look at this, Don, you know better, but I kind of was breaking things down, kind of going the way the plans were submitted, which is an hourly rate. So for that projected $81,000 in today's dollars for the gray plan, which was the full plan, adding in the inventory component, we come up to about $82 an hour. What I did is I just kind of, and I just base this on more or less experience than anything else, because my wife says I'm so out of touch with things, how things cost. You know, whenever she says, well, you know, we got to get a new stove, and you know, I'm going back. Well, you know, this stove we bought in 1990, so you know, there's got to be a couple $100 more. She just laughs. But anyway, so if you break it down in the hourly component, and for me to kind of get grounded, I pay $80 an hour for my mechanic, my auto mechanic. So, I mean, I don't know what other people's experiences are. So I just take that into consideration when we're discussing a range of what this would cost.
So I think the thing to do, if you don't want to look at the proposal, and that's fine. I mean, what you do is maybe take some, you know, extrapolation, like you're saying, you know, factor it for, you know, inflation, factor it for what you think the work might be, put in a placeholder with the budget in time, and then when you go through the process and do open the proposal, see what it is, then you adjust that up or down.
I think that's a great.
And you're done. So just come up with a number, and the number I'm hearing, I'm just going to pull this out of the hat, is, you know, you can break it over 2 years, you know, because you're going to have funding over 2 years.
Right.
You know, maybe you put 50,000 in.
Yep.
With your 10 and see where you go.
Yep. Just as adding the numbers up from the data that North Star provided us, it was 981 hours. So at $50 an hour, that's 50,000, and at $100 an hour, that's 100,000.
So if you put 50 plus your 10, you got 60. So I think you're good for the first year, hopefully. And there is, like I said, there's a substantial amount of this that we can do if we want to do it. We did it last time, and on the inventory and analysis, maybe we can get students to do it for credit. That's what I think she's looking at, right?
We don't, until we have a task, there isn't anything that can tell us.
But I think the idea would be that it would be something that these students would do and get college credit. And then I guess we're also working with the high school, but I don't know if this is within the capability. It probably is. This isn't going to be rocket science, but it has to be done precisely. So that may be another option. I've been talking to Lorraine Glozak about, you know, getting some assistance from high school students with the videographer thing. She's going the same route with the idea that, you know, they would get some level of pay and then, you know, credit. But so there are different ways. I mean, like I said, GP Cog is not using their top staff to do this. They're using probably AmeriCorps people is what they do. Yeah.
So I think what we would need to do is put a motion to approve a certain amount, correct?
A range?
Or a range or a...
For fiscal 23, July 1, 23 through June 30, 24, which would be the first
What you'd have would be whatever you put in this upcoming budget plus the 10 you haven't spent.
Now, just a point of clarification, Don, and in the discussion, just to be clear, the 10,000 doesn't automatically carry over.
No, but I believe it will carry over if you ask them to carry it over. You have to specifically request it, and there has to be a reason.
I think we can justify that with the little things that we'd like to get started with, such as logo work, video work. You know, I think that's
You can
something
start on
we
that
can
right
say.
now, but what he's talking about is at the end of the fiscal year, whether it would lapse to surplus or carry over. So at the end of the fiscal year, you will have probably expended some on your logo and other things you're doing between now and June 30th. But if you don't request it to be carried over, it won't be.
Right.
And I think if you do, they will.
Yep.
But if we have the 10K, but we wouldn't be able to get at new consultant money until July 1, is that correct?
Yeah,
So
that's correct, yeah.
we're gonna get to July 1 on 10K.
That's right.
Is the spend schedule, right?
So I think
Yeah, or the other option there, that would be the desired option. But I mean, if it was a compelling reason and, you know, that we needed more money, you can always ask the selectmen to give you something from contingency. So there
are options there.
There are options, you know, so we have 75,000 annual appropriation for unforeseen expenditures. You probably could make a case for that here. So I don't think you're going to get caught without funds, but but you're right. What you're saying is right.
I like Don's suggestion, which is basically we can based on our spending right now, which has been zero. We could probably go with a request or a placeholder now of 50,000 for the first year of the consultant, and then a carryover of whatever funds are left of the 10,000 for operating. So I guess the proposal would be 60,000 for the budget.
And you might be, I mean, you might be disappointed when you open the envelope, or you might be pleasantly, you know, surprised.
Sure.
And you can always make an adjustment later, but what we need for the 30th of this month is a number.
Yep.
You can always, and then we have the whole fun of the going over it, the budget, and that takes weeks. months.
But, you know, the fund isn't exclusive, because, as suggested, once that envelope is opened and we've set a number, then Dawn might have to have some fun based on the selectmen's direction.
Yeah.
So everybody's got to do a little bit of their part, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm just pulling it out of the hat, looking at what other towns are doing, so I don't know. It could be way off.
I mean, we could make it easier and ask to know the number tonight. Bottom line being that you know, if we're way off the mark, what it's going to mean that we're going to go and do one or two things. We're either going to say, well, we got to repost the RFP to see if we can get someone who's more in the range that we agree with, or we go with the flexibility of saying if what we're talking about is an additional $10,000, then going and making our case to the select board as far as flexibility.
Yeah. Everybody's got an opinion. Chris had an opinion. What's your opinion? Overall project. Put you on the spot. You know, I was a little lower than him, but go ahead.
I think the number that Peter came up with is exactly the number that I had. And that was just a rough guess with what I've heard other towns paying. You're pretty close to in tune. Am I saying what you thought I'd say? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well,
I think we're in the right ballpark. Sure. If you want my opinion, I think it's good to interview without knowing the number.
Yeah, I think that's
I agree
good.
that, you know, you don't pick on the number. You want to pick on, is this a good partnership?
Right. Yep.
This is a guy that's going to be working with us for 2, maybe longer years. And I think the 10,000, we're only going to be, really, if you don't pick a planner until March or late February, you got March, April, and May, and June. So you get 4 months of this guy working. 10 grand should cover that, because they're going to be billing after 30 days, like most companies do. So you only get a couple of months. So we should be okay with the 10. If you put in a placeholder of 40 or 50, I think you're going to be safe for the next fiscal year. And then once you know the number, you can adjust it. But it's appropriate to put in a number like what you guys are talking. Sure. It's the right ballpark.
And the other thing you can do too, which we haven't talked about, I mean, this is Raymond, you can look at the scope of work, you can look at the number, and you can say, you know, you can negotiate over the scope of work and adjust the number that way if you need to. And I don't know as that's going to be necessary, but you can do that. We've done that before. We did that with the last one. We did it with the Canada Atlantic, Pat Murphy's survey we did in town, you know. So there's things you can do.
And I think that companies like this, they're going to adjust to our needs.
Right.
And if they say, look, you know, you don't have enough money, they're going to say, well, you guys are going to have to do this X number of hours worth of work.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it's like any other negotiation with a contractor. They're just contractors, and we negotiate. And the first part is, are they going to be a fit? So you pick them on the fit, and then you sit down and say, let's make the numbers work.
Yeah.
That's
exactly
how it works.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
In private and municipal government.
I would also assume they're accustomed to working with municipalities, so they understand how we raise money. So
And the budget,
that's
yeah, and the budget
something
cycle.
that they're gonna understand as a budget cycle.
Right.
After listening to discussion, I've written a motion, but I don't know if it's accurate. Could I read it out?
Please.
Motion to request $50,000 be added to the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and to carry forward to fiscal year 2023-2024, the balance left, if any, at the end of fiscal year 2022-2023 of the $10,000 already allocated for the comprehensive plan update.
Sounds good to me. That's the two birds, one stone approach. It's all done. Sounds good. You don't, so they're on notice that that's what you want at the end of the fiscal year. The carry forward, in addition to the appropriation.
That way you don't have to think about it.
You don't have to think about it. You've already told them.
So I would make a motion what she said.
Yeah, I think that worked very well.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
There's a second.
And there's a second. Any discussion? I think this is a great plan, number one, because we are just barely a quorum tonight. So this sort of sets our place. I like the fact that we are not going to find out the price tonight, because then again, we're deciding as the six of us that, you know, then that's okay, basically. So I like this plan. I'm in favor of it. Any other discussion? Then let's vote.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
That was painless.
Okay, next up is our next meeting date. I had it down as February 1st, because that would be the
First Wednesday
of the month, so I'm hoping that still works for everyone, and that it's available.
It is.
We can slide right
I have
to our normal schedule.
slid you right in.
Okay.
I believe I scheduled them out for the year.
Okay. So our next meeting date then would be February 1st. And then again, just to reiterate, we are going to try and invite North Star Planning to our next meeting. I will now open it up for public comment, but I don't think I see.
There appears to be no public.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment and move on to committee comment. Are there any comments by the committee? Peter.
I got to make a comment. So, first of all, I thought that went very well. I was anticipating a little bit more of an arduous budget discussion, but that worked just fine for me. So, a couple of things. First of all, just to acknowledge, John Rand forwarded to me, and I forwarded to Don, a state program where there are monies available. I believe some of it has to do with grant writing and the like, but definitely I appreciate that, and I would encourage everybody on the committee. When you're coming across those sort of things, you know, if you want, you can get them out to people, you can get them to your co-chairs, and we'll get them to municipal people, but it's something we should be looking at. We seem to be in an era right now, I don't know how long it'll last, where there seems to be a little bit more governmental money flowing through grants and other mechanisms. And so I believe that that's something that we need to keep our eyes and ears open for, anything that can assist us going forward with this committee's work and for the town in general. Secondly, my comment is this: if you haven't had the opportunities, or you don't generally tune into the community station and watch the different boards meet, which, you know, like I say, not everybody in my household thinks they're you know, fascinating TV, but I enjoy them, and they definitely give me information. I would tell you that at both the select board recently and the planning board, what has come up? The comprehensive plan. So if you haven't heard it, we are being talked about at that level. And that to me is gratifying, and it also kind of reinforces that idea that updates to those other committees is only going to make our position stronger with them, keeping them informed in what we're doing. And likewise, if we're going to be working with any committee, I would think closely, well, I would say that probably we'll be working to some extent with budget finance, with select board, but definitely with the planning board. So at the select board, our name came up in the discussion recently of short-term rentals. So something to keep on the horizon, because that's something that, although that I think that the select board's decision in that discussion was basically, well, we're going to wait and see what the state says. I can tell you the state is already saying things, and so keeping apprised of that, and certainly watching what the select board is talking about as far as that is going to help us. Not only that, but obviously, great question. Possibly for a potential contract planner, and how do they envision communities handling that? And then on the planning board recently, and I got schooled in this, I usually stay pretty much on top of legislative actions, but if you haven't heard of LD 2003, which was a recommendation signed by the governor last June, and probably people in real estate are a little bit more tuned into this than the rest, and it seemed like it was only recently being discussed by the planning board. And understand, we do have a planning board member on this committee, which is going to be a great conduit for us. When we talk about the diversity of this committee, we have a number of people that are familiar with a number of aspects, whether it be real estate or town government or land use. So anyway, I'd tell you to look into LD 2003. Basically, it was a commission that was led by the former Speaker of the House, I think, who just termed out. And it was dealing with affordable housing, among other issues. And one of them that really piqued my attention was, and I kind of was involved with this a little bit going through the Zoning Board of Appeals. And we've had, in this town, our ordinances kind of went from mother-in-law apartments, as it was erroneously called, to in-law apartments, because it wasn't just the mother-in-law. But what was suggested in that ordinance was, by the term, was that you could put within the guidelines of the ordinance certain square footage in your home, but it kind of suggested they had to be a blood relative. So that went on for a while, and then I believe legally it kind of was just, we can't do that. And number one, how do we police that? We're going to ask for people's birth certificates, take blood, do genetics, and all that stuff. So then it went to from in-law apartments to accessory apartments, and I believe that's the state that we're in right now as far as our ordinances. Well, this LD 2003 now has it as accessory accessory dwelling units, UAD. What that says, and this is statewide, and it goes into effect July 1st of this year, is that you can have a quote-unquote accessory apartment within your structure if you have a legally permitted home on a lot. Or you can have an attached. which I believe we kind of also have allowed. I'm not sure if we allow that, but
Possibly.
within a certain square footage, right? You could detach it. But what makes this something that the state has determined is going to increase the availability of low-income or affordable housing, terms keep changing, is that you can have a separate freestanding unit on your lot. So as an example, I'm on an 18-acre lot, but I only have the road frontage for one house. Now, I have the option of going to a back lot if I build a road according to town specifications and everything else, and they'll allow you, if you've got the acreage for the zone, but you don't have the road frontage, you kind of...
Back lot subdivision, yeah.
You construct your own road, more or less to town specs. I actually did that for my daughter. Deeded her 2 acres, built a road, and now she has a house directly behind us and did it that way. However, what this is saying is on her 2-acre lot, as I understand it, she can build a freestanding structure on that lot. And the standard has been in this town, I believe, always is 1 primary residence per lot. But what this legislation is going to do is it's going to allow for a second independent structure on that lot. Not only that, it can't be assessed as contributing to the density ordinances we have in the town. And the town can't say, well, you can't build that unless you have space for another 1 or 2 cars. So the state is basically, in my opinion, is doing things that a comprehensive plan they've been pushing in some areas, comprehensive plans to establish for a long time, for communities to build or to permit more structures.
Higher density.
Higher densities. And so I don't know where I stand on this right now, to be honest with you. But to me, and I believe the discussion at the planning board last week or the week before was that they had some major concerns about that as far as, well, you know, and also I would just tell you that there's also in an op-ed in the Sunday Telegram 2 days ago, in housing, central planning is no substitute for local control. And that just gives you a little bit of how some people are going to view the fact that the state is infringing on municipalities as far as their zoning ordinances are concerned. And I guess all I'm doing is alerting this committee to the fact that this is going to generate some amount of heat over the next several months or years. And it will behoove us all to be knowledgeable about it. Yeah. And I'd say certainly following the planning board going forward in their discussions of it. So that's all of my public comment.
Well, I'm going to add a little bit to that.
Yeah, good.
That the town has had conversations with the town attorney about this. Since that was passed, there is still rulemaking that needs to go through the process at this state. Some of the things you brought up were the accessory dwelling. We have 700 square feet. So we already have something to allow accessory dwellings. We also have in our ordinance that you can only have 1 principal dwelling per lot.
Right.
So this, if it passed the way it's proposed, would violate our home rule authority. So there's some constitutionality about that. There's a lot of things that I would say stay tuned. I think the other thing is Raymond is comprised of 65 miles of shoreline zoning around our lakes and ponds and rivers, and it won't apply to those areas as it's written. It would apply to the village residential, rural residential, and the rural district. So we have 3 districts that it would affect, but not around the lakes, because the state requires that you have double frontage, double acreage to have a second dwelling, and you have to split the lot out because of our home rule. So there's a lot to this.
Are there lots, Chris, though, that exist on the lakes that have that space?
Say that?
Are there lots on the lake that are big enough?
Yes.
That can do that?
They can have 2 principal dwellings on a lot. If they have 450 feet of frontage, and they'd need, if depending on which zone they're in, if they're in the Cape, they would need 6 acres to have 2 dwellings. In LLR2, you need 2 acres. So you'd need 4 acres plus the 225 double frontage on the lake and the road. So there's a lot of things that go into that. So I'd say stay tuned. It's very, it's a moving target, and I don't know where it'll end up. But our town attorneys are on it, and we will keep you apprised. Anything I hear, I will pass on to the committee as we go through it. But I think you're right. I think what happened is a lot of the towns that don't have the accessory dwelling language in their ordinance, it's very tough for people to they want to have family stay at home, and they don't want to put them in a home. So it's kind of like the mother-in-law or a father-in-law or family living at home in an accessory dwelling, whether it's a garage or whether it's a standalone building or attached, it doesn't matter. Now, there's another thing that I will describe to you. It's called an in-law. You can have an in-law in your home if it's still open to both parties.
Right.
So if you live upstairs and grandma lives downstairs and it's all open, it's not something that's divided by a demising wall and a fire-rated door that you can't rent out, you can still have 2 kitchens and 2 living areas. But if you're going to have something that you rent out to the public, that's an accessory dwelling. And yes, that's affordable housing. That's the only way some people can afford to live in Raymond right now. We used to allow it in the shoreline zone until the state in 2017 changed the ordinance to require double the acreage and double the frontage. Because it's more intensive use on the lakes, and they don't want that. It's kind of like they address that, but they don't address the Airbnb. So those are 2 really key things that we're gonna, as a committee, wrestle with in the next couple of years, is growth on the lakes, and how we look at rentals on the lakes, and how we look at accessory dwellings. There's a lot of this that is part of that Growth Management Act that comprehensive plans originated out of.
How tangled do we get in that, knowing that the P-Board and the state, and you, Chris, will be at the forefront of these deliberations on how this new LD 2003 goes? I mean, I'm just thinking, how much time do we, in the comp plan, need to... Well, we need to be apprised of it. I think your point's good, Peter.
It is. And I would also say, John, that the planner is going to be as well apprised as I will be. Anybody. So they're right in the thick of that as well.
Great question for the planner.
When you get to those topics, by the way, you may have some people at your meeting.
Yes.
Both sides.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The tone of this obviously was very much, this is a home rule state, and this is anti-home rule.
It is.
And so, and I would expect you'd find not a few people in this community that are going to feel that way as well. So as we deliberate and discuss policy and recommendations, I would expect that exactly, Chris, that we're going to hear from those people.
We have a lot of citizens that are already coming in complaining, why can't I have another structure on my property? All I want to do is keep grandma or grandpa home, and why can't I?
The other side of the coin is I look at this LD is that it's we know, I know as a fact, and I believe probably this committee is knowledgeable enough to know it, that there is a history of some communities using zoning to keep undesirables out, to formulate, going back to the good old days of the red line, and who's allowed to live where. And, whereas maybe legally or constitutionally you can't say, you can't come into my community, what you can do is you can write ordinances such that they can't come into your community. So, I mean, there's those exist as well. So, like, I haven't made up my mind yet one way or another on this. I need more information. Were this to pass, though, in its present form, one of my questions would be, and I think it was discussed at the planning board the other evening, was, so if you happen to have those double or triple lots on the lake, and you have your, $10 million home, and you decide you're going to build another freestanding home on the lake that isn't going to contribute to anything regulatory like density zoning, or does not prohibit you from putting that structure in place by saying, well, you also need space for 2 automobiles. I can't see where those are going to be affordable houses.
They're not using it for the affordability, they're using it for to rent it out.
Yeah, so I guess I got questions about that. How does that factor into it?
That's why I say stay tuned.
Yeah.
All right.
Any further public, sorry, any further committee comment? I will just quickly say thank you, John, for forwarding those along. I did already watch the first bipartisan infrastructure law webinar.
Good.
Yeah.
And only comment there, I mean, those things, they churn along at pace too, and the deadlines for getting a proposal in, boom, 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 and they've already funded 2 of them, I think, and some of the coastal towns have chased it and been awarded and been highlighted in some of the follow-up emails. So that might be just something for our planner, whoever it might end up being, could assist us with flagging the ones that look like they could fit for Raymond as they come along.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And help with it.
All right, any other comment? I'm not seeing any. So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved, and a second?
Second.
All right, we are adjourned.
Nice.
Good evening, and welcome to the February meeting of the Raymond Recycling Committee. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm serving as chair of the committee, and we have our vice chair, Susan Accardi, here, and our secretary, Karen Lockwood, and another member of the committee, Kathy Goslin, joining us, and a couple of folks, well, at least one might be able to join us in a little bit if another meeting that they're at gets out in time. If not, we'll go ahead with getting started. And the first order of business is approval of our previous meeting minutes, which was back in October. In some ways it feels like yesterday, and obviously it wasn't. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Sue. And any discussion, any questions on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting the minutes of October 13th, 2022? And we have adopted those minutes. Thank you. It was unanimous. And so on to new business. New business, which is really continuing business, I guess, as well. So an update on where we are with the recycling and compost bins. We did have interest from community members that we gathered a while ago in purchasing new bins. We call them bins, but they might be called better totes. And so for that, I am going to turn to Nathan White, Public Works Director, who is here to tell us where we are with this.
I sent out an email back in January. The only company that would give me a quote on them was only, I reached out to 3 and I got a quote from 1. Minimum order of 180, and that was for 65-gallon toters, and they were $52 a piece plus shipping. That would give it for just for the 180. That's $9,360.
Plus shipping.
Plus shipping.
Right.
And that was a 30-day quote. I haven't seen a lot of this stuff changing a lot, so it may go up. It could actually go down a little bit. I wouldn't hold my breath on that, but.
Okay. And although it's been a while, at last count, we did not yet have 180 people that expressed interest. I don't know if there's any update on the number of people that were interested in purchasing the recycling.
I can go and look real quick.
Great, thank you. And
Sue
Sue Look is here as well. I should have also mentioned that she's
So
here.
from your last notes that you sent to me, we had 106 people that asked for recycle bins, and you've added 11 since that meeting as of January 9th. And then 68 people have asked for compost bins.
How many?
That's what you sent out last
yes.
week.
Okay.
106 plus 11, so that's 117 recycle bins.
Oh, okay. That's from the that's from the website, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. People are going on and using that, because we only had like 53 from the sheets. Good.
Well, that's short of the 180, so the question would be if we can go ahead and get the 180, get a commitment. We needed a deposit from people from the 117, right? We were going to ask for that, so we'd need to communicate, if I'm remembering correctly, so step in if I'm not. Communicate to those 117 that we will get these ordered. Here's what we need from you for a deposit, and set a time frame for that, and then get the 180 ordered and hope that we can then get the others sold as well. Is it okay to go that far? I would think we could.
I think we've got to determine the money down. I would say $20, that's about a third, a little less, but that's enough so people, I don't know, Nate, what do you think?
Yeah, that'd probably be fine.
Nate and I had talked earlier today that if we set a time frame and we don't get enough interest, I mean, we've got to get at least 100.
Yeah.
Yep.
If we're not going to get that, and I'm just throwing out a number, then I think it gets canceled and then we return the money, which we don't want to have to do because that's a paperwork nightmare.
So how would people give that deposit?
They'd have to do it at the town
Yeah,
office.
that'd have to be all done at the town office.
Right, but would it have to be a check, cash,
And
credit card?
We do any.
Yes,
Yes, okay.
yes.
I'm just,
Check, cash, or credit card.
I'm just thinking in terms of if that should have to be returned, is it okay to have those three options? Are they all equally difficult to
Yes.
return if need be? Okay.
What they wouldn't get reimbursed for if they used a credit or debit card are the fees that the credit or debit card company charges us, or charges them.
Which is 3%.
And, well, on $20, it's $1.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay.
So my only concern, I would want to check with Dawn on this. That's going to leave me with at 80 units, or that's going to be around $4,000. Do you think we can sell them? You think we can push them?
I think if we all put ours out on the roadside and put a big sign like this is how you get one. I'm joking a little bit, but I think once people start seeing more of them, that hopefully that would, I don't know, it is sticking our necks out, or the town's neck out a little bit, and I don't know if that's okay to do.
I don't think people notice them that much on the roads, because there's a lot of blue totes out there, you know.
Yeah.
That'll be similar.
Well, actually, we're going to have a balance of 62. Yeah, it's $3,300. That's not bad.
That is if everybody.
Yeah.
Nate, do you think you could talk to other public works directors only if we have a surplus and say, hey, any interest in selling them?
I would have to check around. Nobody in the group that I deal with is doing automated pickup yet. Wyndham's looking at it, but I think they're going to price themselves out. I can check around more than that.
I just think, look at an avenue, if we get stuck with 60 of them and they're not moving, 60 or whatever, do we have other avenues?
Okay. Do you guys have a color in mind?
We had said blue last we talked about it, to stick with what's typical for recycling. Yep. My other question, though, to you, Nathan, is the capacity to store these while they need to be.
We've got room.
We've got room. Okay.
Yeah, room.
Okay.
Good.
And I think on all our literature, it needs to be on a first come, first served basis. Once we've sold them, we're not going to order another 180 and.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
we can sell them at the next election. What, June? Yeah, June. Yeah, don't we have an election
that's
in
true.
June?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll sell them there. And in November, we'll get rid of them.
I think part
Well,
of
if we have a November this year, or next.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
this
We
year, yeah.
probably won't. Oh, yeah, right.
This is an off year.
Yeah. So we have June. We can.
there's going to be a couple of referendum questions, I think, for November.
There usually is.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
I can be hopeful.
You could be hopeful, just.
I think part of the, I mean, not that this is a lack of interest by any stretch, but having one there displayed was, would be helpful too. So hopefully in June, that would take care of any extra, as long as there was space to store and this is all doable. Then it's a question of contacting people, and I think, Sue, you had volunteered about emailing people. Are you still okay
Yeah.
with doing that? I mean, Sue Accardi was.
Yes, I can,
help with that.
yes, I can do that. And so I'll need to get the rest of the list from you, Sue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll have to have specifics. Any idea on shipping and handling?
He wouldn't even quote it, and that's not the only area that we've had that problem. I can't get pricing on shipping until it leaves the dock. I would guess you're probably looking at $300-400.
Yeah, usually, like, if I'd done a school budget, I would just say 10% if the company
Yeah, it's
didn't.
been
but-
10-15% on some stuff, and it's been less on others. So I wouldn't be. The shipping doesn't scare me too much.
So do we charge $55 each? That's $3.
Can I get back to you on that?
Yeah,
Let me get back to you on that. I'll make a couple phone calls and see if I can narrow down a little bit.
because we need to include that in the price.
Well, I mean, if for some reason you can't get the specific, I mean, it could be, come give us your deposit, $20, and know that the balance of $32 plus shipping and handling estimated to be
Yep.
up to $5 or so. I mean, maybe not even say up to. So people know, I don't.
I'll
think
give him a
that's-
call and see if he can narrow it down a little bit better for me.
So, question of time frame then, when to get the deposits in by, would be dependent upon how quickly, not that there's a huge rush, I mean, it's February, we last met in October, we started doing this a while ago, but it'd be nice to get these going. How long?
I would shoot out April 1st, because it's going to take us a week or two to get emails and everything ready to go. And then that gives them about 6 weeks. Gives us time to get it into a Roadrunner, advertise it on the website like that.
So order them April 1st?
No.
We'll have the deposit in by
Deposit.
I'll have the deposit in by April. Yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
Is that, Nate,
Yep.
does that sound good to you?
And then we'd order them. If you had all the deposits in by April 1st, we could look in that first week to order them. He said that, I don't remember the date or the time on it. It wasn't terrible. It was like a week to 10 days.
Oh, well, that's not bad, okay.
Would
And
be in time
maybe
for
we-
Earth Day. just
Maybe
saying.
we need to, in our literature, say if there's not enough interest, your money will be refunded.
Yeah,
Yep.
have some sort of a disclaimer as far as the, yeah.
April 1st is a Saturday. Yeah, it's a Saturday. We'll go April 3rd. That's a Monday.
Yeah.
Or April 4th. Tuesday we'd be open.
4th, please.
Yeah, do April 4th.
Okay.
And Sue, I'm not technically working this week. I'm not counting this. I'm not going to tell the cardiologist I did this. I'm sneaking. So
It's all right.
I'll get that list to you next week. I will be working remotely next week.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we working remotely next week? Or you'll be?
Yes, I'm working remotely next week, so
okay,
I can
good. All
I can dump that list to
All
you.
right, we can talk.
Of emails.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
All right.
So anything else needed in terms of the message? Karen, Cassie, Nathan?
I'm good. I just need to, once the deposits are in, they'll let me know and we'll get them ordered.
It'd be neat, Nathan, if we could get a picture of what it looks
Yep.
like for
Yep.
the advertising.
Okay. So getting a message into the Roadrunner as well,
And on the website.
and the website. And I've even forgotten who does that. Melissa? Is that the right
Elizabeth,
name?
I can take care of that once we, with her.
To let Melissa know? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Anything we're missing on that? All right, sounds good. So what about compost bins? There's less interest in that, and we didn't get a quote.
There was
did we?
no less than 100 different varieties of those, and I think if I think the determination was that if somebody wanted them, they can go online and order them. We were going to have to order them online and then get them delivered here, and then charge people. It was just a lot of handling on our end, and we had determined, I thought, that if they wanted them, they can go online and order them.
Well, and when we looked into it too, we found that even though we can get volume discounts on some things because of our Amazon business account, composters wasn't one of them unless we wanted to buy like 500 of them.
Okay.
So that didn't, there wasn't any advantage to the town buying it for someone. And there's so many different designs, as Nathan said, that I'm sure different people would want different types. So we might want to send an email to all of those who said they were interested and let them know something to that effect, and tell them their best bet is to go on Amazon somehow tactfully.
Well, most of those people also ordered bins, I mean the recycling bins. So when I contact them, I can make sure, I don't know if that'll be the list you give me too, so I can talk to them at the same time about the compost bins.
Well, and what I could do is give you a list of a group that are only the bins, the compost bins, a group that wanted both, and a group that only wanted the composters.
Okay.
That way you could tweak the message a bit based on what they asked
Okay.
for.
All right, good, thank you.
So again, I don't know if this committee is like you're on the committee forever and continues on forever. But again, I think it's important to do something on the composting front, if not getting compost bins, but to encourage more people to compost, because that was going to make the biggest difference in terms of reducing costs for the tipping fees. And so maybe that's something to continue to think about, ways to try to promote that at some point.
That seemed to be the biggest thing that they talk about is getting the food waste out of that trash stream. It's heavy, it's wet.
Yep. Yep. So thoughts on that at this point, or just kind of keep that on in mind?
Well, I think there's that grant, there's a grant that's out there, and I looked at that, and so, I mean, it's a grant you have to write. I checked out, I didn't find the RFP, but I did, which I thought was interesting. I looked at all the people that, I think they award, I don't know how many they award, up to a certain amount, but most of the awards were for between, the most was like $40,000 to $16,000. And there were like the City of South Portland, Chickadee Composter, Scrap Dogs, a Northern Aroostook Solid Waste, Maine Health, Garbage to Garden Sanford, Kennebec County Council. So they're a big group, and Diggers. So they're kind of, fairly people that are into it already. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. But there's, we would, as a municipality, we would qualify. But I think we have. That's a whole different. That's a major project. Major. So it's, and you checked. I think they award grants twice a year.
Yep, he said the next cycle would be mid to late summer that it would be due, round 2. So he didn't have an exact date when I contacted him. That was 2 weeks ago. And so I can follow up with that and see if he's got an exact date yet.
Well, yeah.
Well, we gotta figure out what we're gonna want to do.
Right, but as far as just
We have to figure out what we want to
timeframe.
apply the grant for.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's they go into what it qualifies. Eligible activities, expansion, established programs, buying equipment for supplies to implement activities for composting.
Copy of that.
Education. What else? There's a whole list of things that qualify. And there's certain, like, they want you to, they talk about food recovery hierarchy, prioritize based on the maximum benefit, increased diversity in solid waste from disposal. So there's different categories. It's pretty broad. I mean, and I think it, it fits into what we've been talking about in terms of education. And obviously, you can probably use this money to buy equipment, composting equipment, or, the bins if you want.
Well, it seems like, yes, it's great to get recycling bins out and hopefully encourage more people to do more recycling. I mean, as we heard, it's been a while. I don't know where we are now, but we were doing pretty well from what we were told at some of the presentations early on. But again, part of the issue was to also reduce the cost of the tipping fees. And so to do that, we really do need to do something about composting. So, but yeah, writing a grant is not something that we're just going to do in an hour. It's going to take some doing, and also to think about what we would want to do. So maybe that is something to just kind of brainstorm a little bit. And if we are meeting again, I say if, I don't want to assume anything, but assuming we're meeting again, to then talk about what would we want to get into a grant, and then figure out how to get a grant submitted and hopefully get it. And again, I apologize, I have not connected with, I think my task was to connect with the scouts and science classes or environmental club if there is one. So I have yet to do that. So that's my fault there to not have done that, but that might be some way to kind of get some ideas as well for that. Does that sound like something we should do, or?
I think we've got to look at what's being done elsewhere. Don't try to recreate the wheel, and find a program that's working. We talked about that, what is it, the garden to waste or whatever it was. Isn't that coming into Wyndham?
Well, I don't know. I know they said something, they were working on it. I'm not sure if it's a definite.
So if we could get a program into Wyndham and then kind of bring it into Raymond, but that seemed to be one that, it already had a structure. It's not us redesigning the wheel and finding the people to do everything. Something like that. I know on the news the other night, and I apologize, I was going to try to follow up with it. I think it was the city of Bangor that was having some reuse contest, all on food waste. I'll try to look up that, but find a program that works and that we think might work in Raymond. But if we're talking about, you could do backyard composting. I think the people that are doing it do a fairly good job. I know I'm guilty of right now, it's winter time and going out to the compost pile is a little tougher than it is in the summer, so some of that does go into the trash. But we need an avenue if we want to get the food waste out for people to easily put it somewhere else, whether that's backyard composting or the garden.
Garbage to garden.
Garbage to garden that takes it away for us.
Yeah. So,
or if the Raymond garden down by the library, wanted to have a composting pile, but they could fill that up fairly.
They have a big composting pile already. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just stuff from their waste
garden.
from the garden.
Yeah.
Could they have a place that other people could dump in?
I don't know if there's enough space. I don't know.
Right. And then the problem is what happens when people start putting meat products or trash into it.
Yeah, I don't think that, and it's an organic garden, and and I don't think that would, and you have to turn it and work it, you just can't, and so.
We haven't had really good luck with unstaffed recycling anyway. You gotta have staff there or somebody to guide somebody, or it's gonna be a complete disaster.
And the other, there are other things that you can partner with, like if you wanted, we wanted to partner with the school and set up a program, you know, in terms of composting. I know Beth said it's hard to compost at the school. I mean, in terms of the kitchen waste, it's hard. I think they used to compost or recycle milk jugs and things like that. But it's hard. It's not as easy. I mean, it sounds like, why can't we just compost? But it's harder than we, you know, it's good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's another avenue for a grant for education and outreach initiatives.
So my high school did, I believe they still do, composting. And so I'll get a hold of somebody and say, because there's somebody that comes and picks it up. It's not like somebody at the school has to actually do it. So
right.
Maybe that's, you know, if they're doing something more in Wyndham now. I did hear on the news that Bath they mentioned their garbage to garden program in Bath. And it's like, okay, this is growing, pun intended. So that, you know, that might be something to really pursue.
That seems to be the thing, that garbage to garden, yeah, you know. And I think when he was here, he talked about having a central location.
Right. People
bring
drop
it,
off.
And then, you know, because they're not going to go around to everybody's.
Yeah, my first reaction to that was who's gonna drop their, you know, composting stuff off at a central site. But if they're doing it in in Bath, it's like, okay, I guess people do. So, yeah.
I believe Bath is a transfer station, kind of like what Gray has. That's something where we don't have that, and that's where I think you're going to find the hurdle. If you go to a system where somebody's bringing it to us, we've got to have a facility to bring it to, and staff there to receive it, and that's where Bath, I think Brunswick does the same thing.
They do.
They have a transfer station, and that's what they do. I think Casco does it too, I believe. So there's somebody there sorting it, and we take this, we don't take that, and that helps.
They're doing it for composting
I
stuff?
believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that. I can find
I
out.
don't recall. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
recall.
you have to have
Talk
people
to them.
managing it. You
Yeah,
can't just,
yeah. You leave it to the general public, and it's
Yeah.
going to fail.
no, it's going to make a mess.
I thought that the garbage to garden went door to door in Bath, because I had a house in Bath and they used to.
They came
drop
door
it
to
next
door. Yeah.
They stopped at the house next door.
Oh, maybe I heard
That
it
was
wrong.
a few years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I thought when he came here, though, we said there had to be a central place.
No, right,
Well,
he did say that, yeah.
I thought it was an option.
No, he didn't seem too keen on, you know, I mean, it's hard to start them up, and even like a big place like Wyndham, they were just starting to talk about it, and I just, yeah, it didn't seem like,
Out in the country, there's a long ways to go between house to house.
Raymond is more rural
Yeah.
than Bath. Bath is pretty compact.
Yes.
It's inside the town.
yeah, and they have a lot of businesses, you know, restaurants, it's you know, getting
Right.
restaurants to, of course, they get them to compost, but,
well,
Raymond is very rural.
yeah.
let's just kind of keep that in mind, and I will reach out to the schools and try to connect with whatever club there might be to see what interest there is in at least in education about it in the community, and see what can happen there, or some sort of a project that students could do.
You know, and we can, you know, also put the word out with, you know, to see if anybody is kind of interested in helping out with, you know, we can expand, you know, add people that want to look at composting or have a passion for it and want to have any ideas.
I wonder if we could, on that subject, Sue, I can talk to the library if you want. They do programs. Maybe we bring a speaker in and engage the interest. You know, do you want to learn about composting? How to do backyard composting?
That's a good idea.
And have
Yeah.
a class and see if there's even interest.
Yeah.
You want me to talk to Allison?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, we went, they ran the adult ed classes again twice through Wyndham. They were all virtual. It'd be nice to have something in person at the library. That would be really good. That's a good idea.
Great.
Yeah, just kind of, we got to start from kind of scratch here. But to get back to the schools, in November, Taylor and Beth communicated, you know, by email, and she forwarded it to me, about what they would like, some ideas in terms of the schools, what she was trying to put together, and I don't think we haven't heard anything since, but they were too busy last year.
Yep.
And she said it was this winter, she was gonna start trying to look at some programming, for Earth Day, and then the following, November, so they're communicating to each other, at the school, so.
Okay. Well, it'd be good to really kind of nail something down in the next month if it's aimed at Earth Day. So, again, I will commit to contacting some of these groups that I had said I would and see what can happen. And do you want to reach out to Beth again at the school soon?
Yeah, I'll just ask her if she's, been in touch with her. Yeah, I can, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, anything else on considering possibly a grant and what that might be for at this point? Okay. The next item was communicating with residents, but feels like we've covered that. Okay. And then working with schools. So, again, we've kind of covered that as well. So, next steps. We've committed to some things. Everybody clear on what we've committed to and the timeframes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thanks, Nathan, for following up with that.
Yep. And I did just have one other thing I saw in the paper was Yarmouth, Cape, and Freeport are among towns where textiles are being recycled as well. We hadn't heard about that happening, but just something to keep in mind as far as recycling. So anyway, just thought that was interesting.
And I know Goodwill does that, because they get all the clothing that comes in, so stained
rags.
clothes or rags, they recycle them and put them in big bins and.
And where do they go? Where does it go?
But some of them go to rags, but some also go to foreign countries.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, right. The rags, I remember that, yeah. Too.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's better than going back in the landfill.
The landfill, right, exactly. That's the goal. Okay, well, we have next steps already. What about a next meeting? Do we want to touch base in a month, 2 months?
I think we touch base right after April 4th and find out, are we doing this or not? Because if we have 15 signups, because I think, 100 people said they wanted them, but that was 6 months ago. How many have purchased them? How many are going to go say, no, $55 is too much money?
Right. Oh, we'll have to see.
Or maybe we'll have 200. But meet after the 4th and have the okay from Dawn at that point to go forward and give Nathan the green light or the red light to go do it. And then figure out how we're going to do the deliveries and the just pickup and all of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
Pick a couple of Saturdays. I think we had talked about, you're going to put them at Sand and Salt Station shed.
Yep.
I'd go down for a Saturday morning and say, okay, pick them up from here to here.
Yep. I think that's great, yeah.
Okay. All right, should we set a date, or should we just be in touch with what date would work, or check and see if there's even the interest from the people getting their deposits in?
Right.
And
Yeah, we can
wait
set
to
a
hear
date
that.
late. I don't.
Set a date after, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay. We should know by the end of March whether or not this is going to be a go or not.
Okay. All right, so we'll be in touch then. We'll check in on that. And any public comment? Anybody calling in? No?
There is one phone number there. I'm not sure who that is. It's an out-of-state line, but they haven't raised a hand to speak in public comment thus far.
Okay. Well, give them a minute to raise their hand if they chose to have a comment.
Whose is this?
If not, it's an extra if you want to hold on to it.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. And so with that, any committee comment? I would want to just thank Karen for having been secretary for this and her contributions to the committee, and she is going to step down, but we certainly thank you very much for that and for everything else that you are currently doing too. And any other comment?
Karen, if you like, I can do the minutes from this next week, so you don't have to.
Oh, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Also hope you are on the mend and doing okay, Sue. And
You have to rest, make sure you rest.
Yeah. I'm a bit tired, but that's about it. I'm just tickled to be upright, so I'm thrilled.
Good.
And I am much better than I was, so I'm excited.
Good. Well, that's good to hear.
Thank you.
Okay. And Nathan, thank you as well. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Kathy and Sue, all in favor?
Stay warm.
Recycling Committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good evening and welcome to the Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting for December 7th. We do have a quorum tonight, and first order of business is to review and approve the minutes of the November 2nd meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? The only correction that I could see was that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris Hansen was not present?
Correct.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Thank you. All right, so with that correction, all those in favor of approving the meeting? All right, unanimous? The second item on the agenda is old business, and that would be first to look at revisiting the part 2 of the bus tour. And I guess I would ask Sue where we would be with that.
I talked to Joe Crawford, who talked to his contact in Wyndham, and they could do December 16th, which is a week from Friday. I don't know if that's too close to Christmas or will fit into anyone's schedule, but that is something they could do.
Committee have any thoughts on that?
This would be the Raymond Cape portion of the...
Yeah, I believe.
The tour series?
The commercial section in Raymond Cape, I think is what was left.
Sue, do you have a mic?
Yes, I do. And it is on.
All right, thank you.
Any other thoughts on the 16th? Could I just get a kind of a straw poll here? How many people would be interested in going on that tour, and if the 16th would work for them?
Do we have an idea when it might get wrapped up by? At least by 1 or something?
They don't seem to have any time constraints, so we would pretty much probably choose whether it was morning or afternoon.
Okay. I'd be more of a morning. As long as I could wrap it up a little bit before 1, I'd be very interested in doing the tour.
Is that generally a morning tour work for
That'd be my
majority of us? Okay. Then why don't we set that as the date for December 16th? I believe was it 9 o'clock?
I think it was 9 that we did before, and that seemed to work for folks. Would that make it just 9?
9 a.m.?
Good. Yep.
And we would meet where?
Tasseltop still?
Tasseltop?
Good place to park. And we'd be in the commercial area.
Sure, we could do that.
Or is it somewhere else?
We could meet there, we could park here, whatever you like.
I'm on a call, I'm on a Zoom meeting.
So, sure, Tasseltop.
Tasseltop. Very good.
So I'll confirm that with them and then send an email.
I guess that'll work.
Excellent. Thank you.
That day.
And the next item under old business would be update on St. Joseph's intern. I place this on the agenda only because if we have no action currently, and I don't know that we have plans just yet to utilize the intern, I just ask for basically a consent from the committee that we remove this from the agenda until there's some action. Unanimous consent?
Yes.
All right. So we will not have to carry that over until there's some action, and I would assume that you will know that, Sue, and you can inform us.
Yes.
Great.
Either I will or don't.
Okay, very good. Next on the agenda for old business would be Kayla, talk a little bit about the results of the Election Day survey. I know that we all got emails from that. I was kind of bowled over by the response, but if you could please just enlighten us as to overall what you found.
Sure, I'd love to do a recap. I thought, first of all, I was really impressed when I was there for my couple of hours, how much interaction there was. We were holding up lines. I mean, people were, really interested in it. And I was really impressed by that because normally when, people just want to get in, they want to get out, but they wanted to see what we were doing. So I thought that was really cool. We got a total of 2,943 votes. And we could assume that everybody put in 3 votes like we asked. And that would be a total of 981 people participating. To me, it felt like there was 981 in that 2 hours that I was there personally. It just felt like a lot of people. And Frank, you were really, really good at grabbing them and getting their attention. I was, like I said, just tickled with how many people were there. So the big winner, and I guess probably we're not surprised by this, is natural resources with 755 votes. Next would be infrastructure for 590 votes. And then we have economy at 506, land use at 376, municipal services with 365, and housing for 351. Well, I think that is also fairly in line with our sort of top 3, and at least it's all of our kind of top priorities and concerns. Yeah.
Excellent. Other comments from committee members that were involved in the Election Day survey?
Echo all that. It was a great time. Saw a lot of old faces, new faces, and high participation rate. It was effective. It was great. Well
Kayla, how many? Do you know how many emails we captured?
Yes, 76 emails. And I think the next thing is to figure out what we do with those.
Right.
And I guess I can ask maybe.
You could ask Melissa to help you. Or to do some sort of an update, or maybe provide information periodically. She does the communications for the town.
Or what we did with the recycling committee is Kevin set up on the website a way for people to give us their emails to the recycling committee. And then when they collected them at an election, they would input them or we could pass them.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about once we have them, what we do with them.
Yeah.
I think once we have them, we should send something out.
Yeah, I'm talking about the collection. I think that's what you were.
Yeah, we should keep collecting them, but if we don't do anything with them, I think that would be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I can ask Kevin, and would the committee want me to put something on the website so people could start signing up for future communications from the Comprehensive Plan Committee?
In fact, your first update could be, we did this, and here are the results.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so I can do that, and then if you could get that list to us, we could get them entered in.
Okay, sounds good.
So
And if you have any thoughts, contact us, that kind of thing.
That will go to folks who sent their emails in addition to being posted on the website, or
Right, like we could continue to gather more email addresses, but they would all be compiled. So if we wanted to send out an email, they would all go out to everybody who was on the email list.
My thoughts were basically not being one that's overly extroverted and doesn't usually get out and talk to a lot of people. It was just a thrill for me to participate in this and actually get to talk to the citizens and see their interests. And one of the things I realized is that Frank McDermott knows everybody in this town. So I learned from the master there, and he quickly put me at ease as far as approaching people. And it was just a real learning experience for myself, and I found it very gratifying. And I think we're well on our way to establishing some brand, if you will, of who we are and what we're up to, and some real positive vibes coming from the citizens. I think this is a great start.
I think it sets the stage. So when we're sending them this huge survey, I think we're more likely to get participation because we've sort of already primed them. We've already got them thinking. So when we're asking them to, what I assume is fill out a very comprehensive survey, they're more likely, I think, to participate. I think we'll get 981 at least. Great job for the subcommittee as far as planning this and putting it all together, and with the help of the municipal staff in carrying it off. It really was a success. All right, moving on. Next on the agenda would be formalizing communications. This is continued from our last meeting. First off, I guess I would ask Sue, I'm not sure exactly where we stand on the Raymond Maine emails that we discussed at last meeting.
They all exist. I sent them all out to you and then had to send out notes, don't use those, because Kevin reset all of the passwords. I need to send you each an individual email with just your passwords so that you all don't have each other's. Okay. And that I didn't recognize. I was just trying to get them out. So that hopefully I can get done tomorrow, depending on what happens, how much time it takes to update the RFP tomorrow.
Great.
But I'm hoping that before Christmas, I get them out to you if nothing else.
We're very good. And we did have conversation at the last meeting in November regarding the use of those, and I believe what the committee left was the option to either continue to use our own emails or to use the town emails. I, for one, plan on using the town email, and I think that, based on the discussion we had as far as freedom of information and the issues that can be involved if there is a request, it would seem to be the most expedient way to handle that. So I'd encourage everyone on the committee to use those. But once again, we're going to leave that option to the committee as far as how you want to use the email. Okay, great.
The other piece of that, if I may,
yes,
is that Kevin did set up an email address, comp.plan@raymondmaine.org, that's currently going to me for lack of anywhere else to put it. And there was talk at the last meeting about setting up one for our tomorrow at raymondmaine.org, possibly for the committee. And in thinking about it, I think the comp.plan could be one that was posted on the website if people had general questions about it, and then I could forward them on to committee chairs. But the our tomorrow might be a good one to put on things that the committee is actually sending out and looking for information back on, because we potentially could change who that was going to. If a subcommittee was sending something out, maybe it goes to those members instead of the chairs or something. So that was just a thought as I was looking at the different email options.
What does the committee, what's your preference there?
Does the email have, the ability to kind of auto forward to another email address, so that, or are we having to go into a certain browser to access that email separately?
Well, in this case, the general question would come to me, and I would just forward it on to Peter and Cable at this point.
I'm just wanting to make sure that if I'm not missing, are we
you wouldn't have
gonna
to go somewhere else to sign into it. It would come to your email address.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I see now what you're asking.
Okay.
I think we should definitely send out emails and the survey blast from our tomorrow. If that's going to be the the brand we go with. I like keeping them separate, but I don't want to overcomplicate things.
But I didn't want to have you have general questions, what is the comp plan? In with something that you're
Yes.
asking for specific kind of feedback for. So I thought if we, and I wouldn't actually put that email address on the website. It would be click here for general questions or something to that effect. Because right now, we really don't give them much of a way to contact us. Yeah, it's fairly early in the process, and I thought that would at least give someone that was interested a way to contact someone and not just go into a black hole.
If someone did reply to our tomorrow, would someone get the reply, or what would happen to it?
Oh, well, that could go directly to an individual, it could go directly to the whole committee, it could go directly to the chairs, whatever makes sense. And I would almost think to the chairs, but.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless you had a specific thing that a task force was doing.
Sure.
Then we could ask Kevin to change that.
I think as long as they're all funneling to our town emails per se, then that doesn't seem too complicated to me where it's coming from or what the email address is. I just want to make sure that we're keeping things consistent enough so that citizens aren't super confused.
Yeah.
Right? So I think like we'd have to make, if we're going to use two email addresses, I think we need to somehow make it clear that comprehensive plan and our tomorrow, if we're really settling on that, means the same thing. Because I see that being a point of confusion.
Yeah, and that's why I wouldn't post that email. It would just be a.
It would just be a, okay, all right.
Makes sense. Okay, so.
Branding's important. I have a marketing background.
Yes, it is. Okay, so I just asked for unanimous consent based on that discussion as far as the our tomorrow email, and that it will funnel to the town emails, and everybody in agreement with that?
Okay.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Yes.
Is R tomorrow, are we spelling out R or is it the letter R? I can't recall.
I think
I thought it was the letter.
I think it's the letter.
Okay.
But we can still discuss that. Okay. I mean, it's not, I think, set until we've like officially thrown it out there.
All right.
Great. All right. And the next item under old business is formalizing communications. And this was Brad's request as far as responding to CPC emails. Brad? I think you're muted. Yeah, still can't hear you.
Let's see if I can ask him to unmute. Oh.
There he goes.
There we go. Now you're here.
Okay, yeah, I was in Zoom. Sorry. Just wondered if we could have a policy about what goes out to everybody on the committee, and who makes that decision if it's not in writing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just putting something in writing, but I don't have time to get copies of every partial email that goes out. When it's going to go, you know, I submitted a request to you Peter, and Michaela to go to Dawn, and then that was, everybody in the group was copied on it, which is okay, but then they have to get copied again on it when Dawn responds, and it's just like, you know, why can't we, if we need to get these to everybody, can't we just do the final email?
Committee thoughts on this? Okay, what I've researched this, Brad, and so as a point of clarification, this committee derives its authority from the select board. We were appointed by the select board. This committee exists, and we serve at the pleasure of the select board. Therefore, there really isn't any need for a vote in how we proceed with communications. We are actually required to follow the process that the select board and actually every other committee and board in the town of Raymond follows. And that is that all communications are shared among all members. And so to be quite...
Peter, I haven't seen anything in writing, that's why I'm asking. Can you just shoot that out to us and then we'll know? And I'm fine, if that's what it needs to be.
Well, I guess I'd ask the committee, is it needed that you have this in writing?
I'd like to have it in writing. If everybody else doesn't, that's okay, but I'd like to have a
I'm not sure it's in writing. It's a protocol that's followed. And the committee that's besides the Board of Selectmen that is most involved is the Budget Committee. And to me, this is similar. I mean, we're not talking about finances, but we're talking about different issues and you know, concepts and the future of the community. And so I understand, I guess, the idea of being, you know, private communications to the chair, to the staff, and then coming back with the answers. But I think for the committee to be fully informed, it would be advantageous to have some of that information. If people don't want to look at it, they don't have to look at it, but they would know what's being asked, what the answers are, and have a feeling for the process as it moves forward. Now, with the Budget Committee, I mean, we used to have people who would shoot questions at us directly and frequently, and it was burdensome for the staff. And so the chair would sometimes winnow the questions, you know, so people are asking the same question, and that would happen a lot. And so we found it to be an efficient way to deal with it, to have them come through the chair, or the co-chairs in this case, and then to me, and I would answer if I could, or get the answers from the staff, then send it back through that channel, and then it would go out to everybody, so everybody's is equally informed and has the same information and knowledge. But I don't think it's not something that's been codified. I don't believe. Sue?
I'm looking and I don't
Yeah,
think so.
but it's the protocol that we've followed for many years now with the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen.
Sure.
So how does that interact with the task force, for example?
Excuse me?
How does that interact with the task force? You know, I've been on a couple of task forces where we had 4 people. Does that mean, should I interpret that every email we send within that task force, the whole CPC needs to be copied on?
Well, I guess my sense would be this one, Brad, that more transparency is never a bad thing. And to kind of echo what Don said, as far as time constraints and issues involving responding to and reading emails, the committee, although I wouldn't advise it, certainly should read the emails. But the co-chairs and the town manager are compelled to read every email. And therefore, having a situation where we can share those emails back and those answers back, and keeping the committee informed on what questions are being asked and how they're being asked, I believe is important. I would tell you also that even though it may not be codified in policy, my statement still stands in my research that any committee or board that is created by a higher board or entity is compelled to follow their process. So as an example, at our first meeting, I believe there was a question about, and we took a vote on whether we were going to use Robert's rules. I have since then learned that there was no need for that vote, because similarly, Robert's rules are used by every committee and board in the town of Raymond. And we were created by the select board, and therefore we are compelled to follow their process. I guess I'd ask for any other feedback from this committee as to whether that needs to be codified when the rest of the boards and committees in the town don't feel the need to codify that. I just ask for some more feedback.
I don't feel the need to codify it. We're using the same practice as the other boards. Let's stay in line with the other boards. That'd be my vote, Brad.
I think it is best practices for us to share communications. We are, counting on each other for ideas, for questions, for input, and I think it's important that we all sort of know where we're at too, and with our understanding of different parts, because a lot of this is not going to be just about election surveys and picking logos. I mean, we're going to have probably more in-depth questions, and you may have, someone may have a question that someone's already answered, and if we're not sharing that, it's duplicate work for everybody involved. So I think that it is just best practices. It doesn't need to be voted on or put in writing.
I think as we start to utilize the town emails a bit more too, some of this will get flushed out naturally because we have the ability to, it's not this, it's essentially not the same inbox as everything else that we see. So we can carve out some time, and it's not necessarily in our face all the time. We can make it separate from the rest of our lives. So I think some of the problems that we're thinking about here will not necessarily be a problem as this continues on, just by virtue of how we're setting up.
So is there some way the emails could be prioritized by whatever? It would make it a lot easier. Oh yeah, this is one I should read, as opposed to wait a second, I just read this one from somebody else. But there are bigger words to fight than this one, so I will go along. So what I'm hearing is every email that we send to somebody else on a task force or committee, we should copy the whole committee and Don and Sue, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, what we said was that if you're asking a question, of the staff or the town manager, it goes through the chair, co-chair, to us. We answer it, and then it comes back down to the entire committee. Now, if you're, I don't know. I mean, I suppose you're going to have, when you have task force meetings, I would think you'd gather together, or maybe you do it via Zoom. So I'm not sure how much communication there would be, out of that venue. But as long as you're not a quorum, the task force is not a quorum of the comprehensive plan committee, I believe, I'll check with our town clerk right now, but I believe we're okay on that. If you wanted to correspond between one another.
A subcommittee or a task force will communicate with the entire committee when they report out what they found.
Right, but I think he's talking about the emails between them.
Yeah, so while they're working on that, they're working amongst themselves. That's the kind of the point of the task force, is to involve fewer people. And then they bring it back to the whole committee and give them the feedback then, and give them the opportunity to chime in if they need to. But
that's how I understood Brad's question was, if we have a task force, let's say there's 4 of us, we're just going amongst ourselves, and then we're allowed to have that communication without emailing everybody, because the whole purpose of the task force is
correct.
It's
just when you ask broader questions, or questions related to policy or procedure, or seeking a direction from the town staff. It's just the town's policy to copy everyone, and so.
And I think that the operative word here, and maybe when we discussed this last, not everyone on the committee was satisfied with Sue and my explanation as to what governs the communications of a task force, and why a task force does not fall under the open meeting law of the state of Maine. And it's primarily, and one of the reasons that I made it clear, and I intend to with any meeting that I chair, to state up front that there is a quorum available. And as Dawn had mentioned, that's the operative word, quorum. Therefore, a task force of less than a quorum for this committee, which is less than 6, are not bound by the rules of the open meeting laws of the state of Maine, because task force or subcommittees have no authority to make decisions. What they do is discuss amongst themselves, formulate a plan, bring it back to the full committee for a vote in a public meeting. And therefore, for a task force to all of a sudden say everybody on the committee who wants to join us can, is really asking for an illegal meeting, because a meeting needs to be noticed in advance. A public meeting needs to be noticed in advance and needs to have an agenda, a time, and a date set. So just as
you need to keep a record.
And there has to be minutes.
We have an electronic policy, but we also generally keep written minutes as well.
So hopefully that clarifies the question of task force or subcommittees and what their communications are in a setting outside of a full public meeting with a quorum. And does that seem to
Yeah,
be clear for everyone?
I think that's clear.
Yeah.
Can I just walk through a potential example just to make sure we're all on the same page? So I think a lot of, the back and forth in the inbox would be, for example, trying to schedule a task force meeting, right? Does this time work? Does this date work? You could get 10 emails just trying to figure that out. That could all stay within the task force. When the task force then maybe has a few questions that we would like to approach town staff with, we will send an email to the entire comprehensive plan, us,
No.
No.
You
Send
send
it
it
to the
to
chair,
Peter and I.
co-chair.
I think
Okay.
what we're trying
So I
to
guess
say
that's-
is, at what, the point at which it's shared with everyone, the whole email, right? The questions and the answers
Right.
is when we get the answers.
Okay.
And then we're talking about, we would then respond,
To the
Peter
whole
and
group.
I would then respond with the answers
Okay.
plus questions to the entire
To
committee.
everybody.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we're not trying to overburden everybody. We're just,
Got it. So it's task force on the way in, but then on the way out, everyone has the answers and the full record. Okay.
So I just want to make sure I understand that, because that's different from what I understood earlier. If we have a question of town staff, we send that to Kayla and Peter, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then one of you will send it to whoever, well, Don is superintendent, copied on that. You are or are not the rest of the committee when you send it to staff?
After.
I thought you said we have to, but I heard Kayla say, I thought it was no, only the answer.
The process would be, if a task force or subcommittee has a question for the town staff, they would direct that question to the co-chairs. The co-chairs would get in touch with Dawn. What Dawn would do, the co-chairs would get in touch with Dawn with the questions from the subcommittee or the task force. Dawn would then reach out, if necessary, to other town staff if he did not have the answer, and he would respond back to the co-chairs. The co-chairs would then respond back to the entire committee.
Right, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be a subcommittee or a task force. It could be, and most typically, is an individual with a question. And it works the same way.
Correct.
The answer comes back to that whole group.
Correct.
That's the policy.
Correct.
Policy.
Let's go with it.
No, I'm cool with that, but I've just been seeing emails go out from the co-chairs that copy the whole group when they're, I put a question to Dawn, it goes to the co-chairs copy the whole group, and that's what I was saying is just way too much for me. So.
Yeah, and Brett.
The answer is when the answer's back, that gets shared with everybody.
That's correct.
Okay.
Good.
We're all clear? Good.
Good to go.
All righty. Under new business.
One more thing.
Logo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's right. Kayla.
Last time I skipped something completely. I was so excited about talking about the election survey.
Kayla's gonna talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan logo,
Yeah.
which I believe we all have in the e-packet and hopefully have had a chance to look at.
So Sue had mentioned just a creation of a logo to put on the website. So I just threw something together. I'd be curious, what you like for colors, if you like it, if you hate it. I'm okay with that. I did get some feedback, and that was that Raymond tomorrow was confusing. The big R was confusing. So I would welcome, and I can handle criticism well. So if you don't like it, or you like the concept or idea of it, but you'd like to change it, we can do that. Or we can just scrap it all together and just call ourselves a comp plan.
And that criticism did not come from within the committee.
No, it did not.
So-
I will
so it was
clarify
not
that. It was not a committee
communication.
communication.
Oh.
But I personally did receive feedback from it. So those are things that we should think about. And also why I sort of mentioned we want to keep things not confusing. So for us, in my opinion, our tomorrow is not confusing. We've been talking about it. We know what we're talking about. But it is possible that others are going to be like, what is this? So I think we should, talk about that and consider that. And I was also thinking, even if we like this general concept, if I just moved the 2 over, that might solve some of the confusion anyway. So these are easy peasy, cheesy things to do.
Moving the two sounds good to me.
Moving the two
Yeah.
sounds good. Other than that, you like it?
I like the one in the upper right-hand corners.
That was my
You like
favorite
the
as well.
arrow?
The arrow with the circle, I thought was pretty sharp.
Okay.
I like the brighter colors. They seem to stand out a little bit more to me than the grays and blues.
Brad?
Yeah, I always like to look at something like this, and by the way, Kayla, thank you very much. That's a lot of time to put into these things and thoughts and going back and forth, so thank you. I kind of like to look at them, how are we going to use this logo? Is it on our letterhead when the letters go out? Are we going to get coffee mugs produced and put the logo on them? Are we going to have a banner for our meetings? Any thoughts in the group of where we would use it? And the reason I'm asking that question is some colors are a lot more difficult to replicate, or they don't look, if you look at my favorite of the colors is the one in the bottom right corner. On the other hand, there's not a lot of contrast there if you're on, in a big room or something. And so I wonder if we ought to, kind of plead this through, where are we going to use the logo, and then, maybe black and white or blue, black and white like we have in the upper left-hand corner is what we ought to look at. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm just throwing that out to help us in the decision-making process.
I would think you'd use it in probably all the instances you outlined. I didn't think about a banner. We have one for the town, and that's something you could certainly do to hang behind you. And certainly you could put it on the website and then on any kind of stationery, electronic or otherwise, you might use, and any sort of website presence. And we have agreement between you and me on colors. I like Raymond colors, which are the colors in the bottom right, but the contrast is a problem on that one. Those are the colors I suggested to you, but the contrast problem is a problem, so would have to work on that. But I don't know, I'm kind of hung up on the blue and green thing, and that's what I wanted on our new recreation bus, but our rec director turns out to have a different sense of blue and green than I do. So anyhow.
Yes, just I guess a little bit background so we all understand. I tried to make the R match our Raymond Town logo, as you can see, at the best I kind of could. I wanted it to be a little sweepy and big. As far as where we would put it, well, everywhere. We would put it on the website, you'd be clicking on it to get to our page. If we put out the survey, that would be on the survey. It would be on our communication. I mean, it could be wherever we wanted to put it.
I think once you get something you like, and if it communicates the message you want to send, you put it everywhere you can.
It's a mostly printed copy, I guess is what I'm hearing, right?
And T-shirts.
As opposed to the mug and banner.
I would think that you might have posters around town, that we've done that before.
Yeah.
You'd have the website, you'd have your communications. You could, I don't know, they're probably, you could put banners on the Little League fence or something, that, I like the banner idea. That's something I didn't really think about. So the more you can get it out there, the better. People will say, what's that? And then maybe they'll look into it.
I think another thing that we should decide is if we really are going to stick and go with R tomorrow. That's the other big decision here, besides just the logo. And I guess from others' perspectives, that may be quite confusing. So I just, maybe we should give it a few minutes of thought on whether R tomorrow makes sense on a mass scale or really just to this room.
I got the same citizen called me, so I said to talk to Kayla. And the idea was he can do better. So I don't know.
The suggestion was just keep comprehensive plan and just scrap the R tomorrow altogether. But I kind of really like the R tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think we've seen from other comprehensive plans in other communities that there's got to be some type of marketing element to these new comprehensive
Yes.
plans, particularly if we're trying to fill state requirements of community involvement, and branding's a big part of that. So I would say that I like our tomorrow. I think that if we need to clarify, we can figure out a way to do that, but I think it's important to have some brand around what we're doing.
Right. I just thought of another one, by the way, and that's the Roadrunner. We should put it in the Roadrunner want to somehow every month.
A little update.
So
maybe
a little
with the
update
logo.
with the logo, yeah.
I think if we make a video, sorry, John, we can like put comp plan and at the end, our tomorrow. Like,
Because Kayla worked for us, we also did, and Bill's out back, I talked to him briefly before the meeting, we did videos about, different activities of the town. You could do a video about the comprehensive plan process. You used to be, I guess, the person who would interview the employees. You did a great job with that. I mean, could be her, could be somebody else, but I thought those were really effective and we got a lot of positive feedback about them.
Frank has a comment, I believe.
Frank?
I love the hour tomorrow, and I think it could go beyond this committee in Raymond down the road. I think we can get people to kind of coalesce around that as a recognition of where Raymond is going.
Well, I'm gonna go against the grain and say I prefer Raymond tomorrow.
I'm with you. I think I need the 2 to be on the starboard side of the R.
Yeah, I like that the R is so prominent
Yeah.
and that it can be read as R tomorrow, but I like seeing Raymond on there
Well,
too.
but,
As the,
yeah,
as
so
the whole.
I think we already decided like the 2 needs to be moved over.
Yeah.
But are you saying that you rather have us call, like, our brand be Raymond tomorrow instead of R tomorrow?
I think in shorthand, we amongst ourselves and those who choose to call it R tomorrow.
Okay.
If you're with it, you're going to say R tomorrow. But the formal term is Raymond tomorrow.
Why don't you
I think it will be more universally understood and
Test this on
recognized.
your
if
children
you
and your
put-
mother and see, what does that mean if you haven't showed them it already? See if they come up with it.
You want to know something funny?
They don't know.
Mommy, help me.
Oh, mommy helped you, okay. Well, not mommy then, try somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are the things that we need to sort of hash out before we throw I think if I just move the 2 over, which to be honest with you, now that I look at it, I'm not even quite sure why it's over there. But I think the big decision is it Raymond tomorrow or the R tomorrow?
Is the committee ready to basically make that decision tonight so that we at least decide on what the title of the logo would be?
Well, the logo could still have our Raymond in there. I don't, even if it is our tomorrow, if it's capital. So I don't know that we need to necessarily decide that. I think that could be independent of the logo. Because I do think Raymond should be part of the logo, but I think that the prominent R, people then would understand what the R stands for.
That makes sense. The logo is still going to say Raymond tomorrow.
Yep.
But right, we can sort of say we're R tomorrow.
I think the next step would then be implications for
Email.
Is it R tomorrow or is it Raymond tomorrow? Because I think that's the more critical question, less the logo.
And I think that's actually what I thought we were talking about too. I always intended for it to be Raymond tomorrow on the logo, but using our tomorrow in our vernacular is how we present it to folks. And Raymond tomorrow, our tomorrow, and I think that can be part of the conversation. And that's how we rally people around what we're doing.
We could also have like a subtitle, like Raymond tomorrow or our tomorrow, the comprehensive plan. So then people understand what it is.
I think the email address as R tomorrow sounds fine to me. I mean, that's, the shorter the better, I think, when it comes to email.
R tomorrow at raymond.org.
Is that what the...
It would have, it would be Raymond Maine
At raymondmaine.org.
Yeah.
So R tomorrow, not Raymond.
Yeah, there's a good example. For email, it would be the short version.
Yep.
But if you were in like a legal battle or something, you'd say Raymond tomorrow.
Commonly referred to as R tomorrow.
I think we're still branding ourselves using Raymond tomorrow and R tomorrow interchangeably. So I would agree with that. So I will move the 2 over, and I guess the next choice is just settling on the color.
This green to me looks a little bit more like a teal. Is that what it's intended to be, or do other people see it as more of a true green?
It doesn't print out well.
It doesn't print out well, but the teal and the blue is more in line with the logo. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a green.
It's on
It's
our stationery, it's on our town seal, it's on our vehicles.
on our, yeah, it's on the, those colors are also the electric vehicle.
Yeah, they are. Who picked those?
Maybe we need a picture of the salmon then, the landlocked salmon, as part of the logo somehow.
Could be a fish instead of an arrow.
It really doesn't have to be those colors. I'm just pointing out that those are the colors that we use on
I mean, they certainly
everything
are
else.
the prettiest, but I don't know if they're the most,
Right.
they
just
don't
don't
necessarily stand out
You
as
need more
much.
contrast, yeah.
I mean, personally, I guess the orange and the blue and black stand out very well. I personally like the arrow and the curved comprehensive plan the best. That's me personally.
Me too.
You know, I like black a lot. I wear a lot of black, so I kind of like the gray and the blue, but I understand that's not poppy.
Well, I think we could definitely have like a black and white version of the logo.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty common. You usually have like the color background with everything white versus the colored logo on a white background. I mean, we could just have the color version, but we're gonna have black and white minutes. We want to make sure it looks good and kind of that kind of format. There's no reason we can't use the same graphic, just
Yeah.
black and white and maybe like a gray tone, grayscale.
Right. Yeah, because the orange and the blues would sort of kind of do the grayscale on their own. If we did that with the tealish color, it's all going to kind of meld into one.
Yeah, need the contrast.
Yeah. I think it sounds like we have a direction. Okay.
Any other thoughts?
I like the yellow. I think it looks like a sunrise. And it definitely pops the most. But I think it looks good with that blue too.
What if you want the lighter version of
combine
the
it.
blue?
Lighter version of
The one on the lower right.
like this one?
Make them more different
bit
from
more
one
of a
another.
contrast.
Oh, I can do that.
Because I'm getting your point on the yellow, the contrast, right? But
Yeah,
that's probably, you're not going
it
to get
catches
that
your
kind of
eye.
contrast though, because
Yeah.
that's pretty sharp.
On the blue, I don't know if we could do it in Word, but if you could just put a white border around the Raymond Tomorrow, it would pop on that background. Just on not like a square, but just like an outline of the letters. It would like make the words pop out from that circle.
Do we want me to go back to the drawing table? And now that we've had some feedback, some time to talk about it, and just sort of recreate a couple more, do we like do you just like you like the circle though, right? So,
I think
or
the
you just like the
circle's good.
yellow?
I like the yellow. I mean, I'd be fine.
With the arrow?
Yeah, potentially.
Oh,
Can you give us some colors with the arrow? See if a yellow in the arrow works.
Yeah.
And maybe a couple options. I personally I'm with you. I like the arrow with the round text. I think is pretty sharp.
Okay. So I can play around a little bit more with that based on feedback tonight. And we can talk about it next month.
Sure. It'd be possible, Kayla, to maybe get them out prior to the meeting so individuals have an opportunity to kind of look at them and come to the meeting prepared to make a decision?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. If we can include that in the agenda for next meeting. Great.
Do you mean outside of the e-packet?
Excuse me?
You mean send them out outside of the e-packet?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. As soon as the Kayla has them available, if it's close to when the EPACS is coming out, that's fine too.
And if I may, there's one other thing in your e-packet, you may have wondered why it's there.
Yes.
That's just before the logo. Kevin did find that it would take about 2 seconds to make a QR code.
Yes.
And if you scan that QR code, it takes you right to the comprehensive plan
Excellent.
page.
Excellent.
So if you do want to put that on any kind of mailings and things, he could make it for whatever and then make them go to a survey or go to a email or go to something.
Excellent. Works. Very good. And thanks for that, Sue. All right, moving on to new business. We got 2 agenda items here for Dawn. I guess we could combine them, Dawn. I know that Sue got out to us
It's really pretty simple, and so here's how it is.
Okay.
You have to make your request in time for it to get in the budget, so that's the calendar. We provided the town budget schedule, so you can see that. I can work with the date that that you have in there, and it corresponds nicely with the end of January kind of deal with the finance director, and I'll be working on the budget. So that's all fine, but the problem will be that if you were to do the consultant selection cost blind, which I think is a great way to do it, it doesn't work for that. So the proposal that I would have would be to have some person who was a confidential person and wouldn't be involved in the interviews. And I'm suggesting our town clerk, and she's agreed to do that, to, once we get the proposals in, there would be 2 envelopes. One's the proposal that goes off to the committee for the process with all deliberate municipal speed. The clerk opens the other one, which is the cost proposals, doesn't tell me or anybody else, who sent what, and gives us a range to work with, and then we could, along with the 10,000 we already have, put together a reasonable budget proposal. Now let's say by the time we get to the end, it isn't enough. We've got that placeholder in the budget, so then we just go back to the Board of Selectmen and say, we need more, or if it's too much, we can reduce it. But I have to have some sort of a number, and the idea is, and I know there's some interest in just picking a number and putting in there, but I don't know what that number would be. Once we get the proposals back, we will know. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's how I do it.
Yeah. I'm in agreement with that process. What does the committee think?
And Sue's really good at that. She won't spill the beans.
Well, I can be wrong.
But I am curious. I don't know what's going to happen. I have a sense. My sense is that the cost is going to be pretty consistent with what it might have been back in '04. I'm seeing revale bids come in like in the early 2000s. I think people want the work. So we'll see.
And if I may, to kind of build on a bit of what Dawn said, the budget figures aren't really, they're set in jello in January. They aren't set in stone until the selectmen actually vote on the warrant articles and approve them. So during the joint meetings in February and March with the department heads, that's when a lot of the tweaking of the budget numbers can happen. And so in January, you would have a fairly, a range. By the time the joint meetings came along, you would have a much better idea of how much you're going to be spending and needing. So you could probably get a more accurate number into this budget season. You just won't have it in January. But you'd have a good feel for it and be able to have a...
And it's also possible that we get, before the budget has to go to a vote, and we do make changes right up to the last minute, that we'll have the scope of service, and I don't know if we'll end up changing it after we meet with our finalist consultant. We probably will, we usually do. And so then we could, talk to them about the payment, on the price certain bid, and unless, of course, we adjust that as well, because we reserve that ability should we change the scope of service or decide to be Raymond, which is sometimes we do. I'm not really suggesting that, but sometimes we do negotiate, pricing if it looks like it's not the pricing that we had expected. And so, so that's, as long as we get the final number before it has to go, to the town meeting, that's what really matters. And so you also asked me about the accessing the funds, and so that's also simple. Once the funds are approved by the Board of Selectmen Budget Finance Committee, they go to the town meeting. That's the legislative body of the town. You get your town meeting warrant approval. Now comes the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1. Poof, you have the money. So then you draw on your money, typically with invoices from your consultant or other things that you might need to purchase or obtain for your efforts. And so the consultant invoices would come to the town, the finance director, typically, the department head involved or the town manager, with things like legal bills and whatnot, I would look those over and approve them. So probably somebody from the committee would be in a position to review the consultant submittals, make sure that they're accurate and that they're, in the, bona fide for payment. So that's how that would work. And then we would issue a check to that consultant. Now, if it was something that you wanted, you would just send that request to us. Once your budget's approved, that's all you. Nobody's going to, tell you how to do that. but if you do it in a way that, is not consistent with your approvals, then they'll talk to you. If you overexpend, we won't let that happen, but, because we'll tell you about that, but it's really just invoicing and paying, and you'll have that amount of money. And the other part I left out is the phasing. Once we get to the, the final consultant, we can put, an amount of money in this budget and then plan on an amount of money in the next budget. And that'll be another thing that we can adjust, put in a placeholder that we think's right, and then adjust it just before the town meeting. And so maybe this year we don't need so much money because we have the 10 to go with it, and then next year more money. So maybe it's over a 2-year process that we break down the consultant costs, and then whatever else you need. You got to figure out whatever else you need. If you want banners, you want whatever you want, you're going to have to give me a number on that.
Brad.
He's not muted. Now he is.
I'm double muted.
You're muted, Brad.
Somehow. It's got an odd signal.
Yeah, he's got it muted in the bottom, see?
Yeah, but it's an odd symbol. It isn't as, it's
He
as
lost
his
his
phone.
I think his phone. Either his phone's muted or you think he's lost his connection.
Yeah.
You could try turning your video off, Brad, so that you're just on audio.
I do hear something.
Yeah, I thought it might be through my headset, but it's not. I can vaguely hear him.
I don't hear
him.
Have him try it again.
Can you try again, Brad?
Yeah,
There you go.
Sue, I don't know if you can hear me,
I
but
can now.
the last time you sent me a message that said, ask Brad to unmute, and I clicked on that, and then you could hear me. Do you have that option again?
Well, I don't need it. We can hear you.
Okay. But if that happens again, just it should show that I'm muted, and if you send me that message, Sue, I can click on it, and then I'll be back again. So Don, I just wanted to ask, we've got $10,000 out there now. If we needed, if we wanted to buy a banner hypothetically for $500, what is that process within the committee to access those funds? Do we wait till another committee meeting and then formally vote on it and then order the banner then and then you release the funds?
You could decide tonight you want a banner. You decide tonight you want a banner vote. Delegate that to somebody on the staff or somebody on the committee. Your choice. Order your banner. It comes in. We pay for it. So, but I think you need to, for your expenditures, I would say you need a vote of the committee. But you could do that tonight.
Okay.
You could do that tonight.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting a banner necessarily, particularly not tonight.
Well, something else. If it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. It does have to be approved at a committee meeting, and we have to wait until the next committee meeting before we can get approval. Is that correct? You can't send out an email vote, correct?
No, you wouldn't do an email vote, but the question would be whether, and I don't know, I'll ask our clerk on this one, whether something like that for a committee of this type would, need to be a noticed agenda item. I'm thinking no.
Well, if it was to go out and get a new planner, then yes.
Yeah, something substantial. But if you're doing de minimis, expenditures, I would think somebody could make a motion for that expenditure.
Yeah.
You have a second discussion and approval.
If buy extra pom-poms, then I think we should probably just wing that one.
I'm still finding pom-poms.
But if you're gonna recommend, a substantial, or actually, that's a good point too. You're not really recommending. You're deciding.
Correct.
When you pick a planner, you're deciding.
Correct.
You don't need the selectmen to recommend it. You're gonna present it to them, what you're doing. And they will, by the way, before it goes to the final town meeting vote, it'll go to the planning board at least, and the selectmen. They will have a say, and they'll give you feedback on the plan, but not on picking the planner. That's you.
But it doesn't have to go to the selectmen for their approval, correct?
No.
No, not the planner, not the expenditures of the committee. Just the plan.
Okay. I guess you got that incorrect earlier, because the feedback I got from somebody was that feedback I got was that it needed to, I can find the email, but that we needed to go to the select board. So you're saying you do not need to go to the select board?
You do need to go to the select board for the final plan. You don't need to go to them for expenditures within your appropriated funds.
Once appropriated.
Once appropriated.
But
you do have to go to them to get them appropriated.
To get them appropriated. I think
so that's maybe where the confusion is coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to ask the Board of Selectmen, you know, I put it in the budget. I'm asking the Board of Selectmen on behalf of you for the amount of money that you tell me you need and want, and then they'll deliberate with the Budget Committee on that and hopefully approve it, or they may talk with you about amending it, but more likely approve it, and then it will go on through the process. Then it's the appropriation is approved by the town, the legislative body, the town meeting. Then it's in your account, if you will, in the town's chart of accounts. Then you expend from it. But you don't need their approval and recommendation for individual expenditures of your appropriated funds once they're in your account, if that makes sense.
Or any personnel you hire.
Or any personnel you hire. That's an expense, yeah.
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 Okay, so what I'm hearing is we do not need to go to the selectmen. We can make the choice of planners, is that correct?
Right. And you can spend the money as you like towards your charge from your appropriated funds without the selectmen.
Okay, so that being the case, we're going to get into the RFP shortly, but we're going to have to adjust that timeline because we did include an extensive timeline that was delayed by going to the selectmen.
I think it's fine the way it is, Brad. I think there's enough flexibility. What we're hearing tonight is enough flexibility in the 2-month period between January and March to get our decision made and our recommendation together for the selectmen. We think planner A is the right one, and here's the pricing would go with that. And during our deliberations of interviewing planners, which will be taking place in February largely, right?
Basically, the interviews would take place throughout all of February.
And by the end of February, we'll have a fix on who we want, and that's plenty of time to get